something and theorize about it. Something is being introduced, effects of machines, not metaphors.
The big mess of my living, something such. Birth, loss of my seed, candid thing, refuge me.
What a fun time. The music is, I'm starting to dig it more and more. I've got a bunch coming. I'm jazzed for it. I'm excited for it. It's gonna be something. Plus I have a whole bunch of other credits to use, and I've got to spend them in somewhere. So we're getting a bunch of new music, and I'm learning I don't really care for AI generated things, which is not a thing I didn't know, but you know, I don't want to be the person who just shits all over everything. I want to try these things out, but they end up never quite the thing they keep trying to... Rixai, Jesus Christ, I didn't even notice. Rixai, thank you for the $10. It's deeply, deeply, deeply loved. So here's the challenge. The thing they're trying to solve is the thing that I think everyone's always been trying to solve. Shit's hard. That's it. They're trying to make it easier. But here's the thing. Like, there is eternally a learning curve that you just can't get past. No matter what anyone says, what anyone does, how anyone thinks about it, there is flatly difficulty. Things are difficult. No matter how much you put tools or much you build, making good content is difficult. And the worst part is it seems to actually ramp up the closer they get to that fabled singularity of the easiest thing in the world to do is to use our tool. Roblox, for example, the simplest tool set you can use, mostly trash with occasional gems that aren't even that good themselves. And the whole thing is shit, because the more you simplify a tool set, the more you make that tool set easy, you actually conversely minimize the potential with that tool set. This is an old game engine thing. Some guys told me about when I first started at Lucas, they were building their own game engine for Indiana Jones. They were using it in a few things. They built it they used it in Force Unleashed, their own tool set. And basically the way that, and there are a lot of smart engineers there, do not worry. There are a lot of brilliant engineers, but they kind of basically said, hey, here's the way it works. If you have engineers to build your own engine, you kind of can go any direction. And because of that, you have a lot more room or potential or things you can do with an engine because you just build purposely. The easier the tool set, take Unreal, for example, all the way down to Unreal for Fortnite, all the way down to Minecraft Creative, right? That seems like tools are getting easier, but as they get easier, what you can make with them shrinks. And as that shrinks, you have the converse problem of, I can't make great things because the potential's always in that direction, that one direction. And all of the AI tools I've ever used have this problem. There's a new one I got an invite to that I tried that is kind of like intended to be like an animation suite where you say characters, you can create characters from scratch, and it has consistency. The characters do things, it renders them out. And the challenge becomes, as the tools are easier, and I was shocked. I was like, oh, this is cool. I can actually write dialogue, and if I don't like it, I can go in and edit it, and it will re-render. The challenge is that it has to re-render the whole thing, and I have to hope that the rest stays the same. It won't, because it's not the thing that you can do where you say, hey, Steve, you built this. Can you cut that out and put something else?
I go anti-anything.
Yog Sothoth super chatted $50. What is your opinion on Thomas Ligotti, if any? You've reinvigorated my interest in philosophy, and I only just found your channel. Thank you.
Well, first off, I don't even know how to mentally handle getting a $50 tip from you, Yog Sothoth, which is fucking awesome. Awesome. I am a horror guy. But I'm not that super deep into any of that. I'm going to go read Thomas Ligotti this weekend for you, Yog. And I will come back and God, I hope I like it. God, I hope I like it. Not familiar enough to make an opinion. And that's not kind of how I jam anyway. So, what are some good books I can find by Thomas Ligotti? Praise Be the Dark God. That's not a book by him. Let's see. Grim Scribe, Songs of a Dead Dreamer, Nightmare Factory, Noctuary. Noctuary is a cute name. I have to say that's a cute name. That's a pretty fucking good name. Noctuary. Oh, I'm kind of upset that that's taken now. That's a fucking good name. My brain's not going to be able to stop thinking about that now. Oh, pessimistic philosopher too. Oh, he's nihilist. Oh, he's hard nihilist. Sioran type. Yeah, he's an Emil Chorin type. Interesting. Conspiracy against the human race is his main thing. I haven't engaged with this enough. So, conspiracy against the human race, contrivance of horror. Well, let me just check and see if my completely legitimate library has a copy. Oh my, it does. All right, give that a shot. Give that a shot. Conspiracy against human race. I will come back with a thought on it. But I'm in the mood for other stuff. Let's see. Because if he's doing that stuff, it's going to be important for me. So anyone who does that crossover where they're like, oh, I do fucking fiction and I do philosophy. So you can do that, but I can't divorce that from this. Right? Like, these things clearly inform your view of that. That's how it works. So, Z Library is doing advertising. I might actually... That's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's actually... Oh, that could be fun to do. That's just mentioning to anyone who needs to do advertising. They have 15 million monthly uniques. God damn. Good for them. Thomas Ligotti's other works, I'll take a look. I've only just started reading The Conspiracy. I'll just do The Conspiracy then, and then if I'm excited about it, we'll go have a conversation and I'll dive down the road. So as I was saying, as you make tools that are simpler, yeah, I can actually show you. I think they confirmed I can do this. I'm not going to name the tool necessarily because I don't know if it's totally kosher for me to do that, but we're going to find out. Yeah, that's that one. Did someone use? It's an interesting setup. So. What these guys did is they basically built a whole bunch of sort of pre-made animated characters, right? And it's an interesting setup. I want to show mine if I can get to it, but I need to find my actual one because I can't. There's a specific NDA because people are also using it to make stuff, and they're kind of internally using it to test. So I don't want to be a dick. And like, put shit on blast or anything. There's mine. Perfect. Video's here. Okay. So what they've done, it's called Exit Valley is the thing that they've done. Maybe I can actually show, do they have a public video of that? I think they do. And then we'll skip over to that. I think Exit Valley. I think this is going to be it. 1 second. No. This is definitely not it. Yes, this would be the thing supposedly, but it's not. Yeah, doesn't matter. I'm going to show you mine. So what they've done, they created this world. And because there's a whole bunch of different IP that doesn't matter if people own it kind of thing, where that you can do satire, they decided to make a Silicon Valley-like animated series. But what they did is they created a whole bunch of characters based off CEOs, voices. They got the voices of the characters, Elon Musk and a whole bunch of others. And they set this up so that way anyone can go, I want, for example, I want Steve Jobs to be yelling at Elon Musk about doing too much cocaine. And what it'll do is it'll choose a background, it'll take the characters, and it'll take their voices. It'll auto-generate voice for them and all the commentary, all the different script shit. It'll change how the camera angle works, and it'll put the whole thing in. That's the setup for it. We're going to switch over. Let me see. Maybe I can move this down here and pop it in. Let's see. Pop, and then boom, boom, boom. There. All right. So we're going to first, let me make sure I get the right chat room in there. There you guys are. Look at that. See the most handsome audience in the world. Then we do this one. Yeah, that'll be mostly fine, probably. Yeah, this will be okay. Yeah, because this is basically mine. So here's the setup. The first one I did, I asked it to, I said, I want to create a janitor who lives underneath in a connected subterranean janitor's lair that connects all of them together. And I want him to be having drinks with Tim Cook. And we'll just say it didn't give me a great bit of dialogue. So I rewrote the dialogue, and it didn't give me a great performance, but this is kind of where it ends up. It's interesting. Is this good? No. No. But is it interesting?
What brings you to my humble kingdom of mop buckets and server hums?
Steve, I swear every time I come down here, it's like stepping into a goddamn alternate universe. What the hell is this place?
This, my friend, is the underbelly of Silicon Valley. My underbelly, you could say.
So you can make adjustments, but when you go and you make adjustments, it doesn't adjust that line. It re-renders the entire thing. So I changed one line because I just wanted to see what it did. And that was the line. It changed, re-rendered the whole thing, changed the motivation, changed the setup, changed everything.
That's how I've been able to keep Apple so clean.
So this is what everyone's terrified is going to take over everything. It was this or a documentary on the death of Mr. Hans. That sounds way more interesting. But so this is the thing. This is interesting. Like, I find tool sets fascinating because to me, what they kind of hint at is not so much that they're in a direction that everyone's going to be creating a billion animated shows and we're going to be at the end of the internet. It's the opposite. It's the more that they build in this direction, the more they end up in the lack of complications. And like Brett, who deleted it, I don't know why you deleted it because it's the right line. Ultimately, the answer is you need to learn to code. That's it. You don't have to code great. You have to code all right. You have to code well enough to copy from GitHub. like a good engineer. It's just copying and pasting from GitHub and knowing what's stupid and what's not. And once you do that, you actually have a huge amount of potential in front of you to build with. And these tools, while interesting, they're never going to be able to take the place of anything that's more purpose-built, except someone's going to figure out, and this is what I love about this stuff. Someone's going to figure out how to do something interesting with it that will actually completely fuck the entire tool itself. Like, they're going to figure out, like someone did with YouTube the first time when they did, they had that girl get kidnapped. They faked it. When people started cynically using YouTube and the internet and other things, when people built for the tool set and they went beyond and it became this weird meta conversation, that completely ruins it because everyone becomes aware of how the thing works. That's the problem. But enough rambling about me talking about stupid bullshit no one gives a fuck about. Because no one gives a fuck. Here are going to be and I'm going to set up a poll. These are things I want to talk about. A couple of them are recommendations from the server. A couple of them are. This is not one of them. Neither is my seed box overseas. Come on. Where is it? No, stop that. What are you doing? You stupid thing. Okay. So fun. First up is going to be Zizek. Left must retreat to zero. I haven't watched any of these, so I have no idea if they're good or not.
Sorry, I'm not going.
This, I actually am just fascinated by. I haven't watched it. This is I asked philosophy professors to define pseudo-intellectualism. What's a pseud? Which I am a sucker for. Anytime that's the discussion, I love this shit. It's like one of my favorite things. One of my favorite things.
September 9th.
Oh, yeah. We're going to do the lack of competition. Sorry, non-compete. On Mario and Marx. Because I don't care. And then someone had mentioned Acerola. I assume that's their name. Acerola's Collapse of Gaming. I didn't watch the whole thing. I skipped ahead just a little bit. This is a video about the rationale of what has happened to games, how it's worked. How it's worked. And why. And I really am hoping it's a good video because this is something I care about and I know a lot about. For those who don't know, I've spent the better part of 20 years as a pretty significant part of the gaming industry, to the point where when I'd go to GDC or E3 or Austin Games Conference or Online Game Conference or MMO Game Conference or Gamescom or DICE, either of the DICE, Comic-Con, I have friends. Like, it's enough that people like actually see me and they go, "Hey, Brooks," and I talk, and people go to my talks. VRLA, I did keynotes. I've been around games for long enough at some pretty significant companies, and I care a lot about this, and it depresses the fuck out of me. So that's our poll. These are the three things, the four things I want to go over. If anything gets close to a tie, we will do both, which is fine. And if Yogg demands one of the changes because Yogg spent $50, I'll listen to that. But so far, we'll see what happens. Because the collapse of the gaming industry, I actually think is ascribable to a handful of very specific financial problems, but mostly the live service thing, not for the reason people think. Good. I'm glad it's tough choices. That was the hope. The hope was, I don't think I gave anything that's like I hope he doesn't do that shit. And I need a break. My brain has been melting. So Klossowski has a piece called The Resemblance. It's actually a larger piece in French that he did. I've spent the better part of 6 months on the side translating it piece by piece, bit by bit, because there is no English translation. I'm happy with it, but alongside it, I wanted to do a video so that way it doesn't just drop randomly. And I wanted to spend time talking about one of the things he goes over in it, and it is how the phantasm and the simulacra work for Klossowski, which I really adore. But it's the most dense fucking thing I've written, and it's not good dense. It's just not. So I've been going back and rereading and rewriting, and trying to get to the point where I'm actually talking through how things operate and how things work for Klossowski. And it's a lot. So my brain has been just melting the last 2 days as I've rewritten non-double spaced 8 pages on the whole thing. Not Olivia. Kind of interested in critiquing the Zizek thing. He's generally so smooth, where it's easy to agree the fuck with him without deep analysis. He is, yeah, I'll agree with that. Zizek's fascinating. Generally speaking, Zizek is pretty fascinating. He's not stupid by any stretch of the imagination. He has, in his age, become intransigent and dogmatic in a way that I think young Zizek would really hate. And I think it's interesting to actually contrast him against himself. And that's what I'm hoping to do here. Suresh, does it relate at all to Baudrillard simulacrum? No. Klossowski. So Klossowski is basically taking from Nietzsche and running with it. Core idea. We have impulses and not will, the impulse. Think of desire in Deleuze or Lacan or Freud, but Klossowski talks about it as the impulses. The wills, but the impulses. The impulses are the pulse, the retraction and everything, the pulsing out and the retraction backward, pulsing out, retraction back. And that movement that he's talking about pushes things. And as they come to the surface, and they don't immediately do this, but over time, we recognize patterns in them and we begin to see images as the impulses come. Not images as in like a picture, but like the image of a thing, hunger, love, sadness, anger, resentment, any of these things. We don't name them, but the image, that collection of things we recognize. Then we name it. So the steps are impulse to phantasma, which is the fantasy with a PH, and the fantasy, which is pure image, not semiotic in itself, generates a semiotic. The semiotic, that's the simulacrum. And so when I talk to you, we utilize simulacrum to move back to phantasm within you that then creates impulses. And it's fascinating in the sense that he really does connect all of these things together, and it's not counter to Deleuze. I actually think it's very, very... I think not only is it in line with Deleuze, I think it's actually said better. So, I think it's actually said better. I like it. They have I Weiwei. What the fuck? I Weiwei is like right here. What the fuck? This is a fascinating board of people. Oh, Malcolm Gladwell, who is a gigantic piece of shit shill. So, fuck Malcolm Gladwell. Piece of shit. This is such a weird fucking group of people. If your picture was here, would you be honored or confused? Because like Nick Offerman, he's a good actor. Madeleine Albright, Secretary of State. Jesse Jackson. This is such a fucking weird how-to academy. And Nick Offerman with all the flower beard. You know what? Power to him. Over Al Gore. He's literally over Al Gore. Oh, there, rapist. There's Zizek. Is fucking weird ass group of people, man. Yeah, might as well have it's a very strange group of people. But it looks like What's a Sued is going to be the winner today. That's a good solid 5 minutes. We're going to jump in because I got to tell you, I'm a sucker for any discussion like this. This is an interesting enough thing, and I haven't skipped ahead. So we'll see what we can do.
No, take your time.
I'm going with that.
You can take your time if you want. I'm editing anyway.
Yeah. Can you just repeat the question? No, you suck. What's wrong with you?
Okay. I run out of...
For me, a sued is someone who has an inability to actually tarry or deal with or have conversations around the ideas they have with language other people may use. That's for me the definition of a sued. If all you have is the ability to memorize the ideas and you don't actually grasp them and you're not able to actually, I don't believe in debate, but if someone comes to me and they go, hey, what's the BWO? And I can't do it without reciting literal words, I can't have that conversation, I'm a sued. That's it for me. That's the sued. That's my definition of a sued. And the reason I say that is because if you are someone who engages with this, just like anything else, a basketball player who tells everyone that they can shoot everything from free throws and he can shoot 3-pointers, you can shoot them over and over and over. But then when you play him, he's like, I don't really play against people. That's a fucking sued basketball player. Fuck that guy. One second. I'm just getting messages. Fucking WhatsApp won't stop sending me fucking notifications. I need to turn it off. Sorry. Just real quick. I'll get back to this. Okay. So to me, sued is someone who plays at being skilled at a thing, or they are skilled only by themselves. When you are skilled against yourself, I know, I thought you were going to, everyone probably thought they were getting messy. That was fucking loud. It scared me. And I'm like, fuck this. A pseudo has pseudo knowledge of the thing and profess to know. And I wouldn't even say pseudo knowledge. Like they may have knowledge, but if you can't actually bring it out into the world, you're done. You're done. I'm done. Like I tend to not look at, there's the, let's say, someone is a sophist. I don't like this term. I've never liked this term. If someone can actually go back and forth with someone, even if they don't know anything, but they can talk circles around them, I don't consider that a pseud. Because if they can talk and they can walk the talk, even if it's bullshit, even if they have no concept of the thing, that is less of a pseud to me. Because one, they tend not to profess total knowledge. That's not really how a sophist works. A sophist just doesn't believe the other person has knowledge. But when someone's sitting there and they're like, oh, I have total knowledge, but then they can't deal with you or deal with other people, done. I don't have a use for it. I don't have a use for that. The world doesn't have a use for that. You are absolutely a legend in your own mind, and that's great, but you do nothing. You have no effect on anyone in a positive way. At least a sophist at least moves things forward. So this is going to be interesting how other people go about it, because I know there's a lot of people who have a lot of opinions on this. A lot of opinions.
Storage, actually, yeah. I'm gonna wait a second for the block. So for those philosophical, hello, I'm here today with a professor from TMU.
I'm Andrew Sepielli. I'm a philosophy professor here at the University of Toronto.
My name is Youngbin Yoon. I am a lecturer at the University of Pennsylvania, where I just got my PhD.
My name is Thomas Hart, and I teach at TMU.
I'm Boris Hennig. As she said, I'm professor.
See his fucking hair?
I am a lecturer at the
Not
University
him.
of Pennsylvania, where I just got my PhD.
My name is Thomas Hart, and
Look at that Fabio-looking motherfucker right there. Look at that. God damn. That is like, he looks like a fucking video game character. Can you see this fucking he's crazy. That fucking edging around and the color of his hair. It's beautiful. Good for him.
And
damn.
I teach at TMU.
I'm Boris Hennig. As she said, I'm professor at
Who's clearly cut his long beard. I do not approve.
TMU for philosophy, ancient philosophy.
And we're here to talk about pseudo-intellectualism. What do you think differentiates an intellectual from a pseudo-intellectual? Are there different types of intellectuals and pseudo-intellectuals that we should distinguish, or can they...
No, that other dude, if you had said, oh, actually, that's not a person, someone AI generated that guy, I'd believe it. The look is was very good. Good for him.
Be categorized under their umbrella terms.
When you call someone an intellectual, it's because you think that they know a great deal about a great deal, and that's where that title comes in. And it's a title that you can't put on yourself. That's one of the categories of pseudo-intellectual. And when people look at someone and say, well, that person's really intellectual, what they mean is they not only have the knowledge, but they have the ability to apply that knowledge in a broader context. And that's when I teach philosophy, especially ancient philosophy. I try to explain to my students that wisdom is knowledge and application. It's not just knowing. You have to be able to use that knowledge.
Well, this makes me feel very good about my answer. That makes me feel a lot better about my answer.
For the improvement of society, for the betterment of your family, for the security of your situation, etc. And that is what brings it out of the academy or out of the ivory tower, if you like.
Are you an intellectual?
It's a title that you can't put on yourself.
He's correct.
Testing you. Okay.
I think of an intellectual as somebody who traffics in ideas in such a way that's predictably conducive to achieving understanding. And so a pseudo-intellectual is somebody who sort of purports to be doing that or presents himself as doing that, but is in fact doing doing something else.
What do intellectuals do? They think, they pay attention to arguments, they pay attention to evidence, they try to make sense of things and so on. If you do these things not for the purpose of actually, it's difficult to describe what the right purpose is. But if you do that for the wrong kind of purposes, for political purposes, for financial purposes and so on, that I think is a common motive for being a pseudo-intellectual, and that's what they actually.
I agree in that it's a motive possibly for it, but again, if you actually know your shit and you're doing it for the money, I don't get fucking, who cares? I don't care.
They usually do, sometimes involuntarily. Like sometimes someone has deep-seated prejudices and tries to justify them by intellectual activity and is obviously avoiding everything that might speak against those. So that's, I think, what a certain species of pseudo-intellectual look like.
Is it possible, if someone was quote-unquote intellectual, but was doing it for some instrumental purpose, like money, fame, do you think they should be categorized as pseudo-intellectual? Or can we still think of them as an intellectual in some sense?
No, that's a good question. So I was thinking about this. So originally when I was formulating my definition of a pseudo-intellectual in my head, I put it in terms of what you're trying to do. But I think if you were to read Nietzsche's private diaries and find out that he was just doing all of his philosophy for money, I wouldn't think of him as not being an intellectual.
So the first
correct. That's a correct take.
First answer I was
Danuta. I can go there. Sorry. If you didn't name yourself after a character in American Dad, I have the creepiest phone call you could ever hear in your life. I tend to think in terms of conversation. If conversation leads to a line to action, you don't need to think about intellect, but my ideas around lexis and praxis are rather interwoven. Even then, Jan, who's in the chat, he and I have had discussions. I'm mostly as almost student teacher, although I would hate to make him feel older than he does. But there's nothing pseudo about what we do. And I would generally say that the intellectualism is also not even there. The pseudo intellectualism is, again, as the guy said, it's something that people put on themselves. It's something put on themselves. And that's a terrifying thing. I think the guy's probably right. If I were to even say the bold statement, someone who calls themselves an intellectual that's where I would first go. That's kind of the first sign of a pseudo-intellectual. That would be on my list. Yeah.
Was drawn to
Danuta.
And I kind of suspect it might be the natural.
No one. I'm going to make you all listen to that American Dad scene later.
The one that everyone jumps to is something like, real intellectuals pursue knowledge for the sake of knowledge, whereas pseudo-intellectuals pursue knowledge for some other end. If I think about canonical cases of intellectuals, even many of the professors here.
That's your birthday. I am sorry. Klaus has a crush on a girl. Klaus is a fish, and sorry, just get to deal with it. And he wants to call her. It doesn't matter that he's a fish. It doesn't matter. I don't care. We're doing this. I have to explain.
Come on, Klaus, just call Danuta.
Calling a girl is so desperate. Can't I just draw a penis on a brick and throw it through her family's living room window?
Are you
I think American Dad's great.
nervous?
No, I'm not nervous. This phone.
I love this.
Phone's nervous.
Hello?
Danuta.
Who is this?
Danuta.
I think it's fantastic.
Calling?
It is me.
What?
Will you go there?
Go where? What?
Do you eat?
What the hell is this?
I've got the money. Danuta.
Klaus, so that was chilling.
I blacked out.
It's one of my favorite scenes. I don't know. Good Klaus is good Klaus. I love it.
They're deeply intellectual, and they would fit in this definition. They would pursue knowledge for the sake of knowledge. But I also think they're hoping to make gainful employment.
I flatly don't care about people's intentions or what they say they're doing a thing for across the board. Just mentioning. Just mentioning.
From pursuing.
Like it's important to me. The true person who's pursuing it for pure reasons, I count me out of the conversation immediately.
Knowledge. It also seems like they are pursuing knowledge for the sake of, say, money. So with a slight variation, I actually think intellectuals are people who choose to develop their intellectual capacities, their cognitive abilities, etc., for the sake of truth. And I think pseudo-intellectuals are people who choose to develop their cognitive capacities for the sake of something like gain, money, etc. The reason I think this works better is I no longer think it's true that we'd say someone who's just trying to memorize facts in encyclopedias is trying to develop their cognitive abilities. They're really just trying to memorize a bunch of facts. So I go I can now preclude that from the definition of intellectual. Also for the professorial.
Laura, let me know if it's working.
A standard piece of advice that we tell people all the time who are thinking about going to PhDs is there's not that much money in it. You will not be rich from this. And there's a really good chance you won't be very famous.
So this is your piece that you're living in. Can you give us the tour of your car?
Do it if you really want to become smarter, you want to learn these things, you want to become a more intelligent person for the sake of the truths that you might get to it, not for these other things. And I think in that way, I get to keep that strong division we intuit between intellectuals and pseudo-intellectuals. With that said,
okay, there's a caveat.
I think pseudo-intellectual has a pejorative attached to it. We generally think that pseudo-intellectualism is bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm roughly in agreement, but I just want to flag the way that I think that sometimes pseudo-intellectualism could be totally awesome. Because some people, I think, want to pursue their intellectual capacities to share information with the world. That's not exactly for the sake of truth in and of itself. It's some sort of service act. Or it's for entertainment. It's fun to learn things sometimes. It's fun to share that information with other people. There is a way to look at this channel, I might say, as that thing, though I wouldn't ever accuse you of being a pseudo-intellectual.
It's okay. People have.
But I go one thing that's kind of awesome.
Hey, honest to God, I see stuff like this, when you're talking about it's such a very specific drive that hey, in capitalism, we do everything for money and value. And if you're not doing it for money and value, there's a purity to you, I guess. I don't like this kind of thought. I really don't like this kind of thought. I don't like this kind of thought at all. Raymond Smullyan has one of my favorite fables of his. He tells the story of a young man. It's fiction, but it's a great story. Young man grows up and he gets middling grades in school, but he's brilliant. And his parents are always very confused. Why do you do this? He goes, look, I just think it's important that no one ever amount to anything, because I think wanting to amount to something is the most egotistical thing a person could do. And I think it's disgusting. And they're not able to argue with that. But he does decide to go to college. He wants to kind of edify himself and learn more. And while he's there, he gets good middling grades, but his professors think he's brilliant and pull him aside. What are you doing? He goes, well, look, I just don't think there's room. If someone is going to amount to something, or the desire to amount to something is the worst thing, wanting to be something's terrible. Well, one of the professors was I agree. In fact, why don't you write your master's thesis on this? And let's get it in front of some people. And I really want to see where you go with it. And the guy wrote this piece. It was brilliant about how no one should ever amount to anything. And a couple of professors quit over it. And they began sort of talking this guy's story around. And one of them called a friend of his and said, hey, I've got a student, you've got to read this. And he sent the master's thesis. And it turned out his friend was a publisher of books. And the publisher said, hey, I want to publish your book. I'll give you a bunch of money. He goes, okay, sure. I need money to live. Sure. So he does it. And the book becomes an international bestseller. It actually becomes the most selling book of all time. And after time, he's kind of got this following and people going everywhere and listening to his talks about how no one should ever amount to anything. And then one day he realizes he's amounted to something. And he's very, very upset about this. And he's got, his best friends are in here out for a drink. He's I just don't know what to do. How can you possibly follow me after I've amounted to something? And his friend said, how can we not? One of us amounted to something. It's one of my favorite ending lines, because it's not about amounting to something. it's not even the intention. It's how we go about things and why we do things. Is it cynical? Is there another edge to it? These things are almost irrelevant. They're almost irrelevant to the entire process. And if someone were to come up with a brilliant philosophy thing and not go Christ mode and live in as a hermit and take no money and give it to everyone, I don't fault that person. I really don't. I don't give a fuck if you're a creative who's made a bunch of money and you live really well. I think you should help people, but like the cynical reasons don't break me in the same way. I don't follow it the same way.
About that is that how do you get people excited about academic pursuits? How do you get people excited about learning? Well, someone has to do the work of being like, oh, here's what's cool about it, and showing it to people who know nothing about it. And it's actually also in that sense, I think your channel is great because it does, in fact, I think, spread ideas, philosophy, excitement out there. I think that's wonderful.
I mean, one of the things that I've watched over the course of my past sort of 15, 20 years is the rise of the sort of intellectualism on the right. And so the idea of social conservatism comes couched in all the language of the academy, but really is a kind of code for there are certain types of people that I don't want to admit exist. And so I'll call myself a social conservative, and then I don't have to consider it. Research is not about political ideology unless you're researching political ideology. So a conservative philosopher, for example, it kind of sounds like they're not interested in any other truth than the one they are already interested in. And that is what I would call a pseudo-intellectual, bordering.
I'd even go further. I believe actually all knowledge is emancipatory, and all work that is being done almost by anyone, even if it's done freely, I believe is emancipatory, just generally speaking. And we can have arguments, but I believe generally the work is in that direction. To say conservative intellectual, conservative philosopher, conservative thinker, conservative researcher, conservative academic, conservative anything, you're actually specifically saying that you have no interest in learning new things. Like that's how that works. It's the ideology of not change. It's the ideology of not new. It's the ideology of old. You are just kind of giving the game away as far as I'm concerned. You're a fucking loser. And stupid too. All of them.
On solipsism, that gets right down to it, because they've decided that there are certain things that count and are legitimate and others that don't, and they're not going to talk about those.
Biological women are biological women.
But where are you going with this? What are you trying to accomplish?
See, this is, I mean, good on Tyson. That's what I mean. Like, I'm making a statement. Yeah, but how do you define that statement? How do you build it? How do we learn from that? How do we go from that? Oh, we don't? You just say the thing and we adhere to the thing. So you're just literally like death in human form. Well done, asshole. Field I was going into, if you wanted to do more than boring office job or literally assembly line, you need a PhD. That's where the money was too. It's silly to say PhDs are about some purity. I mean, yeah.
You also have the increasing use of academic language in political spheres as a way of dressing up opinions as legitimate opinions within debate. Now, anybody who studies philosophy or anybody who studies ethics for that matter knows that part of the ground is that there are an agreed set of concepts and terms like right and wrong and good and bad. And
I like this guy. This is handsome Fabio man, right? Was this Thomas or Andrew? Oh, it didn't have his picture. It's not him. It's not him, so it must be Thomas.
And what seems to be the case now, especially within the political domain, is that people use the terminology.
I summed up conservatism pretty well. This thing is wrong. Well, what do you suggest? Nothing. Yeah. It's intellectual laziness. It's flat earth science. Same thing. Hey, flat earth, people don't realize science is a system. Like everything that's academic is a system. They all impinge on each other, not directly. Physics doesn't impinge directly on tribal qualities of social hierarchies. Not like that, right? Now, but shit that happens somewhere matters elsewhere. Things that happen go together elsewhere. So when someone says they're into flat earth and it's like, okay, well, look, the idea that the earth is round, and the way that we can measure that, I can dig holes, I can measure the sun's distance from the bottom of the hole, the day of the year, I can predict, I can do lots of stuff. And with that, I can actually abstract out and utilize that mathematics to actually predict out a whole bunch of shit, including satellites, gravity, bridge strength, tension lines, all kinds of shit that is going to completely matter and completely sets the tone for how we understand the world. Ways that materially are proven just by us existing as they do. What do you provide? Nothing. Flat Earth provides nothing. In fact, it provides negative information because you can't systematize any of it. That is, to me, conservative mentality. They're stupid. And they don't understand how these things go together because they're stupid. They're conservatives. They have to be. I mean, they voted for a kid diddler. What do you expect?
Of ethics to defend arguments that are really defenses of what ethics would call the bad, or those things that are not morally acceptable.
I don't think that pseudo-intellectual
He's
is
great.
like a type of intellectual. Pseudo just means that something is made to appear a certain way, but not really genuinely that thing. A pseudonym is a fake name, but there is no distinguishing feature by which you could tell which one is a pseudonym and which one is a real name. They don't look different. It's not a distinction in what they do. It's a distinction in the surroundings and in whether what they do is genuine. The other thing is...
I couldn't disagree with that more. Didn't you just say earlier that they do different things too? I'm
in
confused.
order to figure out whether someone is a pseudo-intellectual, you would have to be an intellectual.
It's a title that you can't put on yourself.
You have to treat people as intellectuals, and then after a while you might find out that, yeah, it wasn't really worth the time. But you can't just begin by saying those are pseudo-intellectuals because of this and that they say. Some of this...
As soon as you divide things into left and right, conservative, progressive, you inevitably create dogmatic intellectuals. Generally speaking, I don't know people in those spheres who like scream that they're progressive to counter what? Oh, they do it to counter conservatives, but conservatives are the ones screaming about being conservatives, and they always do. They always do. How do you know someone's conservative? The same way you know someone's vegan. Wait 5 minutes and they'll fucking tell you.
Stuff that people say on the internet and so on is clearly recognizable as bullshit. But then also, like, intellectuals in history have said a lot of things that seem like nonsense to their contemporaries. So there's a sense in which you should always be careful, even in cases where...
Yeah, but, okay. Diogenes would actively, like, interact with other thinkers. I don't agree with that. Not all conservative thinkers are uninterested in new things in their discipline. There's a real role to be played by those who are the stone to the edge finder's metal. You're free to point out one conservative who's advanced anything. Like advanced it. And I don't mean they're conservative and also they work in physics kind of thing, like where their work is actually conservative and they do conservative work. Because that's the line we're talking about, is people who claim themselves to be conservative. I'm a conservative intellectual. I'm a conservative philosopher, conservative this. You're free to, I would love to see one. But if Thomas Sowell is like the best we've got on the conservative philosophy side, yeah, you got a long way to go. Got a long way to go. Long way to go. But Diogenes actively would engage with other people. Again, going back to my idea, if you're willing to actually engage and you can actually tarry with ideas as presented by others and even respond to them. Yeah, no, August, he fucked with them. Diogenes was awesome. And his cynicism is not cynicism as we know it or as a term we use today. That's not the setup. It's a completely different way of thinking about things. Diogenes was awesome. So that's a Carl Schmitt. You know what? Codswallop, I can, that's frustrating, but, yeah, you know what? You got me. All right, Danuta. All right, I'll give it to you.
So there's a sense in which you should always be careful, even in cases where it looks obvious.
The next question is, who is an example of a pseudo-intellectual in
Jordan
your
Peterson.
opinion?
Yeah,
Name drop time.
I had this question on paper and I don't No, I don't think I can name, or I want to name examples.
I can name a lot. I've actually done response videos to a number of them myself. They're pseudo-intellectuals, people who do not engage, but act like they do and act like they care about ideas. Yeah, there's a lot of them. YouTube's filled with them.
Because I just said, in a sense, you have to be careful. Like you can't really tell who is a pseudo-intellectual or not. Yeah, I just implicitly did describe Jordan Peterson. But
talk to a few friends and things like that. And the name Jordan Peterson keeps coming up.
Why should you wear makeup in the workplace? Isn't that sexually provocative?
He has
pretty much
expertise within the field of psychology, but he came to popularity, as you know, at the University of Toronto over the question of...
And he's a pseud. He's 100% a pseud. I've read his work on Jung. He's a fucking pseud.
Gender identity and the use of pronouns, and what he called compelled speech. Now, that's a view that he's entitled to hold, but he's not entitled to use his academic credentials to make that legitimate. His argument at the time was with the legislature, not with the university. The university simply obeys laws that are passed by the legislature. But instead of going to the legislature to register his argument, he went to the steps of the university. And that created a kind of buzz around his work and things like that, to the point where, last seen at Mar-a-Lago, he's opened up a private university in the United States, which teaches the kind of social conservatism that he supports. But that has nothing to do with psychology.
With him, I'm not actually quite sure. I think he wants something genuine sometimes, and he is smart in some things, but he's really like a psychologist, and he does these outlandishly mistaken interpretations of myths and fairy tales and so on, where you can see on...
So worst reading of Nietzsche, worse than hers. Loving video game hairstyle guy, yeah, he's good.
On the page, that's obvious bullshit, and he did not actually put time into any of this. He's not doing the job.
I have been trying to find his Nietzsche lectures in full. I've got clips. I found clips. People have posted clips. He's posted clips. I want the whole thing, and I am not spending. If you spend money on it, I will fucking ban you from my channel. You don't spend money on it. But if you find it, let me know.
He's just trying to present the results without...
Worse than Jonathan Bai? Yes. Jonathan Bai's is like innocuously bad. Worse than... Philosophy Tube didn't even read Nietzsche, so it's like hilariously bad. This is like, it's going to sound both stupid and bad, but he's actually not dumb. And that's the worst thing, because he has enough information to actually do a really fucking terrible job. And it's so much worse because of that. I would adore it if he was like, oh God, he's so bad. Oh, Danuta. Oh, Danuta, if you're in any country but America, I would like to introduce you to some conservatives. Jordan Peterson is on the pleasant side. Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell is considered the peak of, intellectualism on the right. And I'm not joking when I say that. Uncle Ruckasol, yes. Here he is discussing the Trump tariffs in April. And you have to know and remember, he's a fucking moron. The right likes him because he's black.
What do you make of the present President of the United States and his tariffs?
It's painful to see what a ruinous decision from back in the 1920s being...
I'm just going to say, if you can't tell, on the right there, he has a book called Marxism. He and Karl Marx. He has a whole bunch of books on Marx. He hates Marx. He's still alive? That's debatable.
Repeated. Now, insofar as he's using these tariffs to get very strategic things settled, and that he is satisfied with that. But if you set off a worldwide trade war, that has a devastating history. everybody loses because everybody follows suit, and
I love how he's also against it.
All that happens is that you get a great reduction in international trade. The other, it's disturbing in another sense. Franklin D. Roosevelt, when he was president in the 1930s, said that you have to try things, and if they don't work, then you admit it, you abandon that, and you go on to something else.
Oh no, I don't like this. Sewell is decent.
You
oh,
try
God.
that until.
Oh, fine. No.
It happens to me all the time, and it happened just this week. A young person I'd never met introduced.
5%.
Right.
It was a 22%. And among
there we go.
Don't rely on that. Affirmative action government. We don't rely on that. We rely on hard work. We rely on the institution of marriage. That's correct?
Yes, in other words, these things, I don't think it's the marriage as such or the library cards as such. It's that there are lifestyle choices that have been made. And the comparison I made was between, if you look at the poverty rate among blacks, it was 22%, and among whites it was 11%. But among black married couples, it was 7.5%.
Right.
So it's not, so they not only do better than blacks as a whole, they do better than whites as a whole. And so it's lifestyle choices. Similarly with the results in some of these more successful charter schools, that you have these kids not only meeting but exceeding the national standards in places like Harlem and Bedford-Stuyvesant in the South Bronx. And these are not kids who are skimming the cream. They're kids chosen by lottery.
It is hilarious that we've gotten to such a place that I found the one clip that exists of Thomas Sowell that I agree with. I can't believe I picked the one thing is like, and he's right. It's awful. I found 2 minutes of me agreeing with him. He's usually this. Lifestyle choices, black people suck, blah, blah, blah. And that's why the right loves him. This is, if you haven't seen it, this is the Hoover Institute. The Hoover Institute is like right-wing lunatics who have a bunch of money. It's Herbert Hoover's Institute. And they just have like the most insane fucking group of people always. There's Thomas Sowell. They have a bunch of Sowell. If you can't see, there's one, two, there's right on the front. The Politics of Hollywood with Andrew Breitbart. Yeah. Breitbart, when he was alive. Mathematical Challenges to Darwin's Theory of Evolution. That's 3.7 million views. Yeah. Here's Milton Friedman. I mean, how crazy, dude. Dude. This happened before I left high school. That's crazy. Oh, and he went in. He rode in on one of those, like, I don't want to say lame bikes, but it isn't. It's like it's a fake Harley. This is the saddest thing I've ever seen.
Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson. Our show today, libertarianism. Our guest, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, Milton Friedman.
Fuck, what a dork. Oh my God, that's old school fucking dorky. That's dorky. Holy shit. That's like the dorkiest shit I've ever seen. It's like a black leather jacket with zippers and shit, but he's got his glasses and his fucking helmet without the fucking strap on because he's cool.
Millions of Americans, motorcycles represent freedom, rugged individualism, the pleasures of roaring along the open road while the wind streams through your hair.
What is the line? George Carlin used to say, bikers, freedom, doing lots of crank, banging women against their will and killing teenagers. What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, it would stream through your hair if you didn't have a helmet on. When he gets on his bike, every motorcyclist has a choice to make. Wear the helmet and achieve greater safety. Take the helmet off and have more fun. Every motorcyclist has a choice to make, that is, except in the more than 20 states, including this state of California, that require the use of a helmet by law. And that's just the kind of issue we'll be talking about with Milton Friedman today. As a libertarian, Dr. Friedman believes in the maximum possible freedom for the individual. Yet he also recognizes the need for certain government functions. Which functions? How does he...
Which turns out to be very good.
The good news is he died in a motorcycle accident. Ha! What? That was fun.
About doing the work. Usually when I've come across people who I think of as being pseudo-intellectuals, there are no real feedback mechanisms that are kind of helping them to think in a way that seems to advance understanding, right? So like maybe they're talking to like a very specific audience, and that audience basically just wants to hear their own opinions parroted back at them, right? And they don't have like an editor, they don't have a thesis advisor, nobody who is going to like look at their work in a way that's sort of objective and neutral and hold them to some kind of rigorous standard. The person who's, you know, a traditional conservative and they only talk to traditional conservatives and they just want people to be like, yeah, you're the best. Or the person whose their whole shtick is that they're anti-Trumper or something. Right. I mean, you could come up with a lot of examples.
I like this guy.
Of different communities.
I think Malcolm Gladwell is just an outrageously talented writer. I think
if you don't know, Malcolm Gladwell is a shill and a piece of shit and a bad person. So if he's a talented writer, maybe, but he's also just a bullshit artist. If he is, I would call a pseudo-intellectual, actually. So we'll see where this goes.
he is so good. The thing with Malcolm Gladwell, though, I think, is that sometimes when he presents ideas, they're a little bit simplified, or they're like lacking nuance, or they're like devoid of their context. And so people walk away thinking they have this really strong sense of the topic at hand. But in fact, I think they're like, actually, if anything, in a worse epistemic position afterwards, because they think they get it, but in fact, they really don't. But again, I'll flag, it's not like blanketly true, in my view, that all pseudo-intellectuals are like bad or something. The other person that comes to mind,
if he's going to bring up Malcolm Gladwell, we're going to talk about one of my favorite articles. Come on, let's see. Does this go full screen with the article, or is this all fucked? Yeah, that one's fucked still. God damn it. We'll go back. We'll bring it to the front. And come on. What the fuck? Come on. If you don't recognize this, you should. This is good stuff right here. This is the Exiled Online, Once Upon a Time, one of my favorite pieces. Yasha Levine is a wonderful reporter who's been around for a very long time. Russian Jew, lives in LA, just very smart, has done a handful of documentaries that are brilliant, wrote the amazing Surveillance Valley, and then just did a documentary called Pistachio Wars, about how water is actually being taken where it is. Once upon a time, he was part of a little group called the Exiled. And this isn't the original article. They used to do the shame reports. One second. We're going to go with an old piece. Matt Taibbi, before he sucked, was actually a reporter. I'm not joking when I say that. That's a real thing. He actually was a reporter. And this is... they would every year pick out whoever was the biggest shill for the worst parts of humanity and who ran cover for the worst things. And they would do this every fucking year. Okay? We're just going to move this out of the way for right now. The shame report became a version of this, but the Exiled would decide on who the worst reporter was. This year would be the New York Times. this reporter for the New York Times, very specifically, one second. This is, by the way, one of my favorite things Matt Taibbi ever wrote or did. We'll talk about more specific in a bit, but so it's hard for me not to just read all of this because it's important. In May of 1990, reporter Kathy Cadane of the little-known Washington-based States News Service published an expose contending that the United States had assisted Indonesian ruler General Suharto in committing a massacre in 1965 through 66. This is true, by the way. This was fully set up. A failed plot by the Indonesian Communist Party, the PKI, had left 6 senior military officials dead in 1965. Suharto took control of the country 6 days after the coup attempt and immediately launched an army-run massacre of communists that left between 250,000 and 1 million people, mostly all civilians, dead. If you haven't seen the documentary The Act of Killing, it's about this. Cadane's report was based on interviews with officials who had worked at the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta during that period. One official, former political officer Robert Martins, admitted that to Cadane he had supplied the Indonesian military with a list of 5,000 suspected communists. This is an American. It said, 5,000 suspected communists, many of whom were just killed. Cadane also quoted then-deputy CIA station chief Lazarski as saying that the CIA had contributed quite a bit to Martin's lists. Cadane's report first ran on May 19th, 1990, at first in the tiny Spartanburg Herald Journal, was almost immediately picked up by major papers across the country, including the Boston Globe, Chicago Tribune, Washington Post. Cadane freely distributed recordings of her interviews to other reporters, with the result that many papers, including the Post, simply republished large parts of her report. Conspicuously, however, the New York Times ignored the story entirely at first. It wasn't until 2 months later, on July 12th, the paper ran a long article about Cadane's piece entitled CIA Tie Asserted in Indonesia Purge. The article essentially debunked the entire Cadane report, at one point even asserting, hilariously, political officer Martins had acted alone in compiling the list of communists and independently turning them over to Indonesian military. The Times reporter allowed the CIA, State Department, and Indonesian embassy officials to respond to the allegations, failing to investigate the substance of the report at all. He even went out of his way to quote a Christian Science Monitor reporter who had once worked in Indonesia as saying the whole story sounded pretty far out to him. The author of the Times slam job on Cadane was a young reporter who would, before long, become a rising star on the paper's political desk. His name was Michael Wines. Michael Wines would go on to basically do everything he could to just like run cover for the worst part of everything America in every part of the country. This is what he did. So every year they would do something special. This is like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. This is like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. This is one of those things, like if you have a gag reflex, don't continue watching. I will pull it down in a moment. There's Matt Taibbi, who used to be a reporter and actually edgy and interesting and doing stuff. We walked down in the target room. Inside sat 2 men. One near the window was younger and darker, vaguely resembled post-puberty Greg Brady. That would be Tyler, the older one. Near his seat was hatchet-headed, a slight roll around his waist. Looked like a cross between Jimmy Carter and a pedophile character from the movie Happiness. I moved forward. When you drive to the hoop, you take 1 step, plant the foot, and go up strong. Michael Wines, I said accusatorily. The instant Wines turned around, I hit him with the pie. It landed with an incredible echoing noise, like the sound of a belly flop, and it reverberated through the room. The pie, which rested in a plastic tray, stuck firmly to Wines' face. I said some innocent little words of congratulation, then stepped back. The next few moments were the most delicious of my life. There was total silence. Wines did not react at all at first. He simply sat there with pie in his face. Then slowly he reached his hands up, removed the pie, cradling the remains in one hand. His eyes, which had closed with impact, now looked at us. Those 2 round slits were just only uncovered areas of Tyler's face. His mouth was unbroken line of, yes. They made this pie with horse semen. It's a horse semen custard pie. For a moment, he sat there. There was a hilarious sequence which lasted 30 seconds when the only sound in the room was a jubilant snapping of, it's Mark Ames. Mark Ames, the reporter and wonderful writer, and Kevin's cameras. Then there's an extraordinary thing happened. Tyler, whose face had broken out in deranged smile instant his boss was hit with the pie, got up and walked out of the room. Good job, guys. If you'll excuse me, I'm out of there. And this is Pobornik. That's Pobornik. So this is what the Exiled did every year, and they got photos of it. So they hate bad reporters, and I very much empathize with them. They didn't do this with our friend Malcolm, but they wrote a big piece on him. They said a lot of shit that was very much backed up, and lo and behold, last week he got an email. This was a few years back, by the way. This is 2012. Malcolm Gladwell to Yasha Levine. I recently read your pieces about me. Do you have a time of questions I'd love to ask you? Do you have the time? Cheers. Well, we had reached out to the New Yorker for comment on our expose of Malcolm Gladwell, but New Yorker editor David Remnick initially refused to comment on the record, then went silent. It was about a month ago, before the Shame released Gladwell's profile and report, which I should share here if it's still live. Excellent. Project Shame. I will toss that in chat and you can enjoy it. It is genuinely, if you didn't realize, he's a tobacco industry shill. And during college, received journalism training at the National Journalism Center, an outfit that worked with the tobacco industry to train budding journalists to get across our side of the story. Internal Philip Morris documents show. After college, he worked at the right-wing American Spectator, Mooney-owned Insight, and a neocon Christian fundamentalist think tank called the Ethics and Public Policy Center, which was established by neoconservatives to promote an increased role of religion in public policy. Like, literally, he's just a right-wing piece of shit who, like, has made his way into the liberal side by mathematics. But Gladwell dropped a line. Yasha wrote, "Good to hear from you, Malcolm. I welcome any questions you might have. I have plenty of things to ask as well for a follow-up Shame article we're working on. I want to ask more later, but for now, here are a few questions we would like your comment on. 1. How much is AHIP paying you to speak at its June 22nd conference in Salt Lake City? How much is the Society for Human Resource Management paying you to speak at their event in Atlanta? These are really gross organizations, by the way. How much did Bank of America pay you for that multi-city speaking gig back in 2011? Had you taken speaking fees from any firms or associations from the finance or banking industry before the Bank of America engagement? Please list names, dates, and sums. What is the New Yorker's policy on journalist or editorial conflict of interest? What is your personal policy?" This is, by the way, really damning. Really damning thing. Really damning. And Gladwell, all in good time. It's my turn to ask questions. Can we start with the original article? Apparently caught your eye, the news article on costs of smokers. Can you explain to me why you interpreted that as being in the interest of tobacco industry? This is a piece he wrote for Washington Post in 1990, I believe it was 8. Basically saying, we need to allow smoking. We need to not discourage smoking. He wrote this. This is Malcolm Gladwell. I think this is gross. The implications of it is gross. I think this is gross. I side with Malcolm I side with them on this. I assume the paragraph you're referring to is this. What do you find wrong with it? Are you aware the study you used as the basis for your article was a favorite of Philip Morris? Could you comment on the fact the study you used in your article was cited favorably by Philip Morris? Placed on, like, again, Yasha is a good investigative journalist, like classic, good, smart, interesting. And again, he asked the question, and lo and behold, he doesn't even really answer. And they go back and forth, and it's embarrassing. And that's the reality, is he's just a guy who really knows how to do exactly what he's doing to smuggle right-wing bullshit in and pro-capitalist messages in for people to die. Here is how Philip Morris described Gladwell's gig in its highly confidential 2005 performance summary. Value employees. The program was attended by members of Philip Morris USA's senior leadership team and included an overview of Philip Morris USA, our mission and core strategies, a tour of the factory, a lecture by best-selling author Malcolm Gladwell, and a 2-hour dinner reception. Based on formal evaluation, the event was well perceived and rated by attendees, having a positive impact of our ongoing recruiting efforts. In other words, Gladwell donated his time to help Philip Morris recruit young business school talent for management positions. Gladwell, you're a modern-day Sonia Marmeladova, Dostoevsky's whore with a heart of gold. Fucking, I like Yasha. So, this is, when we talk about pseudo-intellectual, or why someone does a thing or how it impacts, this kind of stuff I think matters. And I think it matters a lot. To me, I think it matters a lot. These things matter. Tango, I don't consider myself a communist, but the whole real communism hasn't been tried thing seems to be more of a matter of active sabotage rather than lack of trying. I mean, I tend to side with Deleuze and Guattari's take on it. Absolutely sabotage, certainly. But it's not like it was going to go well or was like going gangbusters before that. There was, in the beginning, the end already built into it. It wasn't helped along. It was hobbled constantly. And if everyone had made an effort to push it, but again, this is where you get into the reality of capitalism is necessarily that there is one currency, one structure, one power, one global marketplace, those things. Breaking off from that necessitates everyone else do the same thing, or you're just going to be sort of sectioned off and broken. Generally. Anyway, back to pseudo-intellectualism.
Fine. I'm one of those people who picked up chess during the pandemic, and I was like, oh, you know what? I should use an example from YouTube. Okay. So there are some like famous chess YouTubers now. One I'll mention is a guy named Levi Rosman. Levi has some content that's geared just for education. Like he's like, no, just people who want to get better at chess. And he goes, those videos don't do very well. So then he has all these videos that are geared towards just like entertainment. He'll recap games and be like, oh, this is so exciting. He has little bits where he'll shout like, oh, the rook or whatever. And I go like, fair. I think that insofar as majority of his content is geared towards that kind of entertainment, I think it's a pseudo-intellectual pursuit insofar as we can say chess, like learn to get better at chess in and of itself, is an intellectual pursuit. Again, though, I actually don't think that's a bad thing. If you care about chess.
He's young. Not to be a dick. What's the Cat Stevens line? You're young, that's your fault.
You want chess to expand in the world. You want people to get other people excited about chess. I think he does a great job at that. So those would be two examples of pseudo-intellectuals.
Some people think that philosophy is a pseudo-intellectual field. It can be jargony because they feel like philosophy might overanalyze things that don't need to be explored that deeply, or it doesn't engage with the real world, quote unquote. How would you respond to those sentiments? And is there any part of those sentiments that you...
Philosophy does actively all of those things in ways I don't think anything else does. So
you agree with?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the perennial argument against the philosophical discourse, right? It's not part of the real world, but philosophy itself thinks it's looking for the real world, that's what the truth is about. It's about reality in itself. The essence of being, if you want to take sort of Mark Heidegger or Heraclitus or whatever, that's not something that the public should really be interested in because it doesn't have the impact. It's not the impactful side of the philosophical question, but it is a necessary understanding in order to get to that impactful side. So, for example, if you think in terms of...
this guy's spitting.
Ethics, I was recently talking to my PhD supervisor, and I made the statement that philosophical ethics has sort of failed because it simply doesn't affect politicians, the public, the people that are in charge of making decisions about the environment, about our health, about all these different things. And he agreed. He said, because it has become ivory tower elitism. So it's the structure of arguments in philosophical ethics that counts as important rather than the meaning content of an ethical position.
I'll start with a little humility.
I'm not going to disagree with him there. I actually don't disagree with that statement. It's one of the great challenges we have. And I think this is, academics in general, I think has this. The Sabine Hassenfelder bullshit about physics hasn't done anything meaningful. Thank you, Jonathan Kirk. Go to bed, go sleep. Physics hasn't done anything meaningful in the last few years. Like, yeah, but like it has, it's just not like, oh, I invented a microwave, or a television is a thing, or I made radio. Like, it's a different thing. It's a different thing. And one of the challenges we have is that as the pursuit of the thing becomes more academic and feels more divorced, is it necessarily there? Well, God damn it, Codswallop. There's a great book. It is bright pink. I've shown it many times on this channel, and it's right here. It's in my How to Philosophy series. Ian McKenzie, who's fantastic, has a book called The Idea of Pure Critique that actually gets into how a proper philosophical act is actually purely practical. And it's fucking really good. It's super good. It's super good. But it's also, I think, touching into that, where it's the things and the actions we're doing, they are practical. Of course they are. Everything is. In physics and in chemistry and in, name a thing, everyone's doing stuff, but it's because of the process for it to sort of bleed down or to become part of the rest of the stuff. These things take time. And so how do we deal with that? I think there's stuff to be dealt with there, personally.
There's truth to these claims. I think sometimes it is within professional interest to make things more complicated or more interesting or seem bigger than like it naturally needs to be just to get the explanation off the ground. But I'll also say, I suspect that's the vast, vast minority of cases. Like, I do think that happens. Like, it exists.
I also think a lot of people, when it comes to philosophy, are really fucking dumb, because I think they tend to go, oh, philosophy is, I do that. Like, hey, what's life about? I ask my friends, and that's philosophy. And it's like, no. In the same way that, like, if you were to go, dude, if I filled this up with water from a jug of equal size, it overflows. I had physics, dude. You're not doing physics. Like, that's not the setup. There's a lot of work and there's a lot of things that have come before, and it's kind of tough. And you have to kind of deal with things that are a little bit more complicated.
But for the most part, in my experience, most people are just a little underappreciative of how complicated things might actually be. So a friend of mine works on like...
This shit annoys me. Don't do that. The mic is not a thing to play with.
Conceptions of naturalness. Like, what does it mean for something to be natural? Here's a really intuitive view. Natural just means not been touched by humans. Okay, but then you go to like national parks or nature preserves, and those things only exist through incredible amounts of human endeavor to maintain the environment in that way. It's absolutely been touched by human beings. But are we going to deny things like Banff or like Yellowstone National Park? Are those not natural things? It seems like the category breaks down a little. It's not like fully clear.
He's young. It's okay.
So I'd go, I think there's truth to the claim that philosophy overcomplicates sometimes. But I think the vast majority of times it's just actually appreciating the way in which things are deeply, deeply complicated.
I find the idea of like an entire field of intellectual activity, pseudo-intellectual, slightly weird. As I said, like, I don't think there is any distinguishing feature of what pseudo-intellectuals do as opposed to what real intellectuals do. So it would depend on how people do philosophy, not on whether they do philosophy. About the going too deep, you only know whether something is too deep when you know how deep one should go. And you find that out by going as deep as it gets. What I find very important in my own activity is whenever I get into something, I think the first year or something thinking about that I have ideas and solutions and so on. And then I spend like maybe 5 or 10 years finding out how shallow my thinking was and how mistaken I was and how much there is to...
I empathize with that statement so fucking much. When I talk about how a lot of people don't understand what it means to do philosophy, I put old Brooks in that. When you are doing philosophy, there's like the idea. If I say, for example, well, Deleuze places difference prior to identity. If you don't go, if you don't understand that, that's fine. But if, as I'm saying that, you don't grasp how fucking crazy or how profound that statement is, and you don't, how, which is fine. But if you just go, oh, so things are different before they're known. Okay. You don't get it. Like, and I didn't get it. It's fine. But it's like really tough to like actually have a real understanding, and things seem deep when you're shallow, everything seems deep. But once you actually get into this stuff, and this sounds like counterintuitive, and I don't want it to be dismissive. It is not meant to be dismissive. Once you actually are like embedded, very few things, I don't say, wow, that's deep anymore. I don't say that because it doesn't make sense as a sentence to me. I don't know if that makes sense, but like that feeling has shifted in me. I used to be like, oh my God, what an amazing, that's so deep. It's like, because my understanding was shallow. But ever since my understanding's become more, it's like, I don't consider it deep. I don't know how maybe it doesn't make sense to other people, but it just is anathema to how I view things now. As Arod says, Deleuze throughout his books, difference, repetition, and blah, 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 emphasizing references about how to do philosophy. Well, I mean, he's about the practicality of it. He's deeply a practical philosopher. That's like super Deleuze. But also I think a lot of his surrounding people as well. That's how I felt. Spinoza, I was going through quickly going, oh, sure, this makes sense. That's exactly, it's, oh, yeah, no, this is blah, blah, blah. And then like, first time I read Anti-Oedipus, I was like, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, and then like we did our reading, the first reading of the QC, and it was about halfway through the first chapter, or maybe towards the end of the first chapter. And a lot of people who are way smarter than me, like I think they would even recognize the moment where I went, oh God, I'm an idiot. Like, oh God, oh fuck. I was like, oh God, I'm fucking stupid.
To know about those people. That's most of the books that I buy, like are books that I have to buy because someone thought something very similar before, and they came up with all the arguments against what I thought was just obvious. So it is really important to go deep, and
that is, that's like the most humble statement about what it means to do philosophy. I might clip that because that's fire right there. That's fucking really good.
There is to know about.
I'm taking that because that's a fucking really, really good moment. Boop. Good.
Those people. That's most of the books that I buy, like are books that I have to buy because someone thought something very similar before, and they came up with all the arguments against what I thought.
I love that. I've had this moment. God, I feel this so hard. This guy's saying things. The other guy's fire, but this guy's like speaking to me in like a place of, oh God, I think I'm clever because I have an idea of blah, blah, blah. And then you go, oh, someone came up with that. Let's see how smart I am. Oh, yes. Oh, I didn't consider that. 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 That feeling. Oh, it hurts. And when the book's 50 or 60 or older, oh, it hurts. Oh, God. Did they call me a grifter and do podcasts about how bad I was? No. How long was it before I said, oh, Brooks isn't a grifter anymore? No one's done that with me. I've been very honest about my intellectual journey, and I wasn't even trying to be philosophical before. But it's the rest of the QC and the very kind people who were nice enough around me.
What was just obvious. So it is really important to go deep, and in my experience, there is no such thing as too deep, because at every level, it's important to realize that you're not done yet. In principle, there was
and someone always beats you there. You are not Marco Polo, I guess, or I don't know. You're not Apollo 11. Pick a thing. Someone's always beating you there. When you have an original idea and you spend time and you realize, I've had one of these. I've been working on it for a while. It's worth spending the time to make sure every angle of it hasn't been dealt with, that the language you're using isn't just up your own ass, that someone else didn't just use different language to discuss the very same things. It's worth spending time on that because a novel idea in philosophy or critical thought is actually quite interesting and really worthwhile. They're just not that common anymore.
third thing about the real world.
Yes.
Define real world. Like, what does it consist of? Does it really only consist of like chemical molecules or like particles, or does it not also consist of injustice or metaphysics? Like, is metaphysics not part of the real world? Do people think they have intellectual problems? They have questions. They might be skepticists or solipsists or idealists and so on. I think this is part of the real world. So if people engage with that, it might be far away from like rocket science or like physics or.
All right, I'll accept. I mean, he cut his beard, but he's good. He's good. I like him. I like that. I like that statement. The reason philosophy matters is because people have fucking questions. And it's the way he's stating it very complexly, but he's right.
Car engineering or whatever, but that might in some cases make it even more important.
I do think a lot of philosophy is, I don't know, at a certain level pointless or boring or just kind of misguided or whatever. But I don't think that's like pseudo-intellectualism. I just think at some point, if you have some kind of, worldview, like some kind of inchoate picture of things.
Philosophy is stored in the beard.
You have to work out like all the little details to see if it can actually be made to work. And when people are working out the details of worldviews that you don't accept,
this guy hasn't made me happy at all yet, and I demand satisfaction.
Of course, you're going to look at these attempts to work out the details as boring or pointless or whatever. But that's just because like you've kind of already gotten off the bus earlier on, and I would bet that those same people would look at my attempts to work out the details of my world pictures as sort of pointless too. But I just think that's kind of inevitable because philosophy is a clash of very different worldviews. Like that's one of the things that's like wonderful about the discipline, right?
What drew you to philosophy?
When I was in high school, I had this friend. I don't know how
philosophy is stored in the beard. I didn't mean only facial hair.
old you were. And
it's all pubic hair. This is pubic hair. You know that, right? Do you people not understand that a beard is pubic hair? Enjoy that debate.
like, I don't know, like 2009.
2009, I was 7 years old.
Okay, fair enough. I was on check roulette at that time because of the age I was in, and that roughly dates me.
Okay.
And I met this girl. We became friends. Like, nothing romantic. We were just like pen pals essentially. Yeah. And then after a while, like a couple months, I hadn't heard from her, and I wrote on her Facebook wall because back then that's what you did. I apologize. I'm old.
I had Facebook too. I understand what that's like.
And then I got this message from this woman, be like, "Oh, how do you know this girl?" I'm like, "Oh no." And like, I don't know, like 2009.
2009, I was 7 years old.
Okay, fair enough. I was on check roulette at that time because of the age I was in, and that roughly dates me.
Okay.
And I met this girl. We became
face pubes is a wild take. They are. Pubic hair isn't just on the pubic area. It's hair from puberty. Enjoy that.
Friends, like nothing romantic. We were just like pen pals essentially. Yeah. And then after a while, like a couple months, I hadn't heard from her, and I wrote on her Facebook wall because back then that's what you did. I apologize. I'm old.
I had Facebook too. I understand what that's like.
And then I got this message from this woman, be like, "Oh, how do you know this girl?" I'm like, "Oh no, we're just pen pals." She's like, "Oh, I'm her mother. She actually died." And I go,
"What?"
Yeah. As it turns out, she'd been hit by a drunk driver.
Oh my gosh.
And then the mom was obviously and like totally reasonably grieving in a certain way. And she was kind of like questioning me about like, "Oh, can you tell me about like how great my daughter was?" And I go like, "I understand that instinct. That your daughter just died. Like, I get it." The thing is, I didn't really have anything to say. We're pen pals. Like, we're not that close.
Yeah.
Like, it was just, I wrote to her like roughly once a month.
Yeah.
But then if I was faced with an ethical dilemma, like, because on the one hand, you can comfort a grieving mother.
All right. Let me talk to you people about how to deal with people with death. I'm going to go up front with one of my favorite Chuck Palahniuk books is Invisible Monsters. Invisible Monsters is, I think, maybe his best work. No one else does. It's fine. The title is because there are people that are considered so horrific that people will just simply act like they're not there because they don't want to deal with it. If you've ever been around parents who've lost a child in a violent act, not just a drunk driver, I got to know a lot of parents whose only child or oldest child were killed at Columbine. And I got to know a lot of other parents of victims of other school shootings. They tend to be invisible monsters. The reason for that is because a lot of people think they need to be profound with them. They're like his response. Oh, tell me about my daughter. Tell me how great she was. I don't think she said, tell me how great my daughter was. She was like, oh, what can you tell me? Talk to me. Anyone who loses someone, this is something that is universal. They just want stories. They don't want anything grand. How we were a pen pal. Yeah, I met her on this weird website and we wrote back and forth. It was fine. You know, we said this kind of thing. She wrote me and said, it doesn't have to be profound. It doesn't have to be interesting. Someone who's lost a child especially is looking to know that their child had impact outside of themselves. They're looking to know that their child did things of their own. They want to hear stories because someone who's died, if you haven't lost anyone or you have, if you have, you probably understand this. The primary thing we want to do is learn about the person because then we can act like they're still alive. You don't exist. You're not alive right now. None of us are alive right now, not in a meaningful sense. What we are is we are potentiality engines. We are engines that go through the world and we impact things. And when someone dies, that will never happen again. That engine will never change anything. It won't respond. It won't be snotty. It won't say a word back. That is the sadness about losing someone. The sadness of death is in that thing, that you will never learn something new from that person, that they will never change you again. That's how death works. When a parent wants to know, a husband wants to know, a mother wants to know, a friend wants to know, a child wants to know about their parents, they want to know something like that. Just the existence changing somebody. If you do not give them that, because you've decided that you want to be cool and that nothing you say is important enough, you do not have a grasp on how people interact and how they matter to each other in any capacity, and you overthink it to a great deal. Tell stupid stories, tell simple stories. If someone calls because you call their phone or you leave a text saying, hey, haven't heard from you, and it turns out, hey, this is person X's brother. He passed, died last week. Offer, always, if you have the ability, always say, hey, I don't want to push it on you, but I cared about person X, or I barely knew person X, but I have stories. If you ever want to hear them, I'm happy to share them. That's it. Just offering that is the single greatest gift you can give to someone who lost someone tragically. Period. Period. Do that. Please. Don't do this. This is... Kid, he doesn't know better. People don't know better. Kids don't know better. But that's what life and death is. Death is changing things. And if you can just go, yeah, you know, I wrote back and forth. Here, I'll read you the letter they wrote me. As you're reading it, as you're telling the story, that child is alive for that mother until you stop. And it's not cruel. It's not cruel.
But you have to just blatantly lie to her face. Or you can just be honest, like, I don't know anything. But then you're not comforting a grieving mother about the death of her child. And like that feels bad. And I learned I faced what I think to be an ethical dilemma. And that's the first time I ever faced an ethical dilemma in a real poignant way. And
because you overthought it.
And that got me very, very interested in ethics.
I can't just let other people tell me what's right and wrong. I think that's what everybody, like, at least as a teenager.
Hey, the euphemism past always makes me think of Caster and Nay. We use the word past because death, died, and the others have other elements that a person may or may not be comfortable sharing. And for example, people will say, oh, my son passed away a few years ago, even if he was violently shot. My son was killed. People don't want to say because there's secondary language with that affects them. Past, no longer with us, and things as euphemisms are said to avoid the pain of having to actually relive the event itself.
This covers that you don't.
And yeah, it's normal to overthink that kind of stuff. I've had way too much experience with death before I was 20 in weird ways that are awful. It's awful. A number of times I went to like friends' funerals for suicide, even up until I was like moving and I left Colorado. It was too much.
The people to tell you what to do.
Teenage angst.
Yeah.
I was a teenager in the 90s, and in the 90s, like the big policy issue was single payer, or as some people call it, socialized healthcare, right? And whether that was a good idea, whether it was just. And, I was somebody who thought that it was a really good idea. I would have all these debates with my friends about it, and I would listen to radio shows. People would argue that it was not a good idea. So I got really...
Am I the only person who's kind of doesn't see that he's the same age as me, but apparently he is? Anyone else?
Interested in this policy question, and when I got to university and discovered philosophy, I just saw that, okay, there's this field that allows you to like tackle the absolute like deepest like foundational questions having to do with single payer healthcare or whatever the policy matter of the day is. In a certain way, like philosophy is so pure, right? Like there are other disciplines where if they're talking about something like free will, it'll be like, okay, what does this scholar...
What about the other way around, asking a loved one to tell a story about the person who's passed? So there's, in my experience, and this is going to be slightly variable, although I do think I have a good answer for it that's fairly consistent. Don't ask for open-ended things. The person who's lost, especially if it's a parent, especially if it's a parent, a loved one, a husband, asking, do you have any great stories? Makes them flip the Rolodex. You don't want that. They don't want the Rolodex to flip. They don't want the Rolodex to flip. The Rolodex flipping puts them in a position of reliving the worst shit. If you can, and if you want to go down that road, it does help, but you have to be specific. You have to be specific. Hey, I heard Steve loved World of Warcraft. What kind of character did he play? Do you know anything? How often did you have to yell at him? Laughing about those stories and diving past the Rolodex into a single card. That is the thing. But if you make them open the Rolodex and flip around, you've ruined their fucking day. What was his favorite song to play? Not bad. The more specific, the better, because then they can dive right at that memory. And again, I know too many parents who lost kids, and I've had my own share of loss. Not a child, thank God. Miscarriage, but those things happen. They're really more common than people want to talk about, and no one wants to talk about them. But that would be like my top thing, diving past it. The people who've mattered to me, who I've lost in pretty horrifying ways, that helps. When they go, oh, tell me about them. Tell you about them? The first thing, what's the first memory you think I have of this person? It's their death and my experience of it. Fuck you. But a friend of mine, Jess, who, it's a long story. She died a drunk driving accident. She was drunk, so her and her boyfriend were trashed, and they only killed themselves in the end. Thank God. But her family owned the big haunted house in Colorado, like the really cool one. And they ran it every year. They owned the haunted house store. It was really cool. If someone said, tell me about Jess, I go to the drunk driving accident. But if they go, hey, you guys played Mario Party a lot? Yes. That, skipping right past that to happier memories, great way to do it.
Or say about this fiction writer's depiction of free will, it's like so circuitous, and it's like you have to be like enculturated into it. Whereas philosophy is just like, okay, is free will possible? Or like, does God exist? Or like, how do we know that we're not living in the matrix, or whatever the issue is, right? What's right, what's wrong? Some people don't like that, right? I mean, some people think it's like philosophers get in the way, and it's like, I want to talk about the policy issue, and you're just like bringing it back to these questions about the good life or whatever. But I mean, for some people, it's like, you can't, how can you avoid talking about these fundamental questions?
What is philosophy good or useful for, in your opinion?
I think the question, like, what is philosophy good for, might already be like the wrong, or I don't want to answer that question, because I think
It's not instrumental.
it's not for anything. It's for itself, but that doesn't mean that it's isolated from other things. It's with sport.
I don't know if I care about that question. How to promote trust in academics, social media, net plus or negative. I'm probably good on the rest of this. The sued part was the part I wanted to go over. That's the one I wanted to go over. And we got to do some shame and some Malcolm Gladwell and horse sperm pie. By the way, that's the best piece Matt Taibbi ever wrote. If you would search Exiled, Matt Taibbi, horse sperm pie. It's the best piece he's ever written. And it shows he's a very, very good writer, which he was. And it's sad to hear Mark Ames and John Dolan and the others talk about kind of where he's ended up and how they feel about it. It's weird to watch. They've had to watch a few people do it. But yeah. All right. That was fun. Let's do some thoughtful shit. What happened to him? Matt Taibbi sided with Elon Musk after the purchase of X, and basically is a right-wing shill now. They have photos of the guy and eating the custard pie. Yes.
I want to talk about Palestine. Are you surprised that we've had 18 months of a live-streamed genocide? Some of the worst imaginable atrocities. Gaza wiped from the face of the earth. 93% of homes damaged or destroyed. Every hospital attacked. 83% of plant life destroyed. Agriculture raised. Starvation, deliberate starvation, backed up by genocidal rhetoric. And yet the vast majority of the media and political establishments across the West will not call out a crime for what it is. I mean, we've seen war crimes in Iraq and elsewhere. This is of a different order. Do you not think? Are you surprised? Do you find that shocking in some way? Even if we understand the dynamics, the power dynamics, the context, in a sense, it's not. Maybe we're shocked but not surprised. What do you think?
I think you provided now the correct description.
Yeah, shocked but not surprised.
I am not surprised. I saw it coming. This tendency in Zionism has a long history, as you maybe know better than me. The key is already provided by a quite courageous, wonderful text, probably you know it, in 46, I think. New York Times published a one-page advertisement signed by big Jewish names like Einstein, Hannah Arendt, and so on, claiming that, how was it called, the predecessor of Likud Party at that point, that be careful, they are a new form of Nazism. So, no, I'm not surprised, but I think we should, and that's why I admire your podcasts. I am proud to be here with you. We have to keep that sense of urgency. We should be not surprised by shocked again and again, because the tendency today.
I like the phrasing. They called it way back then. It's never been a surprise. Anyone who is an ethno-nationalist of any sort, you're going to have other people contemporaneous to them going, nah. It's it's one of those things about the whitewashing of history that makes me insane when people say things like, hey, well, slavery, we condemn it now. But when you go back, you can't really condemn a person for the ethics of the time. And you can, just so you know, because People back then condemned them for the ethics at the time. There were a lot of abolitionists, anti-slave people. They just didn't have power. It's the same as like right now, for example, the number of people who are against billionaire capitalism is 70 to 80% of Americans. Right? I think that's a fair assessment. I think most people, even Trumpers, fucking hate it. They're against it. They don't quite know what their vote's doing, but you know, that's the way it works. But the setup and how they're invested, they hate it. They're not wrong, but we're not doing anything about it. Like, we're not doing anything about it at all because the power isn't there. The structure isn't there. Things aren't set up in that way. People were very against slavery across the board. It was an awful thing everywhere, but they didn't have the power. Violently, actually didn't have the power. A lot of excessively violent shit was done to shut the fuck up and shut people up who were anti-slave. And I think you see kind of that thing with, you know, John Brown was the response that was necessary because the state would actually actively kidnap people and take them back to their owners in states where it was made illegal. So they just don't, people are against it. So people have always been against these things. South Africa, a huge majority of people didn't want apartheid, but the power structure did, so it stayed. Israel is actually a really interesting thing itself. And you kind of run into this. This is, I always talk about Ireland. Ireland has abortion is legal there. It's the most Catholic, conservative fucking country in the world. It's because actually the people really aren't. They really aren't. They're that because that's who you vote for or who's in power, and you have to vote for the people in power. Voting in democracy is complicated.
On the left and on the right is to normalize this horror. You know, you have right-wing normalizers. I know from once you were part of it, continental Europe, Meloni and others, they don't simply rehabilitate fascism. They just say, you know, we have to look at it objectively. Yes, there were some excesses, but and so on. And then you now also have, but I will not talk about them, some crazy pseudo-leftist rehabilitations, even of Stalin and so on. So we have to keep alive the...
Speaking of... We'll get to you.
Shock. Don't normalize it. Because you describe this in your podcasts, that's, for me, I know I will now sound as an old-fashioned moralist, but what the hell? Why not? You know that we are approaching a stage where even the old hypocrisy has gone. When Israel or Trump, when they do something terrifying, they even don't try to justify it through some complex dynamic. They simply do it. And what is, again, sorry if I repeat all the time this point, as you pointed...
You've talked a lot about sortition as a small universal. So sortition is not universal. It could be, and it would be amazing if it was. The challenge with representative-based democracy is that, and I'm doing a piece on voting and why voting is a problem. Kind of taken a little bit from Ranciere's hatred of democracy, but it's not democracy, the power being with the people, that I hate. It's that we've equated representative democracy in the way that it functions and how it works with voting. Because the challenge becomes, if you're voting for representation, you're voting for Kamala or Trump in this last election. Enjoy voting for anyone else. I don't care about you. You literally were statistically irrelevant. But those two, what were those votes for? Well, they're for the person. Those votes are not, as Trump has said since, you voted for immigration control. You voted for tariffs. You voted for this. You voted for that. No. Actually, they voted for you, and the complexity of the human that voted for them in all of those drives collapsed into a single point, and we forced it to collapse into a single point. And it doesn't mean anything except that. But because of the people behind it and the force that went into it and all of the impulses, we presume all the rest. I know a lot of people who voted, my mom voted for Trump because of RFK and because of his health stuff, because she wanted that to go in and she was terrified of other stuff. Yeah, again, I'm not saying otherwise. I have a lot of disagreements with my parents, trust me. But that's not someone who voted for Trump for all these things. But it doesn't matter because the single vote makes the rest of that the case. Because we vote for the person, not for activities, not for policies, not for inactions. We vote for the person. So the person is as flat and as two-dimensional as possible. That's why Trump wins, because he is basically pure fiction. He exists as pure fiction. I mean, for Christ's sakes, the QAnon people who made their entire lives about getting rid of child predators voted for a guy who's an absolute child predator. And can you imagine? But they don't care because, again, they're voting for a two-dimensional person. And that single point is it. Same's true on Kamala's side. I didn't have a lot of options. I needed to vote for someone who would counter things I saw as bad. All of that collapsed. So, if you want to learn about sortition, you can go to the QC, search sortition. I've got 5 or 6 PDFs in there. Sortition's fascinating because it works like juries. So instead of electing people, we don't. Everything is basically set up at various levels of, we'll call scale. And those levels of scale determine randomly what group of the populace they're set for. So if, for example, in your, your town, there's a town council. We don't do like vote for this person, vote for that person. There are administrators and bureaucrats who do stuff. We kind of have to have that. But sortition is instead, okay, so for the next 6 months, these 65 people are the town council. And they can be, I don't care if they're anonymous, it doesn't matter. And they're that for 6 months, randomly chosen from the entire population of voting age adults. Randomly chosen. If we get 65 guys who are super into logging one year and that's it, too bad. If we get 65 guys who are socialists, too bad. 65 chiropractors, too bad. It's random. That's it. It's 100% random. And what that does is it shifts why people do things. Because if you're here for 6 months and you're doing things, you're going to try to do your best and you're out. You're out. After 6 months, you're done. You actually don't serve again the rest of your life. Unless it's a very small town, obviously there's but like, that's the idea. If it's county level, city level, state level, area level, national, you take the entirety of the populace and you randomly select. Like seriously, when I say randomly, the most random. And that's it. And it's a paid position. People get paid to take time. They do the thing and they have to. They have to serve. Like if there is a service, this would be it. You have to serve if you're chosen because all of us take part in this. All of us are involved. And if you are a piece of shit and you decide I'll sell all my votes, go for it. Go for it. We want, and everyone votes for policies. The people who are selected vote for policies, not people. They vote for things to be done, stuff to be taking action. Is it a perfect system? No, but randomness is fucking sexy. And the places it's been done are incredibly powerful. So I make a big argument for it myself. So I'm a big sortition fan. I don't believe in representative democracy.
Out in many of your podcasts, how problematic even their metaphors or historical references that they use to justify what they are doing. I mean, it's terrifying. For example, not only did Netanyahu a couple of times refer to Gaza Palestinians as Amaleks, but now even the Supreme Court make a very obscure decision where they claim that this parallel with Amaleks means that if Israel is confronting someone who is today like Amaleks, then basically they say we can do the Holocaust, we can kill them all.
Well, to be clear with the story of Amalek, Amalek attacked the Israelites, and it's the one...
Which is madness.
The one time when...
The Irish Citizens Assembly is not a good example. It's a perfect example. And it actually is a good example of how these things get pushed back. Because sortition, because it's random, and by the way, there aren't any examples of like sortition where people drastically vote one direction or another. Like, because you still need the 60 votes to do stuff out of every 100. You still want like a super majority or larger than just a line vote. But you don't have random people actually turns out are a pretty good representation of people. That there's a lot of crypto projects who do a little bit of sortition. They don't touch it in the right way. But yeah, no, there's a lot of, this is the kind of interesting thing, because if we're talking about randomness, which I tend to be a big fan of, the idea of random people, it one puts capital on a back leg because there's no such thing as a career politician. Bribery sounds an obvious flaw. I mean, sure. But again, you put in laws, you have everyone vote. Okay. Can you take money when you're doing this? No. All right. So you make the vote. You make these things vote on themselves and how these things are built. You deal with it as it goes. That's the whole point, is you deal with it as it goes. You have a supermajority vote and you run. And this odd things where it's like, AOC, if you didn't watch the first 2 years of her Instagram, you should have. A Twitter feed too. She basically spent the first like 6 months of her entire congressional career talking about what it means to be in Congress and how it works. Because she was like learning. She was like, I'm going to talk to everyone, blah, blah, blah. And it was really innovative at the time, but it was really amazing. And the biggest lesson, by the way, is primarily the work that they do is dealing with the superstructure of power and navigating that. So fuck that. Most of them are ready to get to work almost immediately. There are people who know how to write bills. Those are not the people you elect, by the way. They're already not the people you elect. People who write bills, write bills. The people who have information, write information. There is all of that. All of that. Can it work in a capitalist society? It will work better than what we have. Will it work perfectly? No. But it'll work better. And it's a fascinating thing. I'll bring up some stuff on it in a minute if we're still in it.
When the Israelites were permitted to kill every man, woman, child, and livestock.
In contrast to many of today's...
There's a cute little pamphlet I have. Again, if you join the QC, you search for sortition. It's in the library. We have a ton of shit in there that's really, really great and makes me pretty happy, actually, overall. I would suggest going with that and taking a look. It's really good stuff.
Either Jews or Christians, I, as an atheist Christian, as I define myself, I actually read at least parts of the Bible. Please go and look at that part. It's horror. Israel was wandering for 40 years on Sinai. Then they are up on the mountain and see down there is a nice valley with people who were the Amalek. And then who appears? Jehovah.
Hi.
Yeah, who said, go down, kill them all. Children, animals, everybody.
Yeah,
and then, to be honest, Joshua is slightly surprised. He says, but wait a minute, we came here, they didn't do us anything, can we, and so on. And Jehovah insisted, no, you have to do it, and so on. I mean, don't you find a little bit strange to refer today to this example? But I think they're doing it on purpose. What you said about here, I'm even maybe more of a pessimist. It's a refined distinction, but nonetheless. I think that it's not so much that the majority don't know. They know, but they pretend that or act as if they don't know. They
disavow. I tend to believe this about the majority of the Israeli population. They exist in the same way Americans often do in these kinds of things. It's a internal disavowal, which is very complicated, to be frank, to deal with. Very complicated. But I believe it's an internal disavowal. Again, no one knows everything all the time on everything. They don't think things all the time. That's not how things work. We tend to think in reaction to things in the world. And if you're in the right situation, you may not have to react to something at all.
No, even the right-wing media are most pro-Zionist, that horrible things are happening, not only in Gaza. From the beginning, I insist that West Bank is the key, and so on. But, you know, we just decided to ignore it, and why this horrifies me? Because, very briefly, why do I define myself? It will sound as a joke, I repeat it all the time, but it's not. Why do I define myself as moderately conservative communist? Because I think that the big problems that we are confronting today, ecology, world war, artificial intelligence, every idiot should know, and we all know it, that we can only cope seriously with these problems in a global approach. That's for me communism, not a new Stalin Politburo, but serious global cooperation. The example that I like to use is, you remember, now it's already 3 or 4 years ago, when in that area, Vancouver, Seattle, temperatures reached 50 degrees Celsius. For a couple of days, Vancouver, Seattle were more hot than the usual suspects, that is to say, Emirates and that part. Now, can you...
All right, I'm going to upload to the... 1 second. I'm going to be putting stuff in the... Text requests. I'm going to dump some stuff in there. 2 seconds. All right, here is a bunch of works. And I think, Olivia, you're still Olivia. Right? I think you are. I mean, not Olivia. Pretty sure you are Olivia. Is that right? That's fine. Once you confirm that, I'm putting it in the text request area regardless. There was a birth and abortion camp in Waltrip West, fallen from 1943. Part of the solution for the Slavic people during World War II. Nobody in the town knew what was happening there, but they did and they didn't. Yeah, it's there's an amazing story of a death camp in Germany that the American commander, and it's a real story, the Americans got to it and were just like, what the fuck? And they actually brought people from the nearby village in at gunpoint, and they made them walk through the whole thing to see it. And they talk about it afterwards, and they're like, it's clear these people knew what was happening, but they didn't know. And it's like, that's how you end up in this position. In America, for example, everyone knows that ICE is doing some shit. I don't know how else to put it. They have announced that there are no lower or upper age limits anymore. And anyone who joins ICE, which is the brown shirt Gestapos of the United States, now has full student loan forgiveness, a $50,000 signing bonus, and high salary. That's fucking insane to me. They eliminated the young age. So there's like, you can be 19 and do this. You can be 50 and do this. They actually have an ad for father-son ICE applications. I'm not joking. And these are awful things these people are doing. And everyone kind of knows. They see the videos. They don't, like, some people are jerking off online about them because they're Nazis. But people who are not, like, doing that, they see them and they're like, well, it's a necessary evil. Shit like that. But they are saying evil. They know it's not good, but they're still doing it. Right? They're still allowing it. That's a perfect example. They will most of these people, and I know a couple people who are like super backing this stupid shit. If they had, and they have friends who are illegal, they know people who are. And if they saw ICE taking that guy away, it might come to blows or guns or worse with some of these right-wingers, because that's not the guys you're supposed to go after. They know those people are absolutely on the chopping block, but they're not aware of it. They disavow. As the Zupanzik thing, which I really believe in it, and Zizek, she gets that from Zizek. Karl Marx, they're doing it, but they don't know they're doing it. Yeah.
Blame them. No. Locally there, they had a pretty consistent...
Can we just do a real quick drip check? This is a terrible outfit for Zizek to wear. Why is he wearing capris? Are capris for older Slovenian men a thing? Anyone want to tell me about that? Or are those sweatpants? I don't think they're sweatpants. This is a mess of an outfit.
Ecological, they were definitely not worse than others. We know what's the problem. The circulation of air around northern pole is deeply disturbed. That's why even in northern Russia, Siberia, that Arctic coast, temperatures in the last year are reaching 35 degrees and so on. So you absolutely cannot, it's meaningless to approach it as a local problem. We need global approach. And do you agree with here, or do I go too far? What do I mean by moderately conservative? I'm sick, now comes the problematic part. I'm sick and tired of these leftists fascinated by the big events, 1 million people on Tahrir Square and so on. This doesn't fascinate me. My obsession is always the morning after. Okay, let's look 3 months
we know.
later, when the situation returns to normal. What's the situation of so-called ordinary people? That's why my old joke, maybe you know it, that film V for Vendetta.
If you haven't been on this stream for a long time, I've said that fucking line and quoted him a ton because it's one of my favorites. And I know it's not his, but I like how he phrases it. And that is absolutely the thing. It's not interesting to have a lot of people. I don't care about that, because if you can figure out what happens the next day and how to not revert to shit capitalism or tyranny, we don't need the event. I don't believe we need the event. If you can tell me how the next thing works, we just go do that and it wins. Like, that's right. Do you understand that?
Usual.
You don't think Zizek cares much about fashion? You'd be completely right.
Joke was, in my tasteless style, I would sell my mother into slavery to see V for Vendetta Part 2. Because at the end, people take over. Nice, but what will happen then? What will they do? I think that what Trump got correctly, and that gives me hope for us, is that he saw that this neoliberalism in the form of liberal democratic welfare state, whatever, that it's time it's over. You know who even saw this clearly? Francis Fukuyama himself. That's why in the last election he advocated voting for Bernie Sanders.
I have to stop the video because after that we get to weird territory. Oh no.
So now I will go to provoke you, maybe.
Oh, okay. So we have possibly finished with good Zizek, and we may be getting old Zizek.
Too far. I would say that the left first has to stop this fascination with old-fashioned subversion. events, you demonstrate on the street, you break windows, you make obscene gestures, and so on. Sorry, the right has taken this from us, inclusive, as I repeat in every of my appearances here. For example, the 6th of January, my friends were crying. They were telling me, my God, a large group of people invading the seat of power, Congress. We should be doing this. No, they are doing this. And I am here for what? First, that's why I quote in that book, Zero Ground or What, although I'm very critical, otherwise of Lenin, Lenin's wonderful text from 1922 on...
It's a mooncat. It's a nice, like, blue sparkle. I think it's got a nice sheen. Nice sheen. 90,000 on the bridge. No, I'm always happy to see protests and people going out and doing something. Don't get me wrong, Danuta, at all. Especially this is going to sound probably terrible. I'm far more interested in those in countries with lower populations because 500,000 people doing something in New York is a shit ton. It's extraordinary, but it's like, even in New York, that's like Tuesday. So it's kind of like here, it's a very different beast. Again, it's a lot of what I'm saying or how I'm reacting is from the U.S. perspective. But what I will absolutely say I agree with them on is, again, the thing that matters is, okay, so what do we do next? And how does the next system work? Because if it's just more capitalism, we didn't do shit. And it's just going to go right back to it. $28 million there. Yeah, we have 300 million. So it's and we're scattered and wide. The U.S. is a very complicated, shitty sort of place for that. It's annoying. I do disagree in the sense of I think people protesting is good and it exists. It pushes power. I'm not negative on it. I do think if I were to take him in best faith, more or less what he's saying is that we need to stop like thinking, oh, we've had this huge moment, because I agree mostly. I think we had on the emancipatory side of things, I'm not even sure I call the left a thing anymore, but on the emancipatory side of things, we had BLM, we had Occupy, we had a whole bunch of shit. We had the Arab Spring, a whole bunch of stuff that has proven over and over and over that it doesn't lead to a goddamn thing. Not as in terms of like the overall thing. It changes things culturally. It does stuff. I want things to change. Do that. It's the same as the way I would argue votes. A vote is not where your work should end. A vote is the least you could do for the most amount of impact kind of thing. But that's not going to be how we get to revolution. It's going to be how we get change. We need change. But the conversation for me is revolution. And the conversation for a lot of people on the left is revolution. How do we change the whole system? And it's not going to be through protests or events or a lot of people getting together. The idea of everyone getting together and waking up suddenly. Stop being performative. I don't know if you're talking to me, Secret Asian Dan. These nails, they're performing just fine. So he's being provocative. I get it. But it's one of those things where it's like, if he's talking about the intellectuals, I will say intellectuals on the left need to stop being like, so many people are going out. It's like, okay, look, no. You took it to the polls too well. That's the thing I think he's saying is like doing that. I believe that what we're going to see over the course of the next year in the US is going to be a weird turn towards something new. And I think that there's a lot of influence that can be made to push things in a direction that I believe is extremely positive, because the midterm elections next year, Trump is going to get fucking wrecked in. Republicans are going to get fucking wrecked across the entire country. It's why they're trying to redistrict Texas and they're trying to change the rules. They're trying to change Texas to be a 100% red state, despite all of the 45% people who vote against Republicans there. And they gerrymander the shit out of that state. But they're doing it, and they're going to push it through. But here's what they don't get. California can do that same game. Texas is going to give an extra 4 or 5 seats. California does this, it's another 40 seats. California is way bigger than Texas.
Climbing a mountain. When he said, when...
Dottie girl? One sec. Dog needs to be let out. One moment. Dottie girl, you okay? What's up, sweetie? Oh, go out. Go out. Go. Yeah, you get my fat ass in some fucking sweats too. In my lazy sweats. Oh, and if you have a good eye, you might have noticed it's my one piece. I actually bought merch from a streamer. And if you can figure out which streamer it is, you might laugh. Not really to support the streamer, just because they were on sale for like 80% off. And I needed some camo. So that's that. They are cool pants. Thank you.
This is a model of revolutionary process. When you climb a mountain and you see halfway that you got stuck, you don't just stand there and think about it. You must retreat down to the 0 level. And this is what...
It's not Kaisenet. I agree with Zena's sense. Lots think new Corbyn party is a revolution. There's a lack of healthy critique on the left. Means we're at risk of a boom and bust and splitting left vote. Yeah, but I would also say, again, I go back to, if we can figure out what the next thing is, we just do it. And I think we're a lot closer to that than people want to admit or understand because of the way tools are shifting and the way that poverty is shifting in America and globally. The comfort that has put Americans and middle-class people in white countries in a, no, oh no. I have to clean that off. See, I can't put my hands through my hair right now because of the nails. My thumb went in. God damn it. What was I saying? Oh, the comfort that the middle class of America has been in a really weird position of that has given them the comfort to have less of a care about things. That's gone. Like people don't know. People don't know. People don't know how America's over. It's already happened. There's a amount of time it takes to get to normal people. But when they're pulling in tariffs, when we have 12,000 jobs a month for 3 months in a row, on top of the inflation we have that's not really there, on top of the dramatic drop in import-export relationships, it's over. It's over. And that'll happen slowly but surely. It'll be a ton of people borrowing more against their house, more foreclosures, more bank-owned properties, more people renting, fewer people able to sustain rent, and it's going to collapse everything.
What the left should do today.
Well, I mean, you said one thing is clear with this victory of Trump, as well as with the rise of the populist right in Europe, the left has reached its 0 point. It will have to reinvent itself thoroughly or it will perish.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering...
I agree with that.
When the left re-emerged as a political force in the West in the mid-2010s, you got Bernie Sanders, Corbynism, you got Syriza, you got Podemos and all the rest of it, and they all crashed to some degree. But, I mean, is an optimistic... You know, when Barry Goldwater, the right-wing Republican...
I remember. I'm old enough.
Well, indeed. So you'll remember...
I don't believe they crashed. I believe they ended up being ineffective at a policy level. It's not the same thing. Corbyn, to his credit, awakened a lot of young people, and I would say the same as Sanders, to what politics could mean. That is invaluable. And it doesn't really have a way of being used yet. It's not being set up yet. People aren't really aware of what to do with it yet, but that awakening is next fucking level. Genuinely. That shit is next fucking level. And that's the stuff where it's like, okay, what are we going to do now, kids? That shit? Yeah. Let me put it this way. When I voted for Gore and I got really upset about Bush stealing the 2000 election, I didn't have a lot of friends who gave a fuck. Bush running, Bush doing his thing, being upset at Bush. I didn't have a lot of friends, especially my age. Like within 5 years or 10 years, who gave a fuck. Right now, the number of disaffected youth who are angry about the world is angry in a way that I, as a zennial, Gen X or millennial, is unrecognizable for my generation. My generation was angry as a thing, but angry about the political situation and being aware of it. Corbyn and Sanders did that. Corbyn and, like, even if, and I mean this, I think Sanders is actually fairly responsible for a huge number of people who did end up voting for Trump. Not in the sense of like, he pushed votes away from Hillary. No, fuck off. We know statistically Hillary voters actually were more likely to vote for Trump. But the 15-year-olds and the 13-year-olds who were around that time when Sanders was kicking things off and kicking the tires and getting people to talk about stuff, who got inspired in some capacity, those kids who turned out to be Trumpers because they got angry and there was no one on the left to grab them, I think that is also politically disaffected, angry people. That's a thing we didn't have in America prior. Not really. Politics was for like wonks and weirdos. Period. It hasn't been for about 10 to 15 years. If you don't know that, if you don't know the difference, because you're young, the people who my age I would fight someone on this if they disagree with this statement. If you think people in the 90s were as invested in politics beyond buying the fucking Clinton deposition at fucking Barnes and Noble or hearing about blowjobs or making jokes, they didn't give a fuck about like the ins and outs of NAFTA. They didn't care about, these deals back and forth. They didn't give a fuck about these things. They cared, but it was like an SNL joke at worst, or Jay Leno or whatever the shit. People care now, and they're informed in a way that they weren't, and they're disaffected. They're disaffected. The entire world is like this. I agree. I think there's been a switch off in terms of like what politics means. And I think to say, again, this is the thing when we talk about, well, Bernie Sanders didn't win, so did he do anything? Yes. If you think he had no impact, then you absolutely are like built into the great man theory of history in the most painful, awful way. So don't just ugh.
That was 1964 when he got thrashed by LBJ. And people then in 1980 all said about Reagan's victory that Goldwater won. It just took 16 years to count the votes. And I suppose my question is this because the left had been so comprehensively destroyed in the 1980s for a range of reasons. The end of history, as Francis Fukuyama put it, with the end of the Cold War, Thatcherism, the defeats of the Labour movement.
But Olivia says, this is what worries me about the lack of critique. Likes that Corbyn had blinders on, don't appear. Let them. Look, there's a reality to how politics works. What you're doing as a person is not ever going to make the change. You are not the guy. There is no great man, woman, person. It's not how it works. If there is a swell, people fill those positions. People find their way into that. And I would argue that swell is happening. That swell is happening. Corbyn's going to fuck it up. I think there's a very good chance that Trump is going to end up serving a third term. I mean that. Is this permanent? No, nothing's permanent. Is this the setup? No. But these things are putting us in a position where what is politically possible is changing. It's completely changing. The potential of politics has changed. And that is Zizek's point here, by the way, that the left needs to reinvent itself. It doesn't have to do it in the next 3 months. This is not an instant thing. The left needs to figure out what it means. My version of that, by the way, is that I don't believe there's a left, and I think we need to immediately embrace the miasma of multiplicity of people and embrace everyone where they're at. Push an idea of a sortition where it doesn't matter, like, oh, we don't need to be cohesive. Fuck cohesion. We exist. All people exist. We all want freedom. I want freedom for everyone, even the fascist, but I want freedom that enables everyone, not freedom that collapses everyone. And that thing is what you push for. And I think there's room there.
Movement, and we were defined by what we were against, not what we were for.
Embrace Michael Burns where he's at. I mean, you can call him a dumbass. That's fine. These people are where they're at. I'm no longer going to be embracing Michael Burns, and I find it very, very sad. But again, he's a great man type. He said, someone sent me, and I don't know if you saw, he was on another podcast going on about how the first pope from the Americas was finally chosen, because Central America and South America are not really America after all. That kind of like hyper egotistical self-centeredness, those people do well in capitalism. There's nothing you can do about that. But I don't care about doing well in capitalism. I care about changing things.
And we had to reconstruct a vision of what being on the left meant.
Can we win? Well, perhaps amplifying the infighting. There's no infighting. There's no group.
And, so when Sanders and Corbyn and all the rest appeared, we didn't have that foundation. So they had to do the intellectual foundation at the same time as running for power. So there's an optimistic sense, an optimistic look of kind of reading. That was the first wave. That was our Goldwater moment. And maybe we'll have our Reagan moment in the years to come.
But I think that these leftist attempts always nonetheless ended up in the mainstream liberal democratic order reinventing itself, somehow take it over. That's why, another shock for you, I'm really opposed to the legacy of 68. Because I think that if you look at the greatest success of...
What's your opinion of third world socialism? That's a fucking broad topic, Laura. You might have to be more specific, unless that's a movement I don't know about. If you're just talking about the nature of how socialism and Marxism showed up in third world countries, or you have to be a little bit. Islam is right. There is only the bourgeois. Everything else is a reaction to the bourgeois. And again, just like voting, if you have to pick the bourgeois, it's because you're invested in the power structure, which is republicanism, Trumpism. You're invested in it. Maybe you're invested slightly differently, so you're voting for the Democrats. Whatever it is, you're bourgeois, you're invested. Everyone else is not invested. So what is that other group? Well, when we say the other group is opposite that, then you're defining one pole with another pole, one point with another point. But that's not where everyone else is. Everyone else is a unique, snowflake, wonderful thing that we need to allow and encourage.
Counter-revolution, sorry for use this term, it's how the system appropriated the legacy of the 60s.
Can a bunch of people who fight each other and aren't even really a group defeat destroy fascist regime? Yes.
68. What was the 68 program, to simplify it?
It's the only thing that can defeat fascism ultimately.
Manual factory labor, more creative work, then against alienated universities, more concrete education, sexual liberation. We got it, but in a terrifying form. You no longer have... Today we are getting this with what Trump is doing. No, we don't need alienated humanities, as you know here, Kingston, Dundee, cancelling. We need this pragmatic education, quick courses to deal with real problems. This is, for me, the formula of a catastrophe, because you know where ideology works. What's the duty of us philosophers? No, we are often idiots, not to provide answers, but to see, when people perceive a problem, we live in a crisis, to ask, what if the way we perceive a problem is part of a problem? Where is really the problem? And you don't get this from this pragmatic approach. Then, against factory work, alienated, serial work, now we are getting precarious work, which is something much more horrible. It's, I think, would you agree, maybe the greatest neo-capitalist invention. You know why? Because in classical factory work, you at least knew the boss is there, I'm here, alienated working class, and I have certain basic safety, you know, like you may be exploited, blah, 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 but you have usually some kind of healthcare, retirement, and so on. With precarious work, first, the ideology is that you are treated as a small capitalist, like Uber driver. Uber will say, we are not exploiting you. You offer something on the market, you own your own.
They used to call them entrepreneurs early on. They used to call Uber drivers entrepreneurs. That was the idea. He's completely spot on.
Or your own means of production. We just mediate between you and the potential public, those who want your services. So what I want to say is that the whole situation is deeply mystified because A, you are presented as a small capitalist, and there is already at a formal level precluded that you will have solidarity with other Uber drivers. No, they are your competitors. And the one who is really screwing you, exploiting you, claims, I'm nothing, I'm just...
Putting my money where my mouth is going. Well, thank you very much. You're very kind. The Uber driver thing is insane, but I consider it the same brainworm problem, the lie of capital, where money and capital, people talk about it in the same breath, like CNBC. Oh, people make $200,000 a year. That is money. And they invest $200,000 in the stock market. That's not money. That's capital. The way these two things work is very different, but the language, the semiotic structure sounds the same. But what they do systematically is a completely different beast. What Uber's done, and I think Uber and Meta and all these platforms have shown that I think is really kind of amazing, actually, is they've shown actually structurally how the capitalist owns what the means of production mean. And it's means of production are not the factory machines. That's not the thing that a capitalist owns. They don't, actually, by the way. That's not how capitalism works. They don't own that, generally speaking. Often they'll borrow against it, even. What they own is the ownership of the factory, which is a weirdly abstracted thing, but if it's the platform. They own the platform that the factory is on. They don't really need to own the land. That's not relevant to them. That's actually not their bottom line. They don't need to own the machines. They don't even really need to be paying you directly. What they own is that, and then they take their cut. They have an exceptionally smart move they've made by diving full bore into capitalism. And I think Uber shows exactly how it functions. If you have to work to survive, you're not a capitalist. If you have to work, I think that's it. If you have to work, if you don't have to work to survive, see it again, even if actually I'm going to disagree. So there are people who build patents for companies who live extremely well. They're multimillionaires. They never have to work again. But they make something like, I have friends who have fucking worked on the team that made Google Wallet, or I know people who worked on iPhones. The guy who designed the first MacBook. I've met these people. They're lovely. They have a lot of money, but they don't make their money from the same shit as the capitalists. In fact, they, despite making a lot of money, are actually significantly more exploited than any other person in history. like in an extraordinary way. Because you're talking like slave level exploitation, because the amount of money they were paid versus what they actually generated in value for the company is not even commensurate. It's not even commensurate. The people who built Google Wallet may make or be worth $3, $5, $6, $7 million. So they don't have to work to survive. They probably have a lovely home and they're working for a salary and they're doing okay. Maybe they have a little bit of ownership of the company, but that's not a capitalist. On top of that and again, this is why it's important to be very specific with how Marx talks about this stuff. Really important. Exploitation can't be done to a capitalist. Capitalism doesn't exploit capitalists. Capitalists exploit everyone else. So if someone is exploited, they're not a capitalist. That's it. So this means, yes, there are investors at family firms who are being exploited, who are investing in businesses and doing all of the awful shit, who are also not capitalists, because their labor and their work, they're not seeing 100% of what they're doing. A capitalist is seeing the rest of it. They're reading this as biconditional. I only meant it one direction. No, that's the fun part. Is like, I actually think, and I'm not picking on you, Justin. I just think it's a really fun, specific thing to go into. But, there are people who make 10, 15, 20, $100 million a year working at these crazy firms who the day of 2008, when Bear Stearns closed down, all lost their jobs. That kind of shit. Are those guys capitalists? No, they're not explicitly, because they're being exploited by the system. Period. Exploitation happens to everyone except capitalists. Because the people who are capitalists, people who have money at the top, they're not losing any part of their labor. They're not having anything extracted from them. They are doing only the extracting. There's fewer of them than you think. There are 5,000 of them globally, 10,000, and the whole system is built to support them. That's the part that's like, when we talk about capitalism, it's not against the rich. It isn't. It's the easy line to draw. At least it used to be. In the 1910s and 20s, super easy line to draw. If people had good money, they probably were a capitalist back then. Because how you had capitalism is you owned land and a factory and you just didn't do anything. Primarily. That has changed over time as capitalism has changed. And as capitalism has changed, it has adjusted and it has refined. Who is not exploited? Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump, done. His family, everyone in his family. None of them are exploited. They are only exploiting. There's a lot of people like this. They're very easy to spot. They're not doing labor meaningfully, and the labor they're doing, they're getting more than 100% of their value out of it, or getting just 100%. Elon Musk is a capitalist. He's not getting exploited at all. Jeff Bezos, Jeff Blackburn. If you don't know who Jeff Blackburn is, he's one of the other main guys of Amazon over the last 20, 30 years. Yeah, there's a bunch. Pretty much anyone on Shark Tank, for the most part. That thing, this is where Murdoch? Oh, no, Murdoch absolutely is a capitalist. For sure. His kids too. Because they're not, everything they do, they get the money back for. There's no one who's taking money out of their pockets when they're doing stuff. They pay people. That's not exploitation. But the labor generated by those people is going into the pockets of the Murdochs or whoever's in charge of Disney. And again, it's investors primarily. Bill Gates, Koch brothers, Armani, again, oligarchs globally, they aren't being exploited. That's a sign of a capitalist. That's it. And it's kind of the thing that people don't get, and it's why they really want to do their best to be like, no, it's rich people. Rich people want to do that. Really rich. Because if you go for the rich people, they have time to run because they have bunkers. The really rich do. The regular rich don't. People who pump crypto. Varies. Varies. Depends on whether the Trump family is beholden to Russian blackmail. Even if they're beholden to Russian blackmailers, everything the Trump family does, they get 100% of the money from. Even if they're beholden, or he's cuckolded by Putin, or not. Like that's almost irrelevant to the conversation of whether or not he's a capitalist. How do you quantify people's labor? Oh, sure. I have a pizza place. I run it every day, and I pay for a bunch of cheese and dough. I make everything myself. And at the end of the day, I take home my pay. That done. I go, oh, actually, I'm going to bring Yog in. Yog's going to come work for me. And Yog is going to make half of my pizzas. And I'm going to pay him $20 an hour. Now, over the course of that day, we sell 1,000 pizzas for $20 each. I pay you $20 an hour. That's how you quantify labor. You're getting fucked. And it's at every level. It's one of the things people don't get about labor theory of value. Marx isn't wrong about this, but people think it's like, oh, labor. Well, then look, when someone does this, why doesn't it cost this much? It's like, it does. You're just not doing it from the right direction. If I decide I want to make nail polish, okay? Well, let's use Mooncat. Mooncat is a fairly indie brand. They do everything they can. How much of this does Mooncat make? Very little. The caps, they don't make. The glass, they don't make. The materials, they certainly don't make. They put it together. They may ship it. They may have people doing that. All that is paid employees. They're not a co-op, as far as I know. And most of the money goes back in the business, pays everyone at different levels. But there are investors. But every input also has the labor theory of value in it. And it goes all the way down to the guys mining. That's how it works. Like all the way down to the mining. So when you have a metal cap, the way that it works is that metal, the value of it, the cost of it is literally determined by how much labor has to go into it. Because I will sell it cheaper if I don't have to have labor, but I can't sell it cheaper than labor. Labor is the bottom. It's the floor. If something doesn't need labor, it's free. That's it. That's it. It's free. But everything costs labor. Everything takes someone doing something somewhere in the chain. And when people do things, we have to pay them. What's the least we can pay them? Well, slavery. Slavery. Beyond that, have you ever seen sulfur mines? Have you ever seen sulfur mines? No, what are you doing? Sulfur mines. If you haven't seen it, this is sulfur mining. See this? This is Indonesia. This, not good work, by the way. Not good work. Cheap as shit. These guys are not making good money. They're not even making good money by Indonesian standards. So the way sulfur's taken out of this, you see this shit? Now there's a guy with a stick. That guy had a rock. No sand. This is natural sulfur. Good sulfur. So this, he's getting paid, but his labor costs money. Pennies for insane amounts. But everything you need sulfur for, which is way more than you think, this is sulfur. Now pick another mineral. There's not a lot of good mining. Like there's not a lot of jobs where it's like, you know, actually I really want to go mine that because that's the good stuff to mine. No. I went over this in my last video. They clear-cut goddamn mountains to get shit out. Mining is dangerous. My great-grandfather, my grandpa's dad, died when he was under 2 years old in a mining accident. So he never knew his father. My great-grandfather died before he was even able to really speak because mining is awful. It's an awful job. No one should be excited to have it. It pays shit work. It's also one of the first places that they really fought to unionize here. So solidarity, but it's shit work. But it's also the baseline, because whatever it costs, that cost gets filtered up because someone needs to pay for that material. The material is not free, and it doesn't just cost randomly $2. It's $2 because of the labor and need, shipping and all the costs and fees and all that shit. And that gets filtered in. All of these things get input into the capitalist system and come in. And so you have layers of labor, and the value of a thing at the end of it is 100% determined by labor. Well, how do I know this? Because when they can cut labor, they cut labor, but you can't cut anything else. There's nowhere else you can cut costs. Labor's it. So you either do something more efficiently, you have more productive people, you automate it, you do anything else. If you didn't know this is how this is like nightmare. People have this is a nightmare for me. Could you imagine this shit? The acid content is battery acid in the water they're next to. Do you see this fucking thing?
The air can reach over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And he works near one of the world's most toxic volcano lakes.
Yes. It's a pH of 0.3. Yes, he's in the battery acid. See his foot? See his feet? His bare feet? If it comes in contact with our mouth or teeth, our teeth will fall out. This is why we don't mine sulfur in the U.S. There are ways to do it more safely. It costs more money. What's the revolutionary way? I mean, here's the thing. You can have safe mines. This is a nightmare because, why is it like this? Because if I need something that uses sulfur, here, let me look up shit that uses sulfur. Let me see. Let me find out what uses sulfur. So I'm not going to do matchbooks as a thing, obviously. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is so gross. See, this is volume 3. Marx, please go read volume 3. Okay. Do you use metal? Yes, of course you do. Of course you do. Excellent. When we refine metal, that is not done without also components. So think of it as like a Factorio or like a fucking game where it's like, oh, if I'm going to do refined metal like steel or anything else, I'm going to necessitate hydrogen sulfide. Hydrogen sulfide. Sulfur. So you need components in order to make hydrogen sulfide, which allows you to refine metal, which allows you to have refined metal. So the labor that layers in, if sulfur costs $2 a pound because it's made in a safe first world country with OSHA and all that shit watching over it, it's going to cost a fuck ton of money. But if you can bring it in from Indonesia with a guy standing in battery acid who's breathing in all of the fumes because he will just happily take the 2 cents a fucking day so his family doesn't die, you get them ins. But that's not just it, because the metal itself has to be mined. At the end of the process, when you have a product, I have this thing that has metal, glass, and other shit in it. Or I have a computer, or I have this. Where did these components come from? That, in some capacity, this is refined metal. This probably uses sulfur from one of these nightmare lands. Probably. This is why, by the way, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. This is why you're fucked. This is why we're all fucked. Because the reason this is cheap at Costco, and I did buy it very cheap at Costco, it's a very lovely thermos. That's my endorsement, is because there is a nightmare of human pain, sadness, and destruction inside of it. That's what is in this thing. Because that's how it gets cheap. Because everything needs to be cheap. Because the silicon, the plastic, the metal, the special kinds of setup, the paint, the way it's processed, just having this manufactured alone Is it manufactured in a place where there's unions? No, probably not. And if it is, go to the next step. Wait, I looked into the pants, by the way. I'll get to this in a second. I looked into, for a long time, I spent time trying to find good merch for the QC. If you go down, there's good merch. I'm actually pretty happy with as much as I could source. It's fourth wall. It's good quality. I've bought it myself, mostly because I wanted to make it. But I want, okay, how do I actually do ethical merch? Because I didn't want to just do like random shit. This is ethical merch. I didn't want to have it made in sweatshops and stuff. Here's how far you can go. Yes, we don't make our merch with child labor. Is it made in the US? Maybe. That's basically the end of the conversation you can have with anyone. If they go, we ethically source all of our materials. They don't mean materials. What they mean is textiles. So the t-shirt is not made by children. But what about the materials that made the t-shirt? That is a brick fucking wall you aren't getting past. That's it. And that's the problem with being a Marxist or having Marx in my background is I was like, I want to know more. I spent 2 years like sending emails trying to have this conversation. There's nothing. I don't have an interest in the Made in America thing. I just wanted to know, is there a way for me to get back to a point where I know there's not, 5 starving children with one arm, like living, like just, I don't want some nightmare shit in my clothing. You can't even get that far because at some point, the way the global system is set up, it's all mixed. It's all fucking mixed in. There's a fungibility to all of these things. That includes sulfur. Sulfur's like not like American sulfur mines. Let's see. They don't do fresh anymore. We recover from smelt. It's recovery primarily. Yeah. So, yeah. So, okay. It's like to get to sulfur, to mine it, a couple processes, we stopped doing all of them. Why? It's not financially useful. It's not. Full mining of it, fresh mining of it, which was used in the 1890s all the way through. All these things stopped in 2000 and 2001. All of our sulfur now is recovery. So we have smelters because of, I'll just read from the Wikipedia. In many ores of copper, zinc, lead, and molybdenum, the metals are in the form of sulfide minerals. That's why we have to use the hydrogen sulfide to get it out. These include principal ore minerals, copper, molybdenum, etc. In addition, pyrite is often present. Most sulfur is driven out of the solid phase in the roasting process. The sulfur is recovered in the form of sulfuric acid. So primarily, all 100% of U.S. sulfur is recovery as a byproduct. Because that is financial, because we're doing it anyway. So that's financially feasible. But the mining here is so expensive that it's not even worth people buying it from us. We were 8.2 million metric tons of sulfur content in 2024, most of it recovered byproduct from oil refineries, gas processing plants, and metal smelters. Second in the world in sulfur production, well behind China at 19 million metric tons. Damn. The sulfur recovery was marketed in the forms of native sulfur and sulfuric acid. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's all that because it's just too expensive. And with that, the U.S. imports 11% of the sulfur it uses. So we use all the stuff we take and we import more because it's only financially feasible if it's byproduct. Think about how fucked up that is. That is capitalism. That's capitalism. That's the shit right there. God damn. The psalm says, even a commodity or product is below its own value as long as it's above the cost of production. You have service. I do recommend Capital 1, 2, and 3. Hey, Psalm, did you see my favorite comment on my Dialectics video I did 2 weeks ago? Someone wrote and said that I was wrong that Marx had no method, and that was the entire point. I should send it to you. You'd get a kick out of it. Mining isn't inherently bad. It's the lack of health and safety measures and unions in certain countries that makes it problematic. Yeah, well, it's because, again, because we have global trade, we've opened it the way we have. This type of sulfur mining, and again, this is like not the most depressing shit you're going to see. Let me see if I can find the worst stuff. Yeah, enjoy. Just having this in the background. See the gas mask they're wearing? They're not wearing gas masks. That guy has a fucking, that's a fucking N95. This is toxic. These are toxic vents.
Dangerous. It comes from the volcanic gases below the acidic lake, and it can be deadly. So if miners see big clouds of thin white smoke coming from the lake, they have to evacuate.
Kita harus menyelamatkan diri. Harus lari kalau gas keluar.
That's why Mistar needs to get here so early. The winds pick up through the day, blowing more white smoke towards the miners. Both types of smoke have lasting health effects.
Kakinya jadi sakit, kadangnya patah, itu ada.
But the smoke from inside the volcano is crucial for sulfur production. This is how it works. When the super hot smoke hits the cooler air outside, it condenses liquid and drips off the pipe.
Merah itu kan waktu netes itu jangan dipegang.
That's fucking sulfuric acid. It's hardcore.
Itu kulitnya ikut.
That's hardcore shit.
Kena api.
Like, just think, they're basically waiting for this stuff to harden so they can hold it. Otherwise, they lose their skin. Oh, there are children doing this. There are children doing this. I don't know if they have it in this video, but I was like, this is a little bit much. This got so, there's a few of these that are like, what in the fuck, man?
Yet Egen is one of the only places left in the world where people still mine sulfur this way. So why do they do it, despite the danger? For the mining company, it's easier and cheaper to get sulfur from Egen. For the sulfur miners, the pay is a lot more than other jobs on the island, such as farming.
Desperation is the answer. Do you like that? That feel good? Yeah. All right. I think we're going to be done with Zizek. We're going to be dumping to another thing. So it's going to be either good video game video, apparently, or whatever this is going to be. Let's see. It's going to be good, apparently, or this. Get to voting. It's a really fascinating thing. I really do think it's when we start understanding that the reason things cost what they do or are cheap. How a capitalist got rich in this, by the way, is by buying all of the import-export rights to that area. And basically, they take that and they sell it for whatever they can because they basically have slave labor. And then they take that money. You fucking people. Oh, that's not even a debate. We'll let it go for a few minutes. See if people who are who don't hate me. I'll tell my favorite non-compete story. This was early on. I used to watch Sunday Watch Vosh. Back before Vosh moment. You know, kid fucker, all that. He debated non-compete, and it was one of my favorite things I ever heard. on any of these streams. Vosh said to him, well, okay, look, let's do a thought exercise. He said, no, I don't do those. What? He goes, I won't do those. That's idealism. Thank you. That's one of my favorite things I've ever heard. It's so, and this is, I'm going to read the description for this so you can know how much pain you're in for. This is the first part, exploring a series of intersections between Marxist philosophy and video games. There are more. We're going to check that in a second. In this episode, we explore the basics of dialectical materialism. Oh, that's why someone posted this. You fucking assholes. The origin of consciousness, the concept of reflection, and the philosophical categories of content and form. Apparently, someone said it's good for a little bit and then it goes really wrong, which I'm a sucker for that. So let's see. Other videos in this series: Cobra Comrades versus the ruthlessly oppressive G.I. Joe. Okay. Content and form are philosophical categories. It can be. Can be. Trying to think of what book he might pull from. Because if he's doing Marx, Lefebvre. Isn't Cobra Commander about Vietnam? I think you can make arguments that way, but I just know, like, literally Cobra Commander wanted to destroy the world, and it was propaganda for children. My money is it's Lefebvre, a critique of everyday things. But also, I know he doesn't read philosophy, so it might be not that. All right, fine. Look, you people, I gave it a shot. 61 to 39. That's the end of the poll. Let's do it.
1985. The wreck of the RMS Titanic is located deep within the Atlantic Ocean. Hurricane Elena devastates the Gulf Coast, causing over $1 billion in damage. An 8.0 magnitude earthquake kills thousands of people in Mexico City. These are all massively historically significant events, but it could be argued that one occurrence in September 1985 has overshadowed them all in the ensuing decades. Super Mario Bros. Released on September 13th, 1985, changed video games and the world forever. May 5th, 1818, another seminal icon is released which will change the world forever. Karl Marx. Marx Mario.
I hate you people. I don't like you.
Mario Marx. This is a video about Marxism and Super Mario Bros. Finally, the intro's finished and we can get on with this friggin' video essay about Marxism and Mario.
there's a term for this. The execution's excellent, but the idea is terrible. I will give that the hit. Hey, these things are tough to do when you're like a lone animator on home machine stuff. It's tough to do. Good for him. I have the best Oreos ever, by the way. If you don't have these, look, I'm an American exceptionalist in this particular way. It's my one way. And it's that you people don't ever get the good Oreos. This is Oreos filled with crushed Oreos. That's why America will always win. Is there anyone in the world who believes that their country would ever invent that? Come on. Come on. Come on. We got Selena Gomez Oreos here. That's fine. Did you get the Post Malone ones? They were actually decent. They had a popping sugar in them. It's pretty good. Pistachio Oreos are good. These are Oreos. They're cookies and cream Oreos. They're Post Malone Oreos. They're very good.
Now, before we can talk about Super Mario Bros., we have to first thoroughly explain the very nature of reality itself. Marxist philosophy is rooted in materialism, which is a belief that the material world is the first basis of existence.
Oh, God. Which one of you said this started well? God damn it. Just God damn it. You fucking people. No. You don't like Olivia? Take that back. Take that back immediately. Oreos are wonderful. Yeah, the best Oreos. These are good. They had Coca-Cola Oreos. Amazing. Coca-Cola sugar popping candy inside of sweet cream. Fuck me. It was amazing. You live in England, you have better biscuits. Oh, I forgot. You don't have English there. Biscuits. Custard creams. I don't... Yeah, the problem is, like, custard cream there could mean, like, I don't know, pig's blood boiled over sausage. Like the way you people use words and eat.
According to materialists, all things, including human consciousness, arise from material interactions. The opposite...
So the Thin Mints are great. The thin, I still have a pack upstairs. They made thin Irish mint with dark chocolate. That's a fucking, the thin Oreos, and it was the thin ones. Oh God, it's like fucking right in my heart. I hate all of you for making me watch this video. If you like what I do, hey, send a super chat. That would make this worthwhile for me. It would make me definitely want to stick around for more than 2 seconds of this godforsaken thing. I'm going to be really problematic reacting to this. But also, you can always join the Quarantine Collective and actually just send me terrible videos like this that you know are going to just ruin me. No, I'm watching this. You motherfuckers voted. You deal with it.
A materialism.
And of course, if you really want to support me, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. Best place to do it. This is going to be good React content for me to turn into a segment because this guy is like a low cow in philosophy. And so everyone's going to be laughing about it. It'll be fun.
Is idealism, which is a belief that the material world is the first basis of existence. According to materialists, all things, including human consciousness, arise from material interactions.
Thank you, Secret Agent Dan. I will happily suffer. Thank you for the $10. You're loved. What is Irish about mint? Look, Look, if you don't know, Irish mint is like a really good drink, alcoholic drink primarily, mostly used in that way. And so it's like a Bailey's and mint is kind of the, again, I used to really drink myself too much. Irish mint is an amazing drink. And this has that, it had that creaminess with dark chocolate. It was so good. Is this true? Okay, no. So up front, materialism is not that everything arises from the material. It's that it's material. It's all material. And it's from the interactions of material things that things happen. It's not that it's the first stage. It's really an awkward way of putting it.
The opposite of materialism is idealism, which is a belief that human consciousness is the first basis of reality, which directs all human development, and which is wrong.
I can forgive that one. Idealism thinks that, sort of, it's, look, I'm not an idealist. Just, you shouldn't like straw man the position you're against. I can give good reasons idealism's incorrect, but yeah, human consciousness is the weird part. It's not from, it depends. I mean, terrible. No, Irish cream. These were Irish mint cream Oreos. Look, I'm just going to fucking show you. 1 sec. Because the Irish thing is mint, is the idea. Yeah, we're gonna watch a fucking review of a British meth addict. I don't know.
We have another new kind of Oreo to try. Another one. So stay tuned for this one.
Money to yourself.
Trying these new Oreo Thins, Irish flavored cream.
Irish cream. Irish cream here is, there's mint at it. That's a mint. It's a mint thing in the U.S. It tends to mean.
Irish flavored cream Oreo Thins. So, man, I tell you what, Oreo is starting out with a bang.
Oh, these are so fucking good. It's hard for me even to say.
But that little bit of... That is good.
Yeah, they're really good.
That is
Do you find them?
That mint cream, that Irish cream. I keep wanting to say mint cream. Irish cream.
See, it's not just me. There you go.
That is good, guys.
I dig this guy. I like him already.
I do like that flavor. I don't know what it all consists of, the Irish cream, but
I don't want to know.
It is.
They're fucking good. All right, let's see. I agree. These were delicious. And I end my stream. Loved your accent and voice. Keep that shit up. There you go. Positivity. Now back to this. It's not spearmint. Okay, so let's go through varieties of mint. I really am a mint person. Okay. Traditional mint is very specific, and it actually has a very specific flavor profile. Okay. But you have kind of a range around it. Wintergreen, spearmint, for example. These tend to be more breathy, not menta, but more mentha. They play in that direction. They tend to be used in things that are more on the creamy-ish side. Peppermint is the sweeter kind. It's much more sharp. Peppermint, peppermint, peppermint. So you get a pepper and mint. It's been meant to be like ting, like pepper. Tends to be the setup. Irish cream tends to mean, and again, tends to mean more the peppermint mint inside of the flavor profile. Even though it's mostly used, you use green menta, If you haven't ever bartended, Menta or mint is a green syrup. Not spearmint. Fuck that. Don't put it in drinks. You're a monster if you do. Menta is green. It's like green fucking syrup. And you can put it in anything, but that tends to be, it's how you Irish up a thing. You put in some cream, put in a little bit of the Menta, and you get a really solid thing. Solid setup. So that's the setup overall. Ain't no way pre-watched. I did pre-watch the other guy. But no, I haven't pre-watched any of this shit. Ico. What? Ico's here? Ico's raid. Why did it not let me know this? Well, hello. Oh, there it is. Ico and viewers joined. Ico, thank you for the raid again. We've got to stop meeting like this. I hope I'm entertaining enough. We're watching a few years old video, and it's about Marx and Mario. And it is. But we're doing our best to actually make our way and explain it. In fact, I just went on a big, long rant about how very specifically Irish coffee and Irish mint is not the same thing as spearmint and other things. So I teach. Irish cream isn't minty. The liquor isn't minty, but if you have an Irish cream in the U.S., you add mint to it. You do. You add mint to it. It's very common. Very common. So that's why that's again why Irish cream Oreos, that this guy was just showing, Irish cream, flavor cream. If you haven't had one of these, like a proper Irish cream, like heated thing, if it doesn't have mint in it, you're having the wrong one. And I say this as someone who drank the shit out of these things in San Francisco. It's one of my favorite coffee drinks. It's like an Irish coffee. We used to do it every year for Christmas. A bunch of people from work, we'd get on the trolley at one end, and we'd sit at the bar, and we'd have 3 or 4 of these. Get on the fucking trolley, and we'd sing all the way over the hill until we got downtown. We'd end up at the Gold Rush. We'd do the same thing there. It was great. I admit decades of microaggressions. Oh, well, fuck. That's probably true, though. Yeah. It's probably fair.
Materialists believe that human consciousness...
It's Irish cream and mint. Yes, but again, Irish cream and mint are different things. But if you're getting an Irish cream in the U.S. as a drink, motherfuckers. Irish coffee. Irish coffee garnished with mint. 2 ounces Irish cream, 6 ounces iced coffee, 1 ounce Irish whiskey, and garnished with mint. You add mint to these things. You add mint to them. It's not a joke. Go drinks. Go. Do you even go? We're going. This is material analysis. Yes, thank you, Secret Asian Den. I'll take it. It's just important. I think it's just an important thing. This video is going to be pretentious. Oh. Look, I am exceptionally pretentious. I know who I am. I know how I behave. It's fine. I know who I am. I accept it. I accept it.
This was simply a mechanical result of material processes, including human consciousness, arise from material interactions. The opposite of materialism is idealism, which is a belief that human consciousness is the first basis of reality, which directs all human development, and which is wrong. Early materialists believed that human consciousness was simply a mechanical result of material processes. They thought that our thoughts were simply generated by the material processes of the human brain as a sort of byproduct, and that the experience that we call consciousness was essentially an illusion that makes us believe that our spirit...
There's so much problematic language in this. It's hard for me to even know. Okay. Consciousness was not considered an illusion by early materialists. I'd have to know who he's talking about, of course. Because materialism versus idealism is kind of like a big tent. It's a big tent. But a materialist who would say, well, it's an illusion. Well, yeah, that illusion's material. So How is it an illusion? That's a trick? No. No.
Spirit or consciousness is in control when it's really all those little atoms and electrons whizzing around in our noggins that exclusively decide everything we do, say, and believe. But Karl Marx, along with his
That's a physicalist, not a materialist. Physicalist would say that, not a materialist. Thanks for listening to Minute Herbology. Well, look, I'm going to do a second thing. I'm going to introduce you to what I consider to be the greatest soda ever made. Do you know what Moxie is? Moxie is back when they were making sodas. And when I say making sodas, I mean the old days when they were doing it to put cocaine and drugs in it and drink it. Okay? Moxie was made because it really covered up the drugs very, very well. Moxie's fascinating, and it is
guys everything. Anyway, enough
pass.
lollygag.
Nope, no interest. Thanks. Pass.
Nancy Giles tells us all about a beverage with Moxie.
That's a terrible joke. Moxie was kind of the original, like Coca-Cola. It's kind of crazy, and it's an herbal soda. When I say herbal, it's got weird shit in it you probably can't actually get regularly.
Word came from the drink.
Merrill Lewis enjoys spreading the word about his favorite drink at the
It's manufactured in Maine, and it came from the drink. Called it Moxie, and it was filled with drugs. And after they got all that stuff out, some people still liked it. I do. I really love Moxie. I have it upstairs. If I can get it sent out. I have Sioux City Sarsaparilla too. If you like herbal drinks like that, Moxie should be like top level for you. You should try to get a hold of some Moxie. It is a unique flavor. It's incredibly strange. And one second. There's this great bartending channel I love. Yep, boop, this guy.
The first rule of Moxie is if you love Moxie, you love Moxie. If you don't like Moxie, you don't like it. Now, if you're a bartender, a cocktail aficionado, or someone who embraces aromatic bitters, then Moxie is probably the soda for you.
It is. If you're way up your own ass when it comes to like, and I am. I exist up my own ass when it comes to all these things. I have pine liqueur behind me. Did you even know that existed? I am that person. It's okay. I'm that guy. I accept who I am. Moxie is basically made for people like me. It's basically made for people like me. And if you're into that thing, if you're into bitters, herbals, liqueurs, amarettizato, for example, if you don't know what that is, that's fine. But like if you're that's the thing. Real quick, we're just going to watch 2 seconds of this because it's kind of great.
Because it does include gentian root. Now, gentian root, for those that know, is incorporated into a lot of Amari and or aromatic bitters to give it bitter, well, a subtle bitterness that helps balance out the sweetness of soda. So if you're in...
I am not a chartreuse guy, but you're in the right direction. It's the right direction. Chartreuse isn't for me. Amarettizato is my favorite, but I'll have Fernet anytime. If anyone else is having Fernet, I'm having a Fernet. If you don't know what Fernet is, that's okay. It's probably not for you.
To soda history.
I am not a gin guy, but I do like a good gin and tonic.
And you want to learn more about how to make Moxies? This is a video for you, so stick around.
I did this. I follow this guy video. It's a good video. It teaches you how to make Moxie from scratch that's not just passable, it's pretty fucking good. And it's kind of fascinating because it's basically a lot of really complicated shit. And he talks about how he had to make all this stuff from scratch and how awful it is. And it's like, and it's not worth it. It's not it. And I am dodging non-compete because this is much more interesting. Moxie is much more interesting because
this
all these
is Moxie, the Malort of sodas. And I think that's a little bit unfair, but it is true to say that a lot of people hate this stuff. That has a reputation as something most people will not enjoy. It was first put together in 1884. It is from Maine, where it does retain a certain amount of cult popularity. It is a bitter soda. A lot of people ask, Greg, why is that not in your cola review that you did a couple weeks ago? Well, because I don't really regard it as a cola, and I thought I was going to do a whole episode of old soft drinks that are not colas, that are before. I mean, it's not good for me. It has the peanut.
Don't mix it with things. It doesn't work. It doesn't work as a thing. It does not work. Moxie's great. Moxie's great. I can't take you seriously now that I know you put mint and Irish cream in coffee. Look, I don't do it. Good bartenders do it. Don't blame me for having decent taste. Pass a hook, motherfucker. Mint should go in more things. Mint makes everything kind of better. Did you know there's no mint sodas anymore? You Europeans, for a while, had Minta, M-E-N-T-A. Minta. It's a mint soda. You can still find it in some places. It's not actively manufactured, though, so that's your Russian roulette with a soda at that point. But Minta was the best soda. It was just mint soda. Kind of sweet, but not really. It was just mint soda, and I fucking love mint soda. They had mint soda strawberry flavored, Minta strawberry, Minta apple, Minta, all those. It was amazing. And then they disappeared. There's no Minta being made. There's no mint soda globally. Why do you know this, Brooks? Because I have time on my hands, and I live a sad existence. Watching this. There's mint soda. There are... No, mint strawberry is an amazing combination. I'm sure gonna... Honest to God. Here, let's do an endorsement stream. I don't believe in buying sodas if you don't have to. They're incredibly expensive per ounce for what you get, and the price for them it's not what it was. When I was growing up, a soda was a quarter. Like a 12-pack was like $3, and it was on sale for $2. It was a very different thing when I was growing up, or even when I was in my 20s. But now you're at the point where it's like $9 for 12 cans, and it's like, fuck you. So make your own at home. But don't buy SodaStream. Ever don't buy SodaStream. SodaStream, not just an Israeli company, which, is going to be problematic, I guess you could say. It's not for me, I think would be the way I'd put it. One sec. Instead, get one of these guys. And I'm going to not show because I have a couple of these. I have one of these. 1 second. I want to make sure I get the right setup because I don't want to, because it looks like they changed a little bit of their setup, which is crazy. So yeah, it's going to be DrinkMate. Good. That works. So, if you do it yourself, the answer is DrinkMate. DrinkMate's the single best carbonation system thing. Now, you have to drink a lot of sparkling water, sparkling flavored anything to make this worthwhile. And when I say a lot, I mean, if you and your partner, you and family aren't drinking 3 or 4 a day, you're going to come out maybe neutral in terms of cost. Like just, again, this is it at some point. That's the short term. If you're going to have one for a long time, this shit lasts forever and it's crazy. And it lets you literally sparkle anything. They're not joking. So these DrinkMate things, you can just send them back. They refill them. It's actually incredibly cheap. You put water, a little bit of syrup, a little bit of flavoring in. You can just do straight orange juice, which is amazing, by the way. Strawberry juice, amazing. And it carbonates literally anything. This is what I have.
Bottle to overflow.
This is what I have, and it's fantastic. And it's genuinely like wild how much I've cut back on like heavy sugar because you don't need as much sugar as they're putting in. You just need flavor. So you can just buy the essential oils or extracts, use those. Amazing. Amazing. You can put milk in these. I mean, I'm serious. This is made for anything. It works. It carbonates anything. Your espresso, struggling with espresso, then you need, so espresso, I'm not going to give the advice a lot of people will. Because a lot of people, they go really big on pressure and all that shit. I am a coffee snob in general. There's only one coffee maker, and honestly, and it's going to be the AeroPress. Let me see. Let's see if there's a good review at least. So here's the thing with the AeroPress. It doesn't look impressive at all. Did you hear essential oils, fake stuff? No, essentials. For healing you, yes. But oils are oils. If you have lemon rinds, for example, you shave off a lemon, throw it in, add some sugar, you get oil, oleosaccharin comes off of that. That's effectively the essential oil of a lemon, and that becomes your flavor that you use for lemonade and other stuff. Oil is a real thing from a lot of this shit. It's a whole thing. So, Suresh, grinder doesn't matter as much either. Not for espresso. Hate to break it to you. It does when you have, like, if you're gonna be buying and you're wasting a lot of money. For $50, you can have an AeroPress, and it will make the best espresso that you like. 98% as good as anything you'll get in a store. Period. It makes the best coffee you'll have. Period. And you can adjust it and change as you go. The best coffee I've ever had in my life was made with an AeroPress. That's it. It's very easy. This is the whole thing. Filter goes in, stand it on a mug, 1 scoop, shake it, add water, let it sit, and then you press it out. That's it. Yeah, it sounds like piss. That's terrible sound effects, AeroPress. But AeroPress is the single best way to make coffee. And here's the thing. It'll make phenomenal espresso. You can turn it into an Americano. It'll make amazing French press. But it'll make what people will not know is not a pour over. AeroPress can do actual espresso. Here, I'll put it this way. If I served you an espresso from it and I didn't tell you, you would not know. So if you don't know James Hoffman, you should. If you don't know James Hoffman, you should.
To kind of walk you through what you get in the box, how it all works, is
there are a few people I will bow to when it comes to ridiculous coffee knowledge. He destroys me.
Brew coffee exactly like they tell you to in the instructions that come with it. Push plunger out of chamber. Put filter in filter cap. Twist filter cap. Championship, in part to mock Americans for having the World Series when really it's just their baseball league, and they felt, well, why can't we call it the World AeroPress Championships? This was a competition where all you had to do was brew a cup of coffee that tasted good with the AeroPress. That was it. There was no performance, there was no expense in kind of preparing for these competitions. You turned up and you brewed, and the best cup won. And people found this, I think, a very compelling kind of antithesis to the mainstream coffee competitions that had become big, serious things that required.
He's got an entire series on the AeroPress.
Understanding the AeroPress. This is going to be a best.
This is how complicated it can get, and I cannot tell you how fucking amazing this thing is. It's amazing. This whole series.
In this
Here's
video,
the ultimate
I'm
technique.
talking through my recommended AeroPress technique.
And do you see what he has behind him? He's got a few espresso machines, and he can tell the difference between them. He still enjoys his AeroPress. Because it is that good. It's just $40 and even cheaper. Find it used. They're fine. It's plastic. It's good plastic, but it'll just last forever. Just do it. Don't waste time. It's a filter. It's a special filter with a couple extra steps, but it is easy to clean. Everything pops out and it's done. All right.
Bro from another Mo, Friedrich Engels, revolutionized materialism by developing it into dialectical materialism. People say and believe. But Karl Marx, along with his bro from another Mo, Friedrich Engels,
Bro from another Mo. The glass and steel version's beautiful. I may get that someday. The plastic one is just as fine, just to let you know. Yeah.
Revolutionized materialism by developing it into dialectical materialism. You could think of dialectical as a fancy way of saying that things affect each other mutually. When I change you, you change me. Dialectics changed the game of materialism by positing that while matter determines consciousness, consciousness also mutually impacts the material world.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
World through our human will and labor. So this dialectical interaction between matter and consciousness works in both directions.
I know it's not exactly what it is, but it's we're talking about an introduction to it. This is not for people who really know it. This is trying to get, so I'm going to be very generous with this.
In fact, Marx and Engels argued that it was this kind of dialectical process that created consciousness to begin with. The evolution of human beings was a complicated process that took thousands of years, but according to Marx and Engels, the principal ingredients were the social activities of language and labor.
All right, yeah. Okay, so he went the weird direction with it. I actually don't even know.
September 1985.
Yeah, it's like pulling up the transcript. I just want to see exactly how it's said. That's not very good. Can we ask Gronk what he's talking about? No. No. All right. We'll go back.
This work and labor. Consciousness is the game of materialism by positing that while matter determines consciousness, consciousness also mutually impacts the material world through our human will.
All right. So if I were to try to steelman this or correct it in a way that's positive, which I'm going to try to do. Okay. It's not so much that consciousness and like matter makes consciousness and in turn this makes that. It's that the systems as a thing, it's not really about it's not dialectical materialism. Like, and he's kind of stating it as though it is like that there's two things that work against each other. The dialectic is about how within systems or ideas within things, because again, it's taking from Hegel and inverting it and making it like a hyper-materialist version of what Hegel was doing. I'm oversimplifying. I know someone has corrected me on that. I'm just, again, stating kind of where it's coming from. But it's about how the systems like function and how they move forward is actually their internal contradictions. He's getting stuck on the idea of contradiction being two things that are incompatible with each other. But that's not really what a contradiction is. A contradiction is things that are inherent or problematic to the system inherently. And it doesn't really mean one against another or one thing makes another. It's instead really pushing the idea of within totalities, things are always shifting and changing and playing against each other. It's not a mutual influence thing. Is that fair as a response? It's not about consciousness at all. I'm not sure where he's getting it from. I'm assuming it has to do with the point he's going to be leading into. That's all I think. Mind not being material means you're not really a materialist, right? I mean, that's the part. I mean, again, it's, if you think it's electrons hitting each other, that's physicalism. Materialism is that material conditions, everything is sort of built out of the material conditions and the interactions of the material space, but it's not just like balls hitting each other. It's much more Nietzschean and difficulty with causality than just balls hitting each other. It's very tough. It's very tough.
And labor. So this dialectical interaction between matter and consciousness works in both directions. In fact, Marx and Engels argued that it was this kind of dialectical process that created consciousness to begin with. The evolution of human beings was a complicated process that took thousands of years, but according to Marx and Engels, the principal ingredients were the social activities of language and labor.
No. That really isn't. No. I can't even. What the fuck? Absolutely. Yeah, that's here's, let me try to recover that. So the evolution of man and the social order is dependent on the dialectical process. And if you mistake the evolution of the social order for evolution, that would be where that issue is. Marx isn't in this question, right? So far, Marx really isn't being talked about here, actually. He said human evolution took thousands of years? Wait. One sec.
Evolution of human beings was a complicated process that took thousands of years, but
so, Marx and Engels absolutely believed the evolution of human societies took thousands of years and was dependent on the process of dialectical materialism. Right? No, I'm serious. Like, that's what he thinks when they're talking about the evolution of man, that from prehistoric to despotic to capitalist, that they're talking about this. Oh, God. Yeah, evolution was still in flux when Marx was writing. So Marx and Engels, they talked about this stuff, but they weren't talking about the evolution of man in terms of like this to this. Like, we're looking like left to right on the screen. This is not what they're talking about. This is not what they were talking about. He swapped society for consciousness. That's how I think so. I think he fucked up, and he fucked up foundationally. And this is going to get into stroke-inducing levels very, very soon if that's the case. How's he going to do content form? Oh, God.
But according to Marx and Engels, the principal ingredients were the social activities of language and labor.
See, because the social space, the way that evolved was primarily because of 100% he's fucked up here. 100% he fucked up here, and he's thinking consciousness instead of social consciousness or social. 100%. I'm not even actually going to debate that in my head right now. I am 100% believing that's the case. Because that's what they meant. They did say this. You guys can correct me at any point. But if I were to say, hey, the evolution of the social space of the human, the way that we dealt with each other, the primary movers of that is ultimately
See, as humans struggle with nature, we struggle together, working.
This is fuck. You're in social consciousness is consciousness. I actually don't think I don't think it's possible to overestimate this person. Underestimate? I don't have words for this human. This is fucking like the beginning of things, but it's such a fucking wild image.
Together, we begin to develop tools, but the tools themselves also developed us. See, the more we came to rely on tools, the more our bodies evolved to accommodate tool use. The hand shaped the hammer, yes, but the hammer also shaped the hand.
Oh. 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 Oh my God. I want to live in his brain. I would. I want to live in his brain. I want to live in his brain. I want to be somewhere that I don't understand. Like, look. I really used to enjoy drugs. I still enjoy getting high on occasion. I can't do the getting lost in life thing, like LSD, mushroom trip, and any of that shit. You can't do that anymore. I've got kids. I've got responsibilities. Shit like that doesn't work for me. What's the line Stanhope says? Who's better to do drugs than kids? They don't have anything better to do. But like if I could for a day live in a place, like just go, hey, like being John Malkovich, but being non-compete, being able to enter someone's brain that is so diametrically opposed to how I understand the world. And like knowing I'll come out of it is a big deal, by the way. Like drugs, you come out of it, but like that would be awesome to understand this, or to be able to see this and have this make sense and break. That would be really cool. Marx and Engels did not believe that the hammer shaped the hand in any capacity. That's not a thing they did.
There's a Hammer Brothers joke in there somewhere, but...
So write it.
I'm grasping, I can't find it. Friedrich Engels explained that it took a really long time before human hands evolved enough to create the first knives and other simple tools.
Okay, I don't know my Engels well enough. Did Engels write this? Because he'd be a wild Psychonauts level. Exactly. Psychonauts 2 is great, by the way. But he would be a wild Psychonauts level. Did Engels write this? I'm going to see if I can find a thing real quick.
But I'm grasping, I can't find it. Friedrich Engels explained that it took a really long time before human hands evolved enough to create the first knives and other simple tools. But once this finally did evolve through the use of more primitive...
Oh my God, I found it. And he's... Okay. Small essay Engels wrote called The Part Played by Labor in the Transition from Ape to Man. Engels did write about this. Summary given by someone else. Thank you, Ask Historians. His proposal was that labor was the decisive factor in human evolution. He argued the adoption of an upright posture freed hands, which then became available for increasingly complex labor activities. Both hands and the brain developed dialectically, Engels did write about this. The hand became more dexterous through use, while the brain developed to coordinate increasingly sophisticated activities. To quote, the hand is not, this is where he took it from. The hand is not only the organ of labor, it is also the product of labor. So he fucking went wild with that line. That's fucking crazy. Also, this is all debunked. Yeah, this is all stupid bullshit at this point. But again, Engels wasn't as good as Marx. So fucking let's not quote him. But again, dialectical materialism is not a thing. And that's what he's doing, is presuming two. Dialectical is what I'm going to call. I'm going to call these people dialectical materialists. Can we start that? Because instead of dialectic, I think that works.
Of tools, it gave humans an evolutionary advantage. The hand had become free and could henceforth attain
fucking
ever greater
100%.
dexterity.
Fucking 100%. I just read that. Motherfuck. I usually catch these streams the day after. I'm lucky today. Thanks for the stream. QZ is best on. Donnie, if you're very kind, thank you for the £5. Buy and die both mean two. Sort of. Sort of. One, I'm just being a dick by calling it dialectic. So first off, just to be very clear. But dipole versus bipolar, these things, even though they're two, bi has a weird mentality about the things being directly in opposition to each other that di doesn't necessarily have. Di just means two. The opposition in bipolar, fucking bisect, things like that tends to mean, die also means split. Again, I'm mostly just being a dick because this is terrible. For the first flint food fashioned a knife by human hands, a period of time probably elapsed in comparison. The decisive step had been taken. The hand had become free and could henceforth attain ever greater dexterity. The greater flexibility thus required was inherited and increased from generation to generation. Thus, the hand is not only the organ of labor, but also the product of labor. Only by labor, by adaptation. Yeah, this is stupid shit now. Again, Engels was weird.
The greater flexibility thus acquired was inherited and increased from generation.
Is by... Oh, I guess bi would be Latin, die would be Greek then? Die would be Greek, wouldn't it? I'm still being a dick. I'm calling him a dialectical.
To generation. Thus, the hand is not only the organ of labor, it is also the product of labor. The same is true for language. Language developed to facilitate collective labor and other social activities with our fellow humans. The more complex our social activities became over time, the more complex our brains physically developed in the material world.
Also, the fewer muscles we had in our cheeks. Again, this is a weirdly deterministic view of things and setups, and I'm really not a fan of this.
To accommodate human language. And the more complex our thought...
August wins for pun. That's good right there. That's good. The uterus is the organ of labor. That's top tier. You win for the day. Well done, my friend.
Processes could thus become. Our brains developed language, and language developed our brains. It was all very...
See, he's just fucking doing this fucking back and forth bipolar bullshit thing.
Dialectical. As Marx and Engels explained in the German Ideology, consciousness is therefore from the very beginning a social product and remains so as long as men exist at all.
I agree with this. I agree with this. It's reactive. Thought is reactive necessarily.
Another way to look at the development of consciousness.
Danuto, thank you for the great chat. Well, thank you for the hilarious commentary earlier and making me think twice about things. You actually corrected me. See, what you don't understand is you actually corrected me and got me to admit I was wrong on stream. First off, I'm not very often wrong. Not to be a dick about it. People who've watched, generally I'm not wrong. But to actually be called out and actually have it turn out to be wrong, well done. Good job. Hope to have you again.
Consciousness is through the process of reflection. In Marxism, reflection is what happens whenever two things mutually impact each other. Reflection has evolved over time as materials have become more complex in their systemic arrangement.
Whoa. Wait. Reflection? Was that Marx? Wait. Not this. I'm so confused now. This doesn't... Oh, God. Okay, Cosmo. I figured this one out.
Mutually impact each other.
No. Not for Marx. Not for Marx. I'm going to give you hints. We're going to see if you can get this. We're going to see if you can get this. So first off, for Marx, no. Marx, as far as I know, never referred to this in this way. For him, reflection was how consciousness is approximating objective material reality. Had nothing to do with how two things hit each other. That would go with the second half of a combo word that I'm cheating a little by knowing a little bit, because he's a Marxist and someone else had this theory. And this is real dumb shit. There's some dumb shit coming from Lenin. This is Leninist. If you don't know Lenin, this is Lenin. This is Lenin.
Reflection has evolved over time.
So this is Lenin. This is also a bad, like, simplification of Lenin. This is stupid Lenin shit, though.
As materials have become more complex in their systemic arrangement. The most basic form of reflection is physical reflection. Whenever two things smash into each other, they leave impacts on each other, which is a very basic form of reflection. There's also chemical reflection, which occurs whenever two substances chemically interact.
Yeah, except that doesn't happen. This is actually not really a physical process, a material process. It's more of a cognitive process.
The substances swap atoms and molecules around and impact each other mutually. Basically,
sort of.
It's impossible for one thing to change another thing physically without being changed itself in some way. The changes are always mutual, and these mutual changes we call reflections.
It's calling for another Oreo.
As life evolved, a more complex form of reflection emerged, biological reflection. When living things encounter certain stimuli, they automatically react. And these kinds of natural reflexes are biological reflections of the external material world. By the time organisms developed central nervous systems, a new, even more advanced stage of reflection emerged, mental reflection. Mental reflections are conditioned reflex responses that occur when animals...
Man, this is fucking oversimplifying a lot of this shit to a painful point.
Learn to react to their environments over time. It takes a little bit of a more complicated brain to do this. With mental reflection, animals began to develop the...
I am not looking forward to fucking content form as a discussion, because there's no way he gets it right. Who's been a good boy? You have.
Earliest forms of consciousness, which made it possible to reflect the external world in the mind through learning. As the human brain evolved, the highest form of reflection also emerged, dynamic and creative reflection. This form of reflection allows human beings to process and understand the meaning of information itself. We call this dynamic and creative reflection consciousness.
I hate everything.
So consciousness is a form of reflection of the material world. Now, as Marx explains in the German ideology, all conscious thought stems from physical life processes.
I have a feeling the biology majors in chat are frustrated. Hey, if you're not frustrated watching this, you don't understand. That's what I would say. Yeah, he's being extremely loose with concepts. I'm willing to give him some room where it's like, okay, look, it's bad. It's bad, brother. But if you turn it around to make a point, it's at least interesting. Why would variability make it nonlinear? I can't understand philosophy words. There's two types of ways we talk about things off. We can talk about, I'm going to simplify here, but we can talk about destiny or necessity. Destiny is the idea that things are converging towards a point, because that point is where things converge to. That versus necessity. Necessity is where things, by the way that they operate, necessitate converging to a point. It sounds like a weird line to sort of draw in the sand, but it's very important because it's a question of whether or not the point is the focus or the things. This is actually a fucking huge deal in philosophy, and there's people on both sides. It's fine. I land on one side, obviously, but that question underneath all of it is about whether or not things bubble towards things or whether things are being pulled towards the thing that matters. Destiny versus necessity. There's ways to sidestep this, which is the shit I like, where you start to realize that actually the entire thing is fraught with issues, for example. Yeah, it's a matter of the motive force. It's a good way to put it. Is it internal to the thing or external? Are things going towards something they aren't part of because that thing is actually in control and actually setting things up? Or is it stuff within those things? Or is it another third thing? There's issues there. This is an incredibly important philosophical thing that's back and forth and back and back and forth. Linear means destiny. Tends to, yes. When we talk about linear, it means other things couldn't have happened because it had to end up there. So a famous one of those, for example, is, the weak anthropocentric theory is the first one that comes to mind. A simpler version. We see color because the rainbow's beautiful. Sorry, I'm just not to make fun of it, but that's like, it's that kind of thing where it's like, we see color so we can see a rainbow and have the beauty of the rainbow. That's how color came about, is like all of these interactions was because we wanted to get to that point. He's doing that thing where it's like, the hammer made the hand and the hand made the hammer. Wait, what? So the hammer was like the reason this shit happened? It was the cause of it, and the destiny, or telos is the nerd word for it. Fuck that. There's the other way, which is like, hey, but actually it's all of the different stuff that exists, like all of the forces, all of the different ways things came together. They continued, and the process by necessity yielded us to this position where we can see a rainbow and appreciate its beauty. It's a question of internal versus external. It's a great way to put it. Point to be opposite, hammer plays off the hand and vice versa. Well, yeah, but here's the thing. It's not a bad thing to say, like if that's the conversation, but this is not how evolution worked in any capacity. Our hand, have you ever been around a chimp? Our hand looks like a chimp's hand. And if you spend enough time looking at your hand, you realize that our shit's fucked up. That we have like this fucked up hand. We have a fucked up monkey hand. But it's not drastically different than a real monkey's hand. Like, it really isn't. So it's like, oh yeah, it's not accurate. Yeah, I know. I'm again, for everyone, I'm kind of just, linear meant putting something online. Well, that's kind of the thing, the linear is because how would I put it? It's how you're drawing it. Is it linear because you start at the destiny and work your way back? Or if you're starting down here, like here's all the ways it went, actual evolution doesn't have a line. Instead, it's actually shit tons of little lines that don't go anywhere. And there's one through line that we draw only because of the end point, right? So let's say, for example, actually, we can do this. I roll a dice. Every time I roll a 7, I roll 2 dice. Every time I roll a 7, okay, we move forward 1, okay? When I set that up and I go, oh, look, I roll. Every other roll, I also mark. But 7, I continue the line. It's kind of weird that I'm continuing the line there. It ends up with a linear line. And go, look, here's all the 7s. But what actually is happening is there's a fuck ton of other rolls happening in a lot of other places that just aren't part of that line. So evolution isn't a line unless we draw it backwards. That's the thing. It's only a line if you start with the end point. Everything that's happening is contingent and in a million directions, and there's no way of knowing what the fuck's going to continue on. Is this video good? Codswallop, run as fast as you can. I also love red pandas. I think everyone loves red pandas. Red pandas are fantastic. Let's look at red pandas. Red panda facts. I don't care about your voice. Just fucking God, what an awesome animal. This is the high point of nature as far as I'm concerned. Look at that shit. Beautiful. Look at this. What the fuck is that? That's not AI. You have another month before you'll never know. This shit is not AI. These are real creatures, but now you're ruined. Your lives are ruined. Your children will never know red pandas were real. Isn't that fun? You live in a world where your children will never know. But they are fucking real and they're awesome. And they have giant personalities too. They're like really, really, really friendly dogs. Oh, the babies are so cute. God damn it. I mean, come on. If I seen the Hyrax, is this some AI shit, you motherfucker? No. Hyrax? The fuck? Those are monkeys. There. It's a Hyrax, huh? Giant rats. Love it. Giant rodents are awesome. Capybaras. Hyrax, I learn about now. Very nice. I'm assuming they're giant rodents. Are they canines? Closest relatives, the elephant. Well, thank you. That is, I'm not sure it's possible for me to say how evolution, they're elephants. Fucking, thank you for the perfect example that evolution is not a straight line. Also, I'm now double checking to make sure you're not saying that, so I say something on stream that's fucking stupid and everyone makes fun of me. Hyrax elephants. Let's find out. I cannot believe this is accurate. Are you fucking kidding me right now? That's amazing. The rock hyrax, Procavia capensis, is a small furry groundhog-like mammal that lives in caves in parts of Africa. Like the elephant, the rock hyrax belongs to Afrotheria, which is a superorder of early mammalian ancestors of Afro-Arabian origin dating back 80 to 100 million years. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking crazy. The male hyraxes and elephant's testes both remain within the reptoperitoneal abdomen and don't descend like other mammals. They're absolutely closer to their female counterparts. Both have placental origins and carry pregnancies for long periods of time, relatively based on size. The mammary glands are located by the front legs in both species. They're literally, that's fucking crazy. I love it. So, when we say that it's not linear, hyrax, because there's a lot of little boop, 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 boop. Now, if we start somewhere, here's man, we can draw a line back, but then they don't have exposed balls. No, they don't. Neither do elephants, by the way. So if you ever have children, the elephant cage is a great one to like be up close and you never have an awkward conversation. Otherwise you will, and you will with everyone else.
Through the process of dynamic and creative reflection. Ideas are produced as humans go through our daily activities in the material world.
This is not terribly wrong, like in and of itself, how and why he got here, but ideas are produced in reaction to stimuli and external things. We don't think. Thinking is a thing that we have convinced ourselves is always just happening. It's not. It's not it.
Ideas are essentially spawned from the material world and our interactions with it. Our
Sort of.
ideas are directly interwoven with our material activity and labor. There's no such thing as a pure idea that's completely isolated from the material world. As Marx puts it, consciousness can never be anything else than conscious existence, and the existence of men is their actual life process. Marx and Engels describe consciousness as a reflection of the material world, not an exact copy, mind you. We don't see the world exactly as a mirror of what it is, but we see it as a reflection. That is what consciousness is, a reflection of the material world.
Sort of, sure.
Consciousness has thus a dialectical relationship with the material world.
No. Oh, God.
Although Super Mario Bros. Seems a little simple and quaint by today's standards, it was groundbreaking in its day and age. The game was developed by a talented team of artists and technicians using tools and techniques that are primitive by today's standards. There were a lot of physical limitations on what could be done in the game. The lead designer of the team, Shigeru Miyamoto, had ambitions for a game which just couldn't be realized with the technology at the time. Originally, for example, he wanted to give Mario the ability to ride a dinosaur, but this just couldn't be accomplished with the basic hardware they had to work with at the time. This brings us to the concept of content and form. In Marxism, content can be thought of as what something is made of, and form can be thought of the shape which content takes.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Content and form in Marx are actually kind of super easy and kind of explained really basically. I'm going to oversimplify in kind, so you guys will end up shitting on me, but I'm going to try to keep it the same level he's trying to do this thing. So for Marx, content is kind of the productive forces and social relations of a thing. Form is the expression that exists at an institutional level of the thing. That's probably the simplest I can make it. Form and content are not like themselves instantly simple. But yeah, this is unrelated to Marx. Am I far off with how I'm saying that, anyone? I'm open. I'm trying to say, again, trying to keep it simple. The kind of thing you'd be able to type in a comment, for example, or a text here in chat. I don't want a long one. I don't think I'm wrong in the statement of it. Isn't collecting coins optional just for points? Well, there's a lot of issues I have with this video. I haven't even been listening to the Mark thing. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. One of my top 5 video games. I'm going to be doing a stream. I've gotten a few of these. I'm actually going to do a stream. We'll actually go through and I'll play and I'll talk about some of my favorite games, and we'll go through that. But again, you haven't read Marx? Well, look, the way he talks about form is like again, out of necessity. Necessity is super important to Marx, which is good. I brought it up. But like the mode of appearance institutionally of the thing, what we all call the thing, what we all say about the thing, the form, what we think the whole thing is, that thing. Value. Like, again, content and form are, for Marx, I don't think you wouldn't have this conversation about like, what are the content and form of this? It's like, no, Marx isn't dealing with that. He's value. The content of value is abstract human labor. That's the social thing that creates value as a thing, right? The forms of value is the way in which it appears institutionally. There's simple labor, general labor. It appears in money form, etc. Those two things are the setup. I don't know where the fuck he got any of this. This is fucking wild. Wild. This would be wild. Jesus. How come I've never seen you talk about Disco Elysium? Seems right up your alley. I've talked about Disco Elysium. I have a different take than most people. This comes out wrong. Let me finish what I'm saying. And I will defend the point. It's just, it's not normally what people think. I think Disco Elysium's system of dialogue and RPG is maybe unparalleled in my lifetime. I think the game is not very good. Which is a lot. I think there's some really interesting stuff in there. And I had a lot of fun becoming a hobo cop and other shit that made me kind of chuckle. But I don't think the game is itself very interesting. The dialogue system is brilliant in ways I am upset that they didn't open source it. If that makes sense. I'll go into it sometime. In Outer Worlds and Wilds, I've played both of them. And I will not have normal conversations about video games. I'm not the person. I have whole different takes. We'll get there. Maybe tonight, because I do want to do, at some point, this Acerola video, which people have said I would love. So we'll see. My friend ran a game on his own, created Disco Elysium knockoff. It was peak. Original game is just okay. The dialogue system is what made it. Honest to God, the idea of turning dialogue into an internal process like that is fucking amazing. I just don't think they did enough with it.
For example, this object has the form of a table and the content of wood and nails.
You stupid motherfucker. You just, goddamn it. I don't even know how you get to this point. I don't know how you get to this point reading. I don't know how you get to this point. Marx goes kind of out of his way to not talk about any commodity as having content and form in this way. The whole point is going, I mean, I made a video on this. It's going from the concrete to the abstract to the concrete. That's Marx's method. The abstraction, that's a big deal. You're not doing the abstraction. The table has the form of content of wooden. Yes, he did just say this. Correct.
Content can be thought of as what something is made of, and form can be thought of the shape which content
No, in any capacity.
takes. For example, this object has the form of a table and the
So first off,
content of wood and nails. This painting has the form of a bird and the content of paint and canvas.
Oh my God. Marxism, Leninism, people. Not even once.
Content and form have a dialectical relationship with each other. Content determines form, but form can also impact content.
Fuck me. This is just going to bleed through everything.
For example, if you want to make a table and all you have available are wooden nails, as any Minecraft player will tell you, then that will essentially determine the form that the table ends up taking.
Fuck. This is now 3 years old at this point. Nope, nearing 4. Thank you for whoever gave me this video. I thought it was recent. Doesn't matter. This is hilarious. If you want to make a table, the reason it ends up looking like a table is because you wanted to make a table. That's how that works. Hey, I wanted to write a book, but all I had was this typewriter and paper. So I ended up writing a book. Motherfucking fuck.
If all you have is wood, then you are going to end up with a wooden table, and it will have to have certain characteristics of form. When content changes, the
if all you have is wood, what about the nails?
form must change accordingly. If instead of wood you have iron, then the table you end up building will have a much different form.
If all you have is iron, I mean, this is not how Minecraft doesn't even work like this.
It will have an iron table form. There's no way to make an iron table if all you have as content is wood.
Oh my lord. 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 Oh fucking God. Why do you do this to me? Why hast thou forsaken me?
Now again, form can influence the content, but not nearly as much as content determines form. Like, if you have a bunch of wood and nails, but you develop a technique for building a nice table that doesn't need any nails, then that would be an example of a change in form reflecting a change in content, sort of. But yeah, for the most part, content has way more impact on form, and that was certainly the case with Super Mario Bros. The game was planned to be the final exclamation point for the ROM cartridge format used at the time for Nintendo games, and the development team had a great deal of experience wrenching as much performance as possible from that highly limited technology. Programmers used a variety of special knowledge, tricks, and techniques to create a game that offered a fun, responsive, and expansive experience by the standards of the day.
It'd be worth mentioning things. And again, content and form has... Oh no. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm going to tell you something that's going to happen now. I just got this because it took me a second. He just went right through it. He went right to it.
More impact on form, and that was certainly the case with Super Mario Bros. The game was planned to be the final exclamation point for the ROM cartridge format used at the time for Nintendo games, and the development team had a great deal of experience wrenching as much performance as possible from that highly limited technology.
The ROM cartridge is content. Mario is form. Did you hear me? The ROM cartridge is content.
Programmers used a variety of special knowledge, tricks, and techniques to create a game that offered a...
Do you want one of the things you should mention here, by the way? Did you see the cloud? One of the really clever things they did, because they did not have a lot of room, is bushes are clouds in Mario. They just changed the color. You can literally see it right there, by the way. Very clever. Bushes are clouds. That's good shit.
a fun, responsive, and expansive.
Again, I don't know if that's what he's doing, but given he just went through the metaphors of table and wood, and the first thing he talks about is that the ROM cartridge, which is not really
expansive experience by the standards of the day. And that's what we call Super Mario Bros. In Marxist terms, the ROM cartridges were the content. And even though the game dev team worked brilliantly and tirelessly to push the envelope on that tech, there were hard limitations on what could be accomplished. So
this has nothing to do with content and form in any capacity. I fucking nailed it.
Sorry, Mario, you don't get to ride a dinosaur, at least not in September of 1985. Nintendo would of course go on to develop more advanced technology, which was used in video game hardware that eventually allowed Mario to finally get to ride a dinosaur 5 years later in Super Mario World, which is, in a way, a dialectical process of content dictating.
I mean, if you played Mario 2, which technically was not Mario, but it was Mario here in the West, you got to ride a dinosaur too.
Form over time through human labor activities. The game designers at Nintendo wanted to make more technically complicated games, which went beyond the limitations of the ROM cartridge content, which meant that newer and better types of technology had to be developed to accommodate the cooler form. The cooler games that Nintendo wanted to make, and thus...
Dude, the video games are the form. Oh my god. Oh my god. Kids don't. Oh, dude.
Mario marched on dialectically right up until this very day.
As I'm sitting here editing this, I'm starting to realize that all this stuff about content and form probably sounds kind of esoteric and useless, but...
And wrong.
Knowing this dialectical relationship between content and form has all sorts of real-world applications. It's actually very useful information. For one thing, it's important to understand that content dictates form, so...
Look. I want to know who's playing, don't you? Because this is like, if I handed the controller to my grandma before she died of dementia, this is how she might play.
Content and form probably sounds kind of esoteric and useless, but...
Thank you, Ms. Sugar. It's not just me. Thank you. One, leaving the flower. Two, what the fuck is the rest?
Knowing this dialectical relationship between content and form has all sorts of...
Like this right here. Watch this next little bit. I'm just going to mute it because he's garbage. Like, watch. He's going to land. And he's going to like crouch a few times and then like not hit the Goomba. I'm speechless. Like, this is, I would never show, look, I've played games poorly. But this, I would never show anyone this. This is embarrassing. I'd be embarrassed to show this.
Certain topics in a live stream. Sometimes it's better to make a video. Sometimes I just need to make a YouTube community post, whatever. There's some ideas that I really want to do, but I just haven't been able to do them yet because I don't have a suitable platform. I don't have the right content.
Oh, I actually think that this footage made me angrier than anything he said. I actually found this offensive. I actually find this part offensive. The rest of it is just stupid. This was offensive.
To really pull the form in my head off. And also, Marx's analysis of capitalism was revolutionary.
If there was a mass event tomorrow and in the backpack was this video on play, on repeat, everyone would go, oh.
Because he was able to understand nuances of content and form that other economists of his day missed. Specifically, he was able to see how different forms of value interacted with each other, especially the money form of value, and he knew all the ramifications that had in the system of capitalism, which was crucial to his critique in Das Kapital.
Oh my God. This is... I can't even hear him. I'm like, I can't... It's so bad, my brain can't handle listening to him.
There's a lot more to this, but for now, just try to keep in mind that content and form should be suitable with each other. Otherwise, you'll end up like Michael Scott from The Office, whose big problem in life seems to be a complete inability to match content with form.
Depression is a very serious illness. Over 32,000 people commit suicide every year. According to a 2004 study.
Is that the last year that data was available?
Yes.
I don't. Favorite character from Inscription. Inscription's a longer conversation. Inscription's a longer conversation.
Super Mario Bros. Is a video game, believe it or not, and video games are pretty friggin' interesting from a philosophical perspective.
Now I'm going to feel rage.
They are essentially virtual worlds, which are reflections of the material world which we live in.
That's one of the most brain-dead things I've ever heard someone say about video games. All right. Oh, who's this for? Let's find out. Let's read the top comment. Well, if I'm going to be dialectical, then Mario is both a working class folk hero and willing pawn of the Mushroom Kingdom. Haha. Game theory 8 years ago. I made a video about Mario being a commie. EJ in 2021. Hold my beer. I'm a zoologist. We have observed these social evolutions in wildlife. There you go. I can't. That's who this content's for, Lucia.
Just like our material world, Super Mario Bros. Has objects and physics and laws which govern motion. There's even a sort of very primitive life in Super Mario Bros. Koopa Troopa.
Okay. 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 I need to re-listen. I need to just close my eyes because I can't. I do have legs. I can't. This is, the gameplay is so bad. Like it's too interesting for my brain because don't do that. All right. So when you're making a video and you have content like that, B-roll should never be interesting. Ever. It needs to be, to steal a word from it needs to be reflective, but never make B-roll interesting. Because if it's interesting, then we switch, humans who can pay attention to one thing at a time. All of us. If you're going to do two things at once, no, you can't. Not really. You can pay attention to one thing at a time. And if one thing becomes interesting, nothing else is. And if you're doing a voiceover, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't ever do this. Don't ever put a video together like this again.
Just like our material world, Super Mario Bros.
This is the worst Mario gameplay I've seen in a very long time.
Has objects and physics and laws which govern motion. There's even a sort of very primitive life in Super Mario Bros. Koopa Troopas and Goombas and Piranha Plants all react reflexively to stimuli in a crude but somewhat convincing form of virtualized biological reflection.
No.
Of course, this whole virtual world doesn't directly reflect the material world. That is to say, it didn't just pop into physical existence through purely mechanical material processes. Human beings had to create this world through their consciousness. The dev team had to plan and program this game and bring it into the world through human will and labor. In that sense, Super Mario Bros. Is a reflection of the...
I mean, look, Meshuggah, I'm going to assume whoever's playing thinks that the flower is bad because it's flashing.
Human consciousness of those human creators. Human beings had to conceive of every sprite, every rule, every line of code that composes the game. And the consciousness of each of those humans was itself a reflection of the material world which determines human consciousness. So fascinatingly, the virtual world of Super Mario Bros. Is a reflection of a reflection of a reflection, a ghostly trace of the material world which we inhabit.
If he says simulacra, I might just split in half and die.
Muted through the processes of consciousness which occurred decades ago.
All right, I'm not doing this. He is full on stupid and useless. But I do want to see if he has any videos that are hilarious. Clandestine communism. Should we lie to win? I don't care about you. Fascists, blah, blah, blah. Dissecting neoliberal propaganda. Trump's tariffs can't save capitalism. Capitalism will be fine, buddy. Weirdo. These people don't understand what communism is. It's embarrassing. What is the bourgeois proletariat? No, I want to see this. I want to see fuck doomerism. Why objectivity isn't real. Is debate useless? Yeah. Free Palestine. I don't know. Yeah, we're done with him. He is a waste. And you people voted for that. So I'm stopping now. I'm going to move me over to this. We're looking at Acerola, and we're going to talk about video games and the video game business. Acerola, yep.
I have almost 300,000 YouTube subscribers, which means
Good for
that
you.
my opinion on gaming matters more than yours, but not as much as Asmongold's. It's 2025. The video game industry is being sucked into a supermassive black.
This is fun. As promised, again, I skipped ahead a little bit just to make sure this because it's an hour video. We may not do the entire hour tonight. Probably do about, we'll see. But a lot of you people were like, I want to see you. I want to see it. I want to see you react because blah, blah. So, yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Black hole from which there might be no hope of return. Who is left
I'm already a fan of the aesthetic, so.
to save us?
It's a very overthought logo, and I kind of like it. Makes me wonder if there's that moment of like, is this too much? I have this when I've designed logos for my own shit, and it's like, it's really cool, and it's really well thought out, and it's like, there's a lot of stunningly interesting technical stuff, and then there's choices where it's like, I wonder if the internal battling. I'm always interested in like, at what point did they decide? Because the whole point here is ultimately about asymmetry, or symmetry, I guess. And so they have a CE, the LO, but the O and the C are intended to be sort of reflective of each other with separation. But how much and how do you do that? It's a really interesting thing. I'd be always curious.
The year is 2013. The PlayStation 4 has just released, with launch titles like Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Killzone Shadowfall, and...
When you're adding little pictures to logos too much? Nah. See, that's the thing. I don't mind too much. Too much works for me. I find too much interesting. But I always am curious of, and I've had this discussion with a lot of people, design artists, things like that. I always am curious about the like internal experience of creating that, because I always find myself basically micromanaging my own shit into garbage.
Knack, the future of gaming couldn't be brighter, with more people playing games than ever before. Unfortunately, a great evil had been brewing behind the scenes for years at this point. The downfall of the games industry was set in motion far sooner than you may have thought. The year is 2010. Assassin's Creed 2 has released to critical acclaim.
I thought Assassin's Creed 2 is probably the best in the series.
Ezio is simply too cool. What was originally an exciting sequel to a growing IP from Ubisoft would become patient zero for a cancer spreading across the games industry known as always-on DRM. Always-on DRM is an anti-piracy measure that requires the player to have a persistent connection to a server, even if it's a single-player game like Assassin's Creed 2. This means that if you have purchased a game with always-on DRM, if you have no internet, you can't connect to their server, and you can't play the game. Thankfully, you can generally control if you have an internet connection or not, aside from ISP outages in your area, so who cares? Well, remember that your internet connection is only half the equation. It's the server you connect to that completes the handshake, so no server also means no video game. Obviously, a developer would never shut off servers that allow their customers to play the games they purchased,
Ubisoft.
though, right? Unfortunately for us, corporate executives don't give a shit about you and will do anything to maximize profit.
I don't remember Assassin's Creed 2 having always on DRM. Might be I didn't play it on PC. I don't play Assassin's Creed games on PC. I am not a PC purist as much as I am part of the PC Master Race joke or whatever the fuck that is. I'm actually, any game that plays with a controller, I want to play on my fucking living room TV on my PS5 or almost nothing on my Xbox. But anything that's a mouse and keyboard, and Assassin's Creed I don't think works well with a mouse and keyboard. Mouse and keyboard stuff's PC. The year-ish is probably about right. We were starting to talk about, when I was at Lucas, we were starting to talk about always on DRM. I worked with that jackass Adam Orth there, who ended up going to Microsoft, and he ended up making that stupid fucking statement about everything being always on. God, that guy sucks. It went big. I think he got fired over it. So it was like the timing is 2011, 2013-ish is the right timing. I just don't think Assassin's Creed 2 had that. I don't remember it. I played it offline. Like, this was still early stuff. I don't know.
Profits and reduce expenses.
Yeah, Assassin's Creed 2 was on the Xbox 360.
Shutting off servers that will prevent people from playing games that they paid for. It's totally legal. Because of Ubisoft's anti-consumer practices, you no longer really own the games you've paid for, which is the major difference between games before 2010 and after.
So this is... I get the argument. I've heard it made. This is technically not true. You own exactly in the same way as you always did. The difference is the ability for you to exercise that right is determined by external factors that are ongoing. When you buy a book, you actually aren't buying a book. If you didn't know this, you don't buy a book. You're buying the material the book is printed on, and technically a license for that copy of that book. But you're not buying that book. No more than an artist sells you a painting and then you have the rights to go resell that and get it printed. No, you're buying that piece of art. You have to buy the rights separately. The rights are to the creator. Video games are the same way and always have been. If I bought Mario, I own that cartridge, but I don't own that game. My right to exercise it was dependent on fewer things. But no, it's just it's actually not correct. I know the argument. Jimquisition has made it. A lot of people, and I get the onus and the idea here, but it's not. It's just not spot on. It's a tough line, I think.
Complete disrespect of the consumer is only one of many ghoulish trends that have led to the implosion of the games industry over the last decade. The world we knew no longer exists. All hope is not lost though, as thanks to a man named Ross Scott heading the initiative Stop Killing Games, a discussion is finally being started to improve consumer rights in the gaming market. So what is Stop Killing Games?
You should back Stop Killing Games, support it in every single way.
we even get here? And would it affect the industry for better or worse? In the 2000s and earlier, fast internet access wasn't something that could be assumed of the average person. Single-player games were the meta, and multiplayer-only games were actually kind of rare. Obviously, there are tons of games with multiplayer from the 2000s, like Call of Duty, Halo, and Gears of War, but all of these also had significant single-player experiences to offer.
Halo, which the new one not even having it, still blows my mind. My brother and his roommate and I went through Halo 1 and 2 and 3 straight through local co-op, split screen. It's incredibly common to have back then. They didn't even have split screen co-op online, it's awful. They've completely fucked that up.
On DRM was one sign of the shift in the games industry from focusing on offline to online. Now that pretty much everyone has internet, developers can confidently invest in multiplayer-only experiences beyond just MMORPGs, where multiplayer was the novelty. And invest they did. Multiplayer games now dominate the industry. League of Legends, Valorant, Apex Legends, Destiny, and Warzone are just some examples.
So there's a lot that actually goes into this that is worth mentioning. I don't know if he does it later. I'm just going to sort of maybe pre-sell it then if he goes into it. Do you like achievements in your games? A lot of people do. A lot of people do. Do you like being able to share achievements in the games? Have, maybe jump online and play co-op through a thing. That necessitates almost entirely an always online game. And a lot of people don't consider this, but the actual need for us to know as developers what you're doing, when you're doing it, and making sure that things are generally working with the right setup, that you're not using some weird hacked version and jumping only online to get an achievement, going through all that, which was very common in early Xbox. Very common in early Xbox shit. Like the always on side of things had other reasons. People as consumers, and this is the thing that becomes very difficult to know. Again, cart, horse, chicken, egg as a thing. You'll go to Facebook at the time, this 2012, Facebook's a thing. Twitter's a thing. Social media is a thing all the time. You're using your iPhone, which is always on. And mobile game developers are taking advantage of that by having notifications, by having things happen, by having setups. There's a huge amount of push in everywhere else. And if there isn't an always online with consoles, which there had to be, it was going to be coming with PS4 and others. Like you're done. The reason that happened, the consoles would have been left in the dust in terms of not just market share, because since you're always online on your mobile device, posting to Facebook, which was a thing everyone fucking did, is what every one of those games did. They had connections to social networks, messaging friends. If your friends were on the system, they would be online. Do you like having that? If you could see people are online because it was always online. If people are playing, you see what they're playing, if they're sharing, and everyone shared everything. Without that, there's a significant dearth, a lack of social interaction that if you want no social interaction, fine. The vast majority of consumers absolutely did. It's extraordinary how much they did. And what they also wanted, and this was one of the other challenges, is games that they could play offline and online and have shit go between them. Let's talk about Payday. Payday 2, for example, amongst others. The need for you playing and doing single player stuff that would give you achievements, gives you items or other things. You can play offline with your friends, but also take that stuff online. Do you want that? You cannot do that without having always online games. You can't, because the game has to be always online for doing the same exact metrics and anti-cheating stuff and all that other shit. Like that. So people were demanding this. There was a small, and when I say minority of people, everyone's big, blah, blah. Most people don't give a fuck about always online. I'm just going to let you know, most people don't fucking care. They want to be able to be online. They don't know what it means, but they want the effects. They want to be able to see what their friends are doing. They want to be able to comment on it. They want to be able to have multiplayer. They want to be able to have items they can purchase. People like that shit. They like showing that stuff off. And the average consumer in video games goes for it. That's a done deal. The core, and I'm part of the core. I'm part of the core. They don't like it on average. They want to have the option. They want to be power users. Yep, you don't design things for power users. You don't design things for me. If this is the idea, this is in the right direction of what is killing games, but this ain't it.
This trend has found its way into the indie scene as well, with the newly coined term friend slop. Games like Among Us, Lethal Company, Schedule 1, and Peak. It turns out playing games with other people is fun. What if I told you though that this trend isn't really driven by consumers? The real culprit behind the rise of multiplayer games is venture capitalists and executives seeking to maximize profits.
I would need a lot for that.
From an undead point of view, there is never any reason to invest in a complete single-player AAA experience. There's not a single pro to be found amongst the long list of cons. If you don't believe me, if you think that can't possibly be true, then let me show you how everybody in the games industry came to this same conclusion. I'm making some big claims, so just as a reminder, I was a graphics programmer for Intel and PlayStation working on proprietary AAA graphics engine tech, so I am tapped into the going-ons behind the scenes. I could have messaged Neil Druckmann on Slack, I've got John Nvidia on speed dial, but due to NDAs of course, I can't say anything that isn't public knowledge. I'm not trying to burn any professional bridges or get sued. 2007 was...
I'll do that. I sat in the room with Mike Kearney and discussed the social features of the PlayStation Network for PlayStation 4. Mark Kearney, the guy who designed it, with his team from Japan properly in person. Sure. I've sat in the room with Jeff Blackburn. It's fine. I know everyone in first-party Nintendo by name. I used to know a bunch of people at Xbox. They've done a lot of layoffs recently. I know a ton of people I'll burn. I don't give a shit. That's fine. We'll see what happens.
Was the release of the first modern smartphone, with interface and computational abilities never before seen, creating new possibilities for gaming. Before modern smartphones, mobile gaming was limited to dedicated handheld consoles like the DS and PSP, and very simple games that could run on old phones like Tetris or Breakout. Unlike the handheld consoles, people had much more of a reason to own a smartphone, causing the potential consumer base for soon-to-release mobile games to start growing massively. In 2008, the iOS App Store was released, and another gaming trend was growing in popularity as well: social network games that could be played on platforms like Facebook. If you had a PC, you probably had a Facebook account. In 2009, Facebook had around 350 million active users, yet another mostly untapped market of people. With the rapidly growing population of smartphone owners and social network users, all companies had to do was get those people to play their games somehow, and what better way to get someone to do something than making it free? In 2009, Farmville released on Facebook to massive success, becoming the most popular game on the platform for years. Farmville was free to play with optional in-game transactions to speed up player progress, a business model that would become known as freemium. Obviously, Farmville wasn't the first freemium game. MapleStory from 2005 was one of the first to popularize the model, but as much as it pains me to say, Farmville mogs MapleStory. With a peak monthly active user count of 85 million, it's a reasonable assumption that Farmville was many people's first introduction to gaming. In contrast, Farmville was mostly ridiculed by gamers at the time. The simple gameplay and microtransactions were like a spit in the face of anyone who had played an actually good game. Farmville made one thing very clear though: its business model works, and it makes a lot of money, generating $235 million in revenue in its first year. That's
all right, we'll see where they go with this. It's challenging.
It's an insane return on investment.
And just to mention, MapleStory wasn't the one that did this first. Habbo Hotel beat the shit out of Farmville by a wide margin. Club Penguin, who I know the director of it, Chris, we're first name hugging bases. Again, this is my world. These things came way before all of the rest of these. Neopets did the same thing first. This is shit that had been around for 10, 15 years, nothing
for a
new.
game that took 5 weeks to make, and the ghouls of the industry would quickly learn from Farmville's success. Anyways, while Farmville was dominating the social network consumer base, what was going on with mobile gaming? Also released in 2009, Angry Birds would quickly become a pillar of pop culture. Everyone knew about Angry Birds. I think you could reasonably say that Farmville and Angry Birds were equally culturally relevant, but were they equally successful financially? Earlier I said that there's no better way to get people to play your game than making it free, and you might remember Angry Birds as a freemium slop mobile game, but actually, Angry Birds released on the iOS App Store
Premium,
priced at
like
$1.
everything.
$1 is about as cheap as you can make a product.
Race to the bottom the App Store was one of the worst things. One of the worst things. Race to the fucking bottom.
Yet this extremely small barrier of friction most likely majorly crippled the financial success of Angry Birds in its early life. I mean, it's not like Angry Birds was unsuccessful at launch by any means. It sold 12 million copies in its first year on the App Store, but unfortunately, that's a small fraction of the revenue Farmville pulled in on its first year as a game with no price tag. Rovio would...
Yeah, but this is going to be really tough to sort of go into, because if you want to talk about Farmville, it ran on active servers on, I think, AWS, if I want to remember right. And those early AWS was very expensive. Revenue is not the same thing as profit. And I can tell you right now, Angry Birds didn't cost money for all of them to run. I'll bet you money that Zynga, when Farmville launched, may have made, I don't know, $300 million in revenue. I bet you they lost $50 to $100 million in cash. Revenue is not profit. So if he doesn't go into that, this is a problem.
Would inevitably adopt the freemium business model with the Android release of Angry Birds in 2011, using in-game transactions and ads to profit. Whether this was...
I'm going to search for it. Give me 2 seconds. Zynga's IPO, we'll be able to go see all of this. Yeah. All right. Let's see. After a $53 million loss in 2009. Not you, Siri. Fuck off. $53 million loss in 2009. So Angry Birds actually made, I don't know, $50, $60 million more. Like, that's annoying.
Was an intentional decision or just sheer luck is unknown. The reason the game was free on Android was because the early Android store had limitations with global sales. It's funny to wonder if these limitations of the Android store contributed to the widespread adoption of the freemium business model or not. But
It didn't have anything to do with it. In fact, the earlier freemium use of the Google Store and Android App Store is the primary reason that people don't now make money off of the Android store. Android stores are actually not like iOS. Apple runs all those stores. Local partners will run the vast majority of Android stores. And because of that, because everything can be free, you end up with an incredible amount of bullshit, but people will not spend money. If you have the same app in the US, and foreign on Apple and Android, Android will make 5% of your sales globally. The US alone for iOS will eclipse it. So this has nothing to do with that at all.
either way, it was here to stay, with the mobile gaming market cap growing incomprehensibly the next few years due to the release of games like Candy Crush and Clash of Clans.
These were not the next few years, though. Like, Candy Crush and Clash of Clans was years later.
Which have both pulled in more than $10 billion.
Yeah, this is not going to be good analysis.
The last time an actual complete video game made that much money was Street Fighter II in 1991, and the active arcade culture back then was here to stay, with the mobile gaming market cap growing incomprehensibly the next few years due to the release of games like Candy Crush and Clash of Clans. which have both pulled in more than $10 billion. The last time an actual complete video game made that much money was Street Fighter II.
Okay. Again, let me explain the difference between revenue and profit. This is really, both of these games, just like Farmville, don't make a lot of profit. In fact, Candy Crush for years was a loss leader, 2 or 3 years. They'd make, I think they made, there was some joke where they made like $1.1 billion in revenue. And then when you looked it up, it was like they had a $290 million loss. Like that these things cost so much money to bring people in. The cost of customer acquisition on top of running the servers, on top of the continual push for everything, and the teams building, and the brutal crunch of mobile fucking development that never stops because people fucking plow through these things. They'll pour $100 into it, skip through 10 levels, which means you need 20 levels on one day or else people will get to the end of your game. So you need so much content that, but both of these games, profit, let's see. How much profit did Clash of Clans make lifetime? Supercell's public, I think, at this point, aren't they? I don't know. I think so. Yeah, they've got earnings. They're public. Let's see. Revenue, great, good for them, 10 billion. But yeah, we do not discuss specific lifetime profit figures for Clash of Clans. So, no. They have high profit margins some years, other years they don't. And they have a lot more besides Clash of Clans. Supercell does more than just that. Again, revenue is not profit. Revenue is not profit.
The last time an actual complete video game made that much money was Street Fighter II in 1991, and the active arcade culture back then played a large part in that.
I don't believe that's actually true. I'm actually going to upfront say that's not true. I need a source for that. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. All right, so there's no stats for that one. There is zero chance that an arcade game made $10 billion. Are you fucking kidding me?
Like Candy Crush and Clash of Clans, which have both pulled in more than $10 billion. The last time an actual complete video game made that much money was Street Fighter II.
Wikipedia says it earned an estimated $10 billion. It's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's okay. It's bullshit. Oh, they're counting arcade units. Oh, fuck you. Like, I hate when this happens. I hate when this shit happens. So, yes. When you sell 140,000 units for $1,300 to $2,000 a piece, and another further 60,000 worldwide, yeah, that skews things a little bit. Skews things a little bit. But again, this is adjusted for inflation, which is not the same thing. I don't like any of this. I don't like the comparison. I don't like the comparison in years. I don't like the comparison of apples and oranges. It's really painful. Because you're talking about also like it's not the arcade, by the way. That's also console edition. They're including the console numbers. And the compilation numbers. See, this is bullshit. I fucking hate when this happens. I need the source fully. I can't find the source like of the actual. Yeah, it's Capcom's own stuff, estimated. Yeah. Sure, Capcom, I believe you. Yeah, I believe you. Yeah. And that doesn't have any sources. This keeps linking back to Capcom, which is just not going to be a good source for me because they don't actually give the numbers. Chat froze on my screen. Did it freeze? It's working for me. I'm seeing it move. All right, good. You're good. Yeah, I'm not seeing, like, the 10 billion is a fucking hell of a number, but I'm not seeing an actual useful source for that, which is going to be a problem. Criminal goals, international sales, come on. Legacy, pop culture, come on. Come on. I am not finding anything useful here. Everything keeps going back to these Capcom game series sales, and which doesn't include, by the way, that Street Fighter, that the link that they've got is to the Street Fighter series, not Street Fighter 2, the arcade cabinet. First off. This is a It generated 1.5 billion in 1993, making it the year's highest growing entertainment process, above Jurassic Park. Good for them. But again, that includes a huge amount of shit. And this is where, okay, here's where they're getting it. So it's all the Street Fighter 2 World Warrior arcade hardware sales and coin drop revenue. Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition hardware sales and coin drop revenue. Street Fighter 2 Turbo hardware sales, coin drop revenue, and console sales. They're conflating everything together. And that still only comes to 5.31 billion. Adjusted for inflation, it's 12 plus, but this doesn't work that way. This doesn't work that way. Yeah, no. Also, video games, by the way, if you didn't know, were $75 back then. $75. So don't bitch too much about the price today.
In 1991, and the active arcade culture back then played a large part in that.
Not really, no. It really didn't. Even by their own numbers, the coin drop revenue of Street Fighter 2 was only 913 million. So, no.
Realistically speaking, Farmville, Angry Birds, and Candy Crush are far better products than games like Shadow of the Colossus and Metal Gear Solid 3.
Again, no. Okay, if I spend $100 and I get back $150, generally people are going to be happy. If I spend $100 and I get back $50, it's not an investment. It's a loss. It's very tough to. This is going to be a
Things
long
would need
conversation.
to change at the AAA level if they wanted to compete. In the early 2010s,
That's not
microtransactions
competing,
in
though.
games you paid for were really controversial and essentially taboo. Even with free games, in-game purchases were still the subject of ridicule if there was no in-game way to obtain it, such as League of Legends skins. It was getting hard to ignore the generational numbers that freemium games were pulling in though, and very quickly the desire for profit outweighed any fear of community pushback.
I mean, so sort of. Primary reason we actually have microtransactions is not this. This is actually incorrect from a genealogical perspective. The real reason is because of Korea. Korea and China on the rise. There are other countries, and countries that we don't own and control completely, and countries that don't necessarily have to respect our intellectual property rights. When we talk about PC bangs, or we talk about PC culture in general globally, the games that were most popular were basically ones where either, like StarCraft or Warcraft, not World of Warcraft, StarCraft or Warcraft, you could buy one key to apply to your PC. Well, if you had a PC bang, you'd just buy 40 copies and have it applied. People could rent, give you $5 an hour to fucking play all those games. You'd only buy one copy for that PC ever. This is a problematic solution because ultimately that means that you're making money off of someone else's game and they're actually not making anything. It's wild. So how do you solve this? Well, they actually did it with microtransactions. That's actually the solution they come up with for PC bangs was microtransactions. That's where it came from. This is not people getting greedy. Start with microtransactions. That thing needed to be dealt with financially. They did it by letting people buy a fighting hat, some other stupid bullshit, and off they go. This is like a decade late. They had microtransactions in Korea years before. And bringing it to the West, seeing that money, that's a big deal. That's where they're like, Jesus, this stuff, we could bring it here. And they did, but there's only the famous ones where people got angry, so whatever.
The population of casual gamers was growing rapidly, and with many of their first introduction to games being something like Farmville where microtransactions were the norm, the negative attitude towards these features was quickly becoming a vocal minority.
It was already a vocal minority. People didn't care.
First majorly controversial additions to a paid game
It's going to be Oblivion.
Was in 2010 when Blizzard added an exclusive mount to the World of Warcraft in-game store, the Celestial Steed, for the low price
Well, that's really late to the game here.
of $25. There is no public information available as to how successful this mount was on release. A popular claim is that the Celestial Steed outsold StarCraft 2.
I mean, it was not this, it was Oblivion was the first angry one. Very confused by it. Because I was like, fuck, that was when I was like literally like my first gig in games had already started. I was writing and coding and doing stupid bullshit. Like 2000, when did that come out? 2005? 6? But it wasn't first. Most people don't care, but Cameo Elements of Power actually had the first microtransaction on Xbox 360. It launched with it. A lot of people don't remember that. Oh, no, it was not 2009. It was 2000. It was way before that. It was way before 2009. Like, that's why this example is, like, weird to me. I looked up Cameo. Cameo is 2005. It launched with it, by the way. When they had Xbox Live on Xbox 360, it launched with it. But horse armor was... horse armor, come on. This is... That's not a useful post. Fucking, what the fuck? Come on, just give me a date, you fucking thing. 2006. So. Yeah, his is 2010. Oblivion's horse armor was 2006. And again, Cameo launched with the Xbox 360 online with having microtrans. And you need to understand, like, what he's talking about is like after I had launched. So at Lucas, we got hit up by Microsoft. They wanted to do avatar items. So someone on the team, I can't remember who it was, I think it was Joey, I was like, we should do a lightsaber. They went nuts for it. We sold a green lightsaber. We sold like 1 million of them. Just for your little stupid fucking Xbox 360 avatar to swing around. Sold like 1 million of them. It was like $5. It took no time. Some dude did it in like 5 days. So, do you think we did a second one? Yes, we did. And we did a third and a fourth and a fifth and a sixth and a seventh. Of course we fucking did. People give us money for it. You're going to do it. That's how it works. I think we did the lightsaber before his... Well, you kids don't understand. This shit came around way before this.
But this information comes from pirate software. Thor uses numbers from data for Azeroth, showing that 40% of the 3 million characters in the database have the horse, equating to around 1.2 million horses. He then extrapolates this percentage for some reason to the entire WoW player base of around 8 million, giving 3 million horses in circulation, equating to about 75 million in revenue. This is a crazy unsubstantiated number since mounts are account-wide. Data for Azeroth has 1 million accounts scraped, so the more accurate yet still generous estimate is around
I don't care about pirate software, but this is also a weird gripe.
Around 400,000 horses, or 10 million in revenue. Extrapolating to the broader WoW population isn't a good idea, as the dataset used suffers from selection bias and is composed of far more active and invested WoW players who are more likely to have purchased the horse. Compared to the sales of StarCraft 2 at launch of 180 million in revenue, 10 million is not greater than 180 million, and neither is Thor's original estimate anyways. The more important point of discussion here, though, as proposed by Thor himself, is that this horse that made at least...
Is his name really Thor?
$10 million took a very small fraction of the time it took to make StarCraft 2, which was in development for 7 years. From this point of view, the horse was far more profitable. It was becoming abundantly clear that the better way to make money from games wasn't to make games, but rather add new ways to make money from players of the game.
This is like retroactively talking about how these things come about. This is absolutely not how this works. This isn't how this worked at all. This is very not, this is not great.
Games that you've already made. While this controversy was blowing up in the West, a great evil was emerging on the other side of the world. One that would spell the end of the games industry as we knew it. The same year Blizzard birthed the Celestial Steed microtransaction into the world, Konami released a social network game of their own called Dragon Collection. A very simple trading card battler, players would slowly progress their collection through random loot dropped by chests obtained while playing. Players could optionally spend money to roll for more in-game items and speed up progress. Dragon Collection was an instant success. While I can't find numbers for the first year, Konami posted revenues of over
There's so many problems with all of this. I'm even thinking about some of the stuff that was said here that's like...
Azeroth has 1 million accounts scraped, so the more accurate yet still generous estimate is around 400,000 horses, or 10 million in revenue. Extrapolating to the broader WoW population isn't a good idea, as the dataset used suffers from selection bias and is composed of far more active and invested WoW players who are more likely to have purchased the horse. Compared to the sales of StarCraft 2 at launch of 180 million in revenue, 10 million is not
This is really weird.
Not greater than 180 million, and neither is Thor's original estimate.
Like, do people understand what profit is? Like, do I have to teach you what profit actually is? So on the right is the amount of money, apparently, to develop StarCraft 2? I don't believe it was close to that. I'm sorry, amount of money StarCraft 2 made, but $100 million is what it cost to build that game. So that game made less than an 80% profit margin. Did not do well. 180 million for 100 million spent. The horse was one artist, animator, 2 weeks, maybe a month, maybe an audio guy in there. It was $10,000 versus 10 million. It's not one number is bigger than the other. It's return on investment. Do people not understand how money works? Like, I don't like watching videos.
Make money from games wasn't to make games, but rather add new ways to make money from players of the games that you've already made.
It's not how it works. How it works is they go, holy fuck, we can make a lot of money for our game by having Steve and Dave make a fucking horse. What if they made a second horse? Awesome. Get them to make a second horse. That's it. That's it. It's well, good. Make another horse. Hey, we wanted to build this $700 million game. They're going to make a horse.
While this controversy was blowing up in...
You're a company that just got bought. You spent years on Ghost. You spent years on Atlas. That became Overwatch, and then you blew your load and wasted all that money making Overwatch 2, which fucking imploded. You're going to make horses.
The West...
Risk is so much different. The risk profile is so different. Like, God damn it. Look, I get it. People who are like anti-capitalist don't like money, but fucking, what do you expect to happen? Do you expect business to not matter on the other side of things? Do you think these rules aren't the rules of how everything has always gotten done and always will get done in some capacity? Like, the communist utopia is not going to put 10,000 people to work on a thing that kind of might end up shitty when 3 guys can do a thing that will generate profit. Like, this doesn't make sense and doesn't work this way. I'm sorry for people who like Acerola, but this is really not
Great
good.
evil was emerging on the other side of the world. Wizard birthed the Celestial Steed micro...
And again, 2010 is years after all of this was already done. Like, 2010, it's too late. 2010 is too fucking late. If you didn't know, there's a company called Kabam. Kabam was founded in 2006. Okay? I got to know Tim. Tim's a good dude. Kevin Chow, I got to know very well, actually, too. We ended up signing an Avatar deal with them. It's a fun story. I actually give them a lot of credit because they wanted to come in and get Avatar. And we sat down with them and they pitched and they were going to give us a bunch of money. And I said, Kabam doesn't make games. I'm not going to do it. And instead of being, well, they were offended. But instead of being like offended forever, they actually came back and we talked through what a game is and what they would need to do. And I got to sit with Tim over the course of time and then Mike Verdue and a few others. And we got to talk about what made games matter. But Kabam had already, by 2010, Kabam had already perfected shit. Just so you know. Water Cooler Games in 2010 changed the name to Kabam. It had already been perfected. It's already done. So this is like, you're late to the party, and everyone's already gone home.
Microtransaction into the world, Konami released a social network game of their own called...
Konami was so fucking late to the goddamn social network game thing. To even bring them up is just because people are like super on Kojima's side and think Konami sucks now. Because they do suck now. But there's no reason. Konami is not a factor in this story at all. There's no factor of Konami in here, just so you know.
Dragon Collection. A very simple trading card battler. Players would slowly progress their collection through random loot dropped by chests obtained while playing. Players could optionally spend money to roll for more in-game items and speed up progress. Dragon Collection was an instant success. While I can't find numbers for the first year, Konami posted revenues of over $3 billion in 2012, with a large...
No! Stop there. Stop right fucking there. This is
progress. Dragon Collection.
This is bad.
Collection was an instant success. While I can't find numbers for the first year, Konami...
Okay. Konami posted revenues of $3.3 billion. The entire company. That's as disingenuous and shitty as a statistic can be used. That is as bad faith as you can possibly be to make your point. Do you want to know what Konami made its money from that year? If you don't know. Konami makes pachinko machines. If you didn't know, Konami makes pachinko machines out of everything. They made Beatmania, Metal Gear Solid, Silent Hill, and they make a lot of money on their pachinko machines. A lot of money. Like most of their money. That game, it did not make them billions in revenue. Nor is it the reason that they ended up pushing for more things. Konami is not a smart company. You can kind of end there. They're not very good at what they do. They've fallen ass backwards into everything. But this is gross. This is a gross use of this number.
Posted revenues of over $3 billion in 2012, with a large portion of that coming from the 6 million active Dragon Collection players.
No, if they made 3.3 billion, a large portion from that's not no.
The core
So first off, he's got it up here too. You know what? I'm going to look this up. We're looking this up because this is infuriating. We're looking this up. This is just awful. Oh, they do not release any fucking numbers. Well, it's through Gree. I can't imagine that they would. Gree is very shit about everything. It was probably made in combination with them. Yeah, so 6.5. This is, I can't find. There's no numbers on this. What an embarrassing thing.
Dragon Collection in the West. Konami posted revenues of over $3 billion in 2012, with a large portion of that coming from the 6.
Not even a minor portion of that, actually.
6 million active Dragon Collection players. The core mechanics of the
Konami. Of course, Konami hates their video game. You would too. Hey, Pachinko division, what are you up to? Oh, we're going to make another machine. It's going to cost us $1 million, and we're going to make $500 million. Hey, good. Hey, video game division, what do you got? Oh, we want to make a new Metal Gear Solid. It'll cost us 4 years, $150 million. It's going to be constant stress because the guy in charge of it's a fucking prima donna who absolutely nobody can get along with and nobody likes working with and will yell at us all the time. And we'll extend that budget by probably about $50 million. And at the end of the day, we'll make $27 million profit off of it. I wonder why they don't like it. Like, come on, this is People have a very rosy picture of the entertainment industry. It's a business. Period.
The game would soon inspire widespread change in the Japanese industry.
That is... No. No. No.
Games where progress is gated behind randomly generated rewards that could be paid for would become known as gacha games.
This is not the origin of gacha games, my friend. Jesus Christ.
Short for gachapon, a kind of vending machine that dispenses random fun little toys from a given set. Unlike in the West, in-game transactions are often celebrated and desirable in the East. It's why games like Monster Hunter World and Devil May Cry 5 have a bunch of random, meaningless microtransactions. These games always have them, yet when another game with them comes out, people in the West get mad about it and say the sky is falling. In the context of gacha games though, where spending money is the progression, the sky certainly was falling. Along with the 2012 revenue report,
This fucking dude.
Konami would make a statement about their plan to tone back AAA development in favor of making smaller hit titles like Dragon Collection. A terrible omen for what was to come in the next...
No.
few years. Back in the West, video game profits were in the spotlight, and venture capitalist money poured into the industry with everyone hoping to get their piece of the pie. The ingredients were there. All that was left was to write the recipe. Here's what we know. Complete AAA games are very expensive to produce and also take a very long time to finish.
And also have very little profit.
Despite the immense financial investment, even a $1 price tag is enough friction for the average consumer to go somewhere else. Despite the immense time investment, a game or asset made
Yeah, he said profits that time. He's been conflating them. He'll do that a few times.
in 5 weeks will make more money. If you have a successful game already, making a lot more money becomes trivially easy. Clearly the key to success is already having it, a paradox that we will return to later. Outside of game development was the ever-growing Internet of Things and rise of software as a service. Lots of problems needed solutions, and lots of companies were willing to pay big money for them. Any opportunist with a decent idea could reasonably produce a minimum viable product that solves a problem and then be bought out for millions of dollars by a big tech company. Rinse and repeat. Like a digital gold rush, startup culture worked because failing is fast and cheap. With so much room for innovation and so much imaginary currency being thrown around by tech companies, you are bound to find success eventually. This mindset of minimum investment, maximum gain then makes it obvious why these vampires turned their heads when a game made in 5 weeks earns hundreds of millions. Entrepreneurs...
It's not...
Entrepreneurs would soon realize the same strategy utilized by startups is highly compatible with the game development cycle, just with a mildly different goal: obtaining a sizable initial player base to continually seep funds from, since that's where the real money is. A minimum viable product is just that, the minimum functionality required to be considered a product. The equivalent term in game dev land is the vertical slice, which is a demonstration of all the game's main mechanics, content...
Oof. Vertical slice is not the same as an MVP. Period. Just like, first off, legally, in a contract, if you have a vertical slice due or you have an MVP due, they're not the same thing. An MVP is minimum viable product. That means product. That means end user using. Period. Vertical slice is a proof of concept of all game systems. It's a common tactic. What you do is you build out effectively a playground of sorts that shows all of the pieces of things that are functioning and working, but it's not all the content. It's completely deep, but there's no breadth, is commonly how it's talked about. But vertical slice is also not really commonly used anymore for a whole bunch of reasons. I'm just so, like, my brain is like trying to process this. There's just kids, like, people don't realize that shit existed before. Like someone's saying, like, I hate that people talk about the West as if it's really different. It's like, so, Gaia Online. One of my first gigs was writing about games that were for kids. It was called What They Play. John Davison, who was one of the founders of EGM, he was an editor for it. Great guy. Gave me my first like legitimate game job. And I would write video game reviews for parents. They were like guides. Like I did a series on Ben 10, the cartoon. I also reviewed every fucking Barbie game. You want to melt your brain, feel free. But I did stuff like Gaia Online, for example, or Maple Story. Both of those have gacha mechanics as far as what we consider them. That's like long before. That stuff doesn't really start in this weird dragon game. Maybe an instance of it, but again, it's just tough. This is tough. This is a tough video.
Content pending. Vertical slices are often used as milestones in development to get more investor funding by showing how cool and epic the game is before fully committing to fleshing out the game with content. But ghoulish executives had a brilliant idea. What if the vertical slice was the final product? It's genius, really. If it takes...
This is absolutely not what happened in any executive boardroom whatsoever. And I say this as former vice president of James Cameron's production company who ran all of his digital shit. I say this as the global vice president, global director of Starbreeze. No, this is not how any of this worked. Like, no one went, hey, we just need to do that. That's not how it worked. That's not how it went.
Too much time to make a complete game, and making a complete game isn't even worth the time if you can afford it, then why make a complete game at all? You can always make the game after it's already successful and charge customers for that.
This is rewriting history based on how you view things now cynically. It's a very, very jaded, improper way to view all this.
Content too. It wouldn't take long to see this strategy in action, as 2014 would see the arrival of the Antichrist, a game I'm sure you all know the name of. Released in 2014, Destiny is so incomprehensibly evil that explaining all of its issues will cover pretty much everything still wrong with the industry today.
That's a hell of a loaded thing. I don't believe Destiny is evil. I believe it's an evolution of expected game mechanics that we should have presumed from the beginning.
Which is very helpful for keeping this video shorter. Let's quickly talk about its development cycle. Bungie, like Blizzard, dominated the 2000s with their games. Their reputation was great, especially with the population of gamers that existed before the mobile gaming boom, people willing to spend full price for a AAA game. Despite leaks in 2012, the official announcement of Destiny in 2013 was unsurprisingly met with extreme hype. The people behind Halo were doing it again, and this time with full ownership of their IP. Development of the game started in 2010, and the reason it was announced in 2013 was because it was actually almost finished and ready for release in September of that year. That's right, a full AAA game in only 3 years. But the director of the game decided that was too efficient, rejecting the final vision of the writing team in favor of completely restructuring the narrative and
I hate this
progression
already.
systems.
One of the lead systems designers, economy designers on Destiny, so a guy named Josh, I got him in the games industry. I consider him a close friend, and I feel very proud that I gave him his first major games job that he has turned into an absolutely successful career. This would break his heart to hear someone say this, as well as everyone else on the team. This is really strange. If you don't understand that Destiny is a direct evolution of Diablo, and how it's the same fucking thing, and not because of some weird shit like he's putting out, I don't know what to tell you.
Now the whole game needed to be remade before September 2013, but obviously that's not possible, so instead the game was delayed twice to a September 2014 release. During that time, the lead writer quit, reasonably so, leaving the writing team without any direction, resulting in the game's story essentially being written without writers per one of the developers of the game. Bungie also fired their lead composer and audio director over workplace drama, the guy who made the...
By the way, if this defends Marty in any way, if this doesn't, add on a little note that Marty is a gigantic fucking weirdo. If it's just like, you're getting rid of the fucking guy who made the Halo theme song? I'll explain why in a second, but this may be the end of the video for me. Because I'm done with bad faith shit, and if this does this, I'm done with this.
Story essentially being
Marty O'Donnell's a fucking lunatic.
Written without writers, per one of the developers of the game. Bungie also fired their lead composer and audio director over workplace drama. The guy who made the Halo soundtrack. He would inevitably win a civil suit over the improper dismissal. The incredibly short time...
Yep, we're done here. I want to talk to you about Marty O'Donnell. Marty O'Donnell. I know I got to context you. 1 second. I'm trying to. Because he's tried a lot to revamp the way everyone sees everything. 2 seconds. Which one do I pick? Oh, people don't know this shit. I always love pointing people onto this because it's like, wait, what? Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. If you didn't know, he's a right-wing Trumper who ran for Congress. Marty O'Donnell. Campaign. He'd been running before. He is, I'm not going to say a lot because he is extremely litigious and kind of a nightmare person. But he made that great music for Halo and has ridden that shit forever. And people, doesn't get work for a reason. Thankfully, President Trump has put a stop to this, the border. This is Marty. This is what happened. He's the guy who made the, like that fucking, the Halo opening, that crazy fucking, fuck it. We're going to fucking, it's beautiful piece. To give him credit, it's a beautiful piece. Stunning. Stunningly beautiful. He's good. But it wasn't out of nowhere. He ended up winning a lawsuit, sort of. It's a long story. It's a very long story. But he is a complete right-wing lunatic. And he hates... I mean, I'm sure he'd hate me if he heard me talking about him. He'll hate you if you go talk to him. He's a angry, angry man.
What was scary for me is to come to my own realization that, like, hey, I don't need to work anymore. I've made it. I've gotten. I don't have to worry about putting food on.
Blah blah. Yeah, he is coasting, to say the least, and he is a hard right Republican. So to like gloss over that.
Time of 1 year to remake a game resulted in a lot of previously finished content.
To use Marty as your like proof that they were obviously dysfunctional internally or implying as such.
Being cut, content that would inevitably be released later in paid DLC. Despite this dumpster fire, Bungie's reputation would be their saving grace as Destiny released to massive success, becoming the biggest new franchise launch of all time. But players would quickly realize something very important. This game actually sucks ass. Electronic Gaming Monthly said, with a lifeless world, a hazily plotted, repetitive campaign, and an endgame that quickly resorts to a slow grind for marginally better loot, Destiny fails to deliver on the promise of its concept. These are surprisingly harsh words from gaming critics, so why didn't consumers know any better before buying a copy? In what is probably one of the most manipulative acts I've ever seen from a once beloved game studio, Bungie put out an article shortly before release with an inspirational sob story about the hardship of completing the game and the amazing people they lost along the way, like the lead composer who did all the work to complete the game's OST, then got fired illegally. At the end
Just again, Marty O'Donnell, Bungie's former audio director, has been found in contempt of court for his continuous use of Destiny assets, including uploading song clips online after he left the company. He's a veteran member, blah, blah, blah. However, in 2019, O'Donnell began uploading versions of music from Destiny Music of the Spheres to his YouTube channel and to Bandcamp. This is clearly someone who's obviously... Because he sued and won and then broke the fucking rules of that. This guy's shitting on Destiny. He doesn't like Destiny. He's mad about Destiny. People aren't mad about Destiny. Destiny's done fine. It's doing fine. Let's see. Let's go. Latest release. We can look at Steam charts if you want. Like there's again, and it's not primarily a PC game by any stretch. It's doing fine. Like we have peaks here of 300,000 players, 300,000, and it's been consistently breaking 50,000, staying above it. It's fine. It's doing fine. It's fine. I don't get it.
End of the article, they said that they were not allowing critics to review the game until after release. Bungie says,
after thousands of internal playtests, an internal alpha, and a public beta, we've also learned that Destiny isn't Destiny.
Yeah, look, this is when you release an MMO, you don't allow reviews for 12 people. It's an MMO. I don't like, this is a very bad faith video and also poorly researched and incorrect about many things.
Without the most crucial
It's a
component
shame.
to our
I expect more from what you people kept telling me I'd love this or that you'd want to see this. Either you didn't want to see this or you just...
our living social world. You.
They say that the game can't be properly reviewed without an active player base, which would be
It's true.
reasonable if they were actually being honest. Their statement
I need you to tell me why that's not honest.
makes it sound like the game is huge. Thousands of internal playtests? Wow! Now that we know this current version of Destiny was hastily put together in a year, the article reads like a plead for fans to buy their game they know is incomplete before
This is terrible.
get good later. I at least enjoyed playing through it with my best friend in 2016.
Fuck you then. Right? Like, fuck you then. Like, what the fuck, dude? You enjoyed playing through it with your friend.
But that's not the point. Even with a 1-year delay,
Oh my god, he is. He had fun playing it.
Destiny demonstrated that a modern AAA game could still be produced in a timely manner and make lots of money too. More importantly, Destiny let everyone know that fraud was legal, something competitors in the industry were looking to learn from. As insidious as it may be in practice, Destiny's
I'm just...
design is very intriguing on paper. In a post-mortem, Bungie described developing the game like building a train station, a framework that would allow new and exciting content to be efficiently and seamlessly passed through as it's made, a foundation to give the game a very long lifespan relative to its initial investment. Obviously, post-launch content wasn't invented here. DLC has existed for a long time, and of course MMOs like WoW operate in a similar manner with small content updates in between major expansion pack releases. The difference is that games like Fallout 3 weren't made with the intent of capitalizing off future successful DLC releases. They stood on their own as complete products. Bungie marketed Destiny as a highly replayable, infinite content machine. Customers could expect to play Destiny for years with frequent updates to keep the game fresh and exciting. In a sense, Bungie was offering a service through the Destiny platform, that being the continued content releases post-launch. This train station model is
Wearing a Griffith. Is it a Griffith shirt? I don't... Wait. Is it Griffith from Berserk? No. Oh. Well, I barely recognize it. I mean, are you sure? Oh, no, wait. From behind. Yeah, okay. That's actually worse than Griffith. I mean, that's the bad Griffith. I can't do this. This is someone caught that and I saw it out of the corner of my eye and I don't want to think about it.
passed through as it's made, a foundation to give the game a very long lifespan relative to its initial investment. Obviously, post-launch content wasn't invented here. DLC has existed for a long time.
It's Destiny, not an MMO. Destiny, so look, this is going to become a very, like, are all rectangle squares conversation. Destiny to me is absolutely an MMO. It's going to depend on how you mean that. Guild Wars was also an MMO. It's an instanced MMO. EverQuest, for example, MMO. MMO is a very unique thing. We tend these days to be thinking about it in terms of World of Warcraft. That is not actually how most MMOs exist in various ways. It's an instanced MMO. And, I mean, again, they set out to build Diablo as an instanced MMO these days. Like, it's all about, like, how you think about these things and how you want to develop it, but it's really wild. This is, like, really bad.
And a foundation to give the game a very long lifespan relative to its initial investment. Obviously, post-launch...
No. Fuck. This is really annoying. It's not to give it a long lifespan in terms of its initial investment. It's to make future investment in sequels cheaper. I've been in rooms where this got greenlit. This is the whole point. If you're going to build DLC is levels that you can make later that will be able to be sold cheaper than standalone products. That's it. What time is it here? Oh, God, it's 3 a.m. Why am I still doing this?
Content wasn't invented here. DLC has existed for a long time, and of course MMOs like WoW operate in a similar manner with small content updates in between major expansion pack releases. The difference is that games like Fallout 3 weren't made with the intent of capitalizing off future successful DLC releases. They stood on their own.
That's not, again, apples and oranges. To call Destiny and say it was made explicitly to make money off of future DLC releases, no, built into the game is ongoing content updates because people burn through content and this way you can do secondary content and have that thing ongoing. Again, that's the point.
As complete products. Bungie marketed Destiny as a highly replayable, infinite content machine. Customers could expect to play Destiny for years with frequent updates to keep the game fresh and exciting. In a sense, Bungie was offering a service through the Destiny platform, that being the continued content releases post-launch. This train station model is what we now call live service. Games released with the promise of a long-term stream of new content. Destiny certainly wasn't the first to do this, but they really did solidify the blueprint.
And I don't care about muting it.
Destiny is the perfect case study for everything wrong today. Before Destiny, the live service model was mostly limited to free-to-play games, but Bungie proved that with enough goodwill, people would pay full price for much less than what even these free games offer. Returning
Okay. Destiny was one of the most expensive video games to ever be fucking developed. Now, granted, it's been a few years, so let's find out. Because it was at the time when it was like they spent a fortune on it. So again, bitching about how much content's in there, I don't really care. Like, it's like, shit cost a lot of money. Come on. Oh, $186 million. So, no. 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 No.
Earlier, Destiny is the perfect case study for everything wrong today. Before Destiny, the live service model was mostly limited to free-to-play games, but Bungie proved that with enough goodwill, people would pay full price for much less than what even...
Nope. There's more content. There's more money spent. Again, these people don't understand. So you get it? Let's see. Warframe probably in just development might get close to how much money they've spent now on Destiny. It has nothing to do with the amount of content. It's a very child's way to view it.
And these free games offer. Returning to startup culture and the concept of the minimum viable product, at release, Destiny was closer to a vertical slice than a complete game. The content that would normally be there at launch in a non-live service game could instead be cut and released later, while also making even
This is just not how it works.
more money
It's
off of
fucking
it
crazy.
because the practice is built into the concept and thus expected by the consumer. It's a total win-win for the devil. The live service blueprint pioneered by Bungie would soon become a central aspect of modern game design. But we're
Pioneered by Bungie? My dude. They almost bankrupted their fucking company making this game. Dude. Very strange mentality. Oh, what Call of Duty came out in 2014? Which one was it? Advanced Warfare. Call of Duty beat Bungie way to the punch on this shit. Maps later, buying extra shit later, having items later. Advanced Warfare was filled with it. Destiny didn't break the ground. You just don't like Destiny, even though you like playing with you. Fucking Christ. Children are just...
We're still missing one final ingredient, Chemical X. Once again, darkness was brewing on the other side of the world. The Demon King was born.
I'm now going to say it's Orientalist. Because again, the other thing he said, evil was brewing on the other side of the world, that shit came from elsewhere.
While Bungie was cannibalizing itself, the Japanese games industry was booming following the success of Dragon Collection. Puzzles and Dragons, Love Live School Idol Festival, Monster Strike, and Grand Blue Fantasy are just some examples of massive hits released between 2010 and 2015. But no gacha game would find global success quite like Fate Grand Order. Already a popular series of visual novels and anime, Fate Grand Order would solidify the franchise as a cultural pillar of the gacha industry, grossing over $500 million in Japan in 2015. In 2018, Fate Grand Order would be the year's top mobile game in terms of global consumer spending, averaging $2.5 million a day. As of 2023, the game has crossed 1 trillion yen in worldwide revenue, or $7 billion. What a good run. Wait a second. $7 billion? Now, I don't want to judge a book by its cover. I didn't play the game, but how does something like this make $7 billion? Oh. That's right, kids. It's time to gamble for cute anime girls. If you haven't caught on yet, the chemical X of modern game design is gambling. Gacha had popularized, and by the time of Fate Grand Order's release, normalized the presence of straight-up gambling in video games. Since it's all technically worthless digital goods, not redeemable for real money, it's also totally unregulated. Great! The year is now 2016. The success of Destiny and other early live service titles, as well as the impending influence of how profitable digital gambling can be, triggered a gaming gold rush no different than what we saw in Silicon Valley web dev land. 2016 is the year we split onto the timeline where nothing good ever happens. In March, the seeds sown by Ubisoft come full circle, from starting the always-on DRM trend in 2010 to releasing their own live service competitor to Destiny, Tom Clancy's The Division, which coincidentally started development the same year Destiny was officially announced. The Division wasn't Ubisoft's first dip into live service. 2 years prior, they released The Crew, an always-online open-world racing game that will become very important later. While doing my research, I was surprised to see how successful The Division actually was at launch. Interestingly, Activision and Ubisoft both claim to have the industry record for biggest launch of a new game franchise. There's probably nothing fraudulent going on here though. It was even officially announced shortly after starting development in 2013, with an initial release date of 1 year later. So Ubisoft executives were actually expecting a 1-year development cycle, maybe hoping to beat Destiny to the finish line, or just lying to shareholders. Either way, The Division sold hundreds of millions globally at launch, yet another example of a low-risk, high-reward AAA game with its very short 3-year development time. 2 months later, in May, Blizzard would drop its own live service beast into the world, Overwatch. Overwatch would become the highest
It's a multiplayer game. Calling it a live service game is like, this is so awful, like across the board. This is terrible. I'm not a fan.
Grossing paid game of 2016, but aside from its $40 price tag, it also had a very innovative new mechanic in the Western gaming world, gambling. In-game customization options were obtained by opening loot boxes, which would contain a random assortment of skins.
Do you think Overwatch was the first of this, dude? Come the fuck on, man.
Emotes, poses, and other cosmetics. If you got a duplicate, then you would instead receive a small bit of currency that could be exchanged for specific items. Loot boxes were very non-competitively priced at $1 whole per box, or you could occasionally earn some for free through playing the game. How generous. Blizzard began developing Overwatch after canceling their much more awaited MMO project in 2013, interestingly the same year that Destiny restructured itself and The Division started development. At this point in time,
eat shit, you fucking asshole. Okay. I have friends at Blizzard. Some people I care about a great deal, who I consider like close friends. They were on that team, on Titan. that got canceled and moved over to Overwatch. They did not cancel it. The implication that they canceled it to make it a live service game and for you to connect it, eat shit, fuck you. They won't say this because they're under NDA and they'd get in trouble, but eat shit, fuck you. That team sat and suffered and didn't know what they were going to build with the assets, with the insane assets they had spent time working on and building. They did not, this is not how it worked. Fuck you, dude. It's so gross. It's so gross. That's so gross, dude. People work hard on these fucking games. People work hard on these games. Fuck you, dude.
I feel like Blizzard was still seen in a positive light, and Overwatch was fun, so the loot boxes went over pretty smoothly, amassing over $1 billion in revenue the next couple years.
I'm so mad about that. I'm just fucking mad about this.
Others weren't so lucky or as beloved. EA would soon release Star Wars Battlefront 2, a sequel to the 2015 live service reboot of the series, which also mysteriously started development.
Yeah, let's not talk about the character he has on his shirt, whose introduction is actually a rape scene. So, don't wear that in your YouTube videos, kids.
In 2013. Battlefront tried the loot box monetization model, but unlike Overwatch, was not purely cosmetic. EA tried to be a little too much like a gacha game, putting unlockable heroes behind the loot boxes, but unlike most gacha games, Battlefront cost $60 at release. Redditors would soon do the math, showing that to unlock a hero in the game without buying loot boxes, you would have to grind for around 40 hours. With 6 unlockable heroes, that's only 240 hours of grinding to finally play the game you paid $60 for. Players were of course very unhappy with this. EA would respond to the criticism saying they wanted to give players a sense of pride and accomplishment from unlocking a single hero. That Reddit comment would become the most downvoted comment in internet history. EA quickly reworked the loot box system.
This dude has no concept of what he's talking about. Okay. He has just like glossed over an incredible amount of history in the world of this. He's like already at like, again, he's 10 years old and doesn't know that things existed before he played games, I guess. Do you know who you can probably thank the most for this? There's one company, one developer, more than any other in the world. We'll see if you can get it. I'm going to eat chips until one of you says it. One developer that you can say we blame for all this, not Nintendo. It's not even close to Nintendo. It's an American company. Let me start you there. It ain't evil overseas. It's an American company who basically created freemium, made it mainstream, made loot boxes, and made items. Made digital items purchasable for multiplayer and single-player games. One company did all that. Chrissy's closest. I'm going to take Steam as being Valve because the answer is Valve. 100% Valve. Did no one play Team fucking Fortress ever? There were no items when it launched in 2007. None. None at all. 2011, they did the Maniversary update. That went free to play. That went items. That went everything. Cosmetics, everything with rare, unusual, all that shit. And that shit went wildfire. Hats. Yes, hats. And no one believed hats would. I remember sitting with the people from Valve and they were telling us, you need to put hats in your shit. You won't even believe how much money you make off this shit. And they were right. Valve is the reason. And yes, gameplay changing items. Yes, the ability to play better by spending money. Valve. Valve did all of this 5 years before any of this other shit. They completely... No, Chrissy, you're great. Valve and Steam are not the same company, but they were the same people at the time. It's kind of a fun story. But if you're rewriting shit, you want the dark Chinese and Japanese to be doing it. No, Valve. Valve, the fat bastard who's in charge of that company, who just bought the yacht company who's building his $400 million yacht, because that's how much money that this shit hats made him. Children gambling made him that money. children gambling made Gabe Newell that money. Not Half-Life. Not Half-Life. The entire idea of all this shit is Valve. If you want to blame anyone, blame Valve. But they're not, I guess they're too white for him. Gabe is looks like the quintessential fat capitalist loser too. It's amazing. By the way, also, I believe Valve is more responsible for global loot box legislation than every other game or company put together. I think that's a safe bet too. Literal gambling mechanics for children and an economy in-game that's freemium. Them doing that with Team Fortress is what did this. Period. 2011. Period. All this other shit, he's just completely out of his fucking mind on and just doesn't understand the history of the games or the business of it and is talking as part of an authority. And it's sad.
To be more like Overwatch, as well as significantly reduced the cost to unlock heroes after Disney told them to. You know you're doing some real evil shit when even Disney tells you to pull it back a little.
No.
On September 2017, upon Earth was planted an irrevocable poison, a soul-devouring demon. Originally announced in 2011 following the release of Gears of War 3, Fortnite was to be a sillier
That year, originally announced, that year, already this shit was out there by Valve. Good job. You fucking terrible researcher. Fortnite was actually super cool for a very long time.
departure from the edgy games previously released by Epic. Conceptualized as a blend of survival crafting games like Minecraft and Terraria with shooter games that they had experience making already, creatives at Epic were very excited about the project. 1 year later, everything would come tumbling down as Epic Games saw massive corporate restructuring following an investment from Chinese multimedia conglomerate Tencent. Suddenly, leadership decided that Fortnite needed to focus on player-based longevity. Tencent was ahead of the
This is so ahistorical. It's fucking crazy. Oh, just... Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. It's amazing. This is going to be really, I don't know how he's going to thread this. So, I just want to make sure I got the timeline right. Tencent invested in Epic in 2012, a year after everything with Valve had happened, but 6 years before Fortnite as we know it would come to exist. So...
that they had experience making already, creatives at Epic were very excited about the project. 1 year later, everything would come tumbling down as Epic Games saw massive corporate restructuring following an investment from Chinese multimedia conglomerate Tencent. Suddenly...
So, okay. This is someone who doesn't understand anything they're talking about. You need to understand. He has no idea about the timeline or how any of these things worked. The primary investment from Tencent into Epic, which was a 43, 48%, something like that, was in 2012. The second infusion of cash was just an infusion of cash. It didn't actually do a major turnover. It actually didn't have a big effect on what Fortnite was going to be. So I can say this because I was one of the first people to play Fortnite. Zach, a bunch of ex-Lucas people ended up at fucking Epic. After we all left, there was a lot. Kim Libreri is still there. He's like their CTO. a bunch of amazing people. Paul, who was my direct boss when I was at LucasArts, he became president. And Paul's awesome. Just like a really just genuinely interesting, kind guy. They built, I know Celia Hodent is a close friend of mine. She was like the experiential consumer modeling person. Very, very clever. She had worked at Ubisoft before. The CTO of Epic, Zach, who was like leading this game, I knew a lot of these people. So they gave me an invite code the week that it went friends and family cohort testing. And that was, I think, my favorite version of Fortnite. I still think it's amazing. Procedurally generated islands. And there were these islands, big city-like islands. And there was a horde mode. In the middle was a thing the horde was trying to kill. You would build a base to protect it, and then it would happen. And you'd place traps, and it was like booby traps, like Evil Genius. It was hilarious. I had a blast. This was years this went. Years. And then they, well, I shouldn't say too much because there's kind of a still anger, I think, about this. PlayerUnknown released its game on Unreal. And PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds was huge. And it was built in Unreal, and the Fortnite team basically, as a lark, released it as a game mode to show they could do it too. Had nothing to do with a restructuring. There was no restructuring around this. That is not how it worked. The restructuring came after and with the success as the studio took off and a lot of people made their way sort of set up. But the investment, the second investment from Tencent was how Unreal went free for people, the engine, and how they went away from the old model, which was paying a shitload of money up front and per seat, the old software model. That's how fucking off this conversation is that he's having.
Leadership decided that Fortnite needed to focus on player-based longevity. Tencent was ahead of the curve and already found major success publishing games as a service in China. Epic was looking to get their piece of the live service pie with Tencent's guidance. By 2013, the team in charge of Fortnite had done a full ship of Theseus, and executive leadership was all in on the idea of Fortnite being Epic's premier live service game. Fortnite would inevitably turn into a survival co-op tower defense game where you would build up defenses against waves of creatures, entering early access in July 2017 with mediocre sales and reviews.
I mean, it was not really
A couple months prior, a new gaming trend entered the scene with the massive success of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, a live service battle royale game. Priced at $30 with loot box cosmetics just like Overwatch, PUBG would inevitably make
just like Team Fortress, you mean?
$13 billion worldwide with the help of Tencent publishing the game in China. PUBG
Dude, fuck you again. Like, again, this is conspiracy posting bullshit. This is conspiracy posting bullshit. Someone who has no idea about how these things work just saying, and also Tencent, do you see me repeating the same words over and over and over and over? It's like Tencent didn't fucking design PUBG. PUBG did. He's a guy. He's a dude. I can call him.
PUBG's success was
Brennan's
mainly
a good
due
dude.
to people never having really played a battle royale game before.
Fucking
the game
Christ.
itself was rather shoddily made due to being developed in only 1 year, but the novel concept was enough for players to look past the
The novel concept of PUBG that certainly didn't have its hands in Arma or other game modes like in Minecraft. Jesus fucking Christ. Can I just rewrite everything? I spend too much time. I've been writing my new essay for like 2 weeks now because I want to get it right. I care too much. I need to just shit in a fucking my hand and throw it at the fucking screen and be done.
imperfections. The flaws of the game showed Epic that there was an opening for a more highly produced battle royale game in the market, and the game they've had in development hell for years just so happened to be the perfect base for a battle royale modification. 2 months later, Fortnite Battle Royale was released, free for anyone to play, unlike their now unloved survival tower defense game. Fortnite saved the world? More like Fortnite ruined the entire gaming industry. Success of Fortnite in 2017 would induce a great ice age. Meaningful innovation on the consumer side of things would come to a complete halt. Culture would freeze as every mildly popular intellectual property would be
Yeah, this is reactionary. I'm done. This is reactionary bullshit at this point. He didn't mention Valve at all, but DayZ was an ARMA mod. Correct. DayZ is much older and beat the shit out of PUBG, and it still wasn't the first. There were mods of other games that actually beat it to it. This is just awful. Look, this is someone who is basically angry at the games industry, has a rapist on his shirt, and is just ahistorically reciting things that are just nonsense. Fortnite was successful because it was just free. It actually didn't launch with any microtrans at all. That's how it got to the numbers it got to. What the problem became was that people didn't want to pay for shit. Do you want to know what actually hurt the video game industry? You people. And people like this. When you have to spend $50 to $100 million to make a game that people will pay money for, or you can spend very little money with a couple friends and maybe have a hit. That's basically what you've done. Yeah, here's a game I'm publishing. If you didn't know, Brooks is a publisher, Outpost Games. I only have one title, but I had money. I know. This is, these guys I really like. Extra Life Entertainment. I really fell in love with them. They're really good guys, and they didn't have a lot of money. And they didn't need a lot, luckily. Hey, there's my logo. I'm proud of that logo. I made that logo. And so I've funded it. I was like, let's see what we can do. 6 people, mostly artists. You tell me. I like it. The entire game's hand animated. The entire game. I appreciate it. And I like what they did with it. Oh, there's my logo. It's so weird every time I see it. It just fucks my head up. It's so weird. Stella Gale, Trials of Faith. It's about a brother and sister named Stella and Gale. Stella's the fighter. Gale helps her fight. So it's a more classic thing. You'll see. I like them, and I like this. Like with cells, no, just like literally hand drawn. They're doing it all on their computers. It's done cheaply, but their heart and soul is in this, and I adore it. It's a side scroller beat 'em up, basically. And they have some really interesting mechanics that they play with. They're fantastic. I have zero chance of ever making my investment back. Zero. I think we've sold 27 copies. And that's over time. And I say I think because I'm waiting for a couple to be charged back, which happens a lot. Because it's a shorter game. I get it. It's not for everyone. the game has no hope. The game, I don't think, has hope. It's not fully done. It needs money to get finished, but I don't have the money to put in. We were hoping early access would work. It didn't. So here's the thing. Games like this are in the noise because there's a lot of people like them. Now, I love Extra Life, and I think they're very talented. And I personally think the game is pretty excellent. I like the combat. I think we've done a good job. I think they've done an excellent job with it. I think the animations are solid. The story is interesting. And I think there's a lot of room. And it gets complex enough. I really like, and I think it's, but that's it. It's in the noise. There's a lot of other games out there. And what's the price point we can charge for this? 10, 15, 10 bucks. 15 is expected. 10 years ago, 15 would have easily brought this in. The game's almost done. I've gone to every publisher I know. And I just want them to put it out and give it a little bit of push marketing-wise, because I don't have the budget for that. I don't have the manpower for that. No one wants it, because it's not worth the time. Yeah, I gave them first dollar on. I offered them fully, first dollar on. Nothing. What's wrong with the gaming world? There's no capital anymore. Is it a mobile game? No, it's on Steam. We don't have the ability to port it right now. There's a Switch version we're ready to go with, but we need money. It's a whole thing. But it doesn't matter. There's no capital. The challenge is that there's no money coming in. Most games were funded by debt. If people don't realize how the real world works, game companies don't just make money, sit on it, and wait to pay for games. That's not how it works. These companies are incredibly expensive to run, and they put their money in investments, this and that, and then they basically take out effectively loan and debt against other projects in order to pay for it. But when there's no loans, because there's no one loaning, because no one wants to loan it, because why loan on the off chance you're not going to make your money back? It's a risky investment. Film doesn't have anything. TV doesn't have anything for this exact reason. Entertainment's dead because there's no fucking capital. Because Trump and a bunch of his fucking idiot friends have slowed the economy down over the last 6 months, but over the last 2 years, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And as the economy stalled because home offices and people who have money and people who have fucking shit tons of cash, they don't have anywhere to put it. They're going to invest it where it's safe, in assets. I would do that. I wouldn't put my money. If I had $100 million right now, I'd probably finish Exiled because I really like those guys. I want to see it done. But you'd have to fucking beat me to half to death to get me to invest in a fucking game again. It's tiring. There's almost no chance of return on investment. Almost no chance. The odd game does make return. Good for you. Most of them don't even come close. So what the fuck do you do? Buy meme coins? You don't even buy Bitcoin. Buy Bitcoin, buy land, buy real estate, and then just finish. I don't need the rest of it. No one does. So there's no money. When there's no money, there's no publishing. When there's no publishing, there's no risk because risk becomes the first thing gone. That's the problem with the last 5 years. That's it. That's the entirety of the games industry. Solved. That's it. Everything else this fucking guy was saying is just a huge load of shit. Just a gigantic load of shit. If you buy Stella Gill, I appreciate it. Please leave a review. A review would help us a great deal. But they're good people. They're good people. We're going to do one more video on YouTube and then I'm going to bounce out. Because I really, again, this is why I fell in love with Extra Life as people. Shit like this. Because they are fully, when we say, like, it's not Sowell, it's they're hand drawing everything. I saw the Peterson Nietzsche lecture. I saw that. They're drawing everything. And it's just beautiful. The artwork I really like. It's really fun to watch as they do the detail work. I love it. It's been fun to watch. I haven't been able to dedicate the time I wish I could to them. But they're fantastic. Just a really talented, passionate bunch of people really trying to get this fucking thing done, and it breaks my heart. I'll give you an upload, Suresh. Write me on, say hi on Discord. I've got an upload for you. Yeah. But this, I just look at this and it's like, I hit on my buddy. He's, I can't be too specific because I don't want him to get fired. He's got, he works with some significant known indie companies as a publisher. And he's like, it's the same everywhere. He's got multiple completed games that are just getting passed on. Completed. Done. That basically is like just free to put out as long as you agree to do some marketing. Not worth it. That's how bad capital is right now. Yeah, this has been like 7 years of my fucking life. 6 years? 5 years? God damn it. And it's just heartbreaking. They're just wonderful. They're just wonderful. I still like the original story more than the new one, but that was a fun back and forth because they don't speak really effective English. And they have a very different cultural set than me. It's one of the reasons that I think I had a really huge fun time like working on this is because we did not have the same touch points. At all. But it was really cool. They're great. It's so much fun. It's just really fun. Ugh. This is why games is dying, because there's no capital. There's no capital. I believe as of now, and I've said this to a couple people personally. Oh yeah, no, Stella has haters and jeers based on how well you do and all this. It's really a cute little system they've built that the crowd responds to you over time. Right now, if capital were to open back up, it would take 6 months for the first dollar to be able to be invested in video games again. So you're looking at least a year to 2 years before games are greenlit and teams are moving again. And that's if it started now. I don't believe it's starting now. I believe there's a good chance that actually we have seen the end of the games industry as we know it happen, and that something else is coming. I mean that. I don't know anyone that's not true for right now. Everyone is just trying to survive, but there's no capital. And the games industry doesn't respond quickly, even if there is. What do I think might be coming? I don't know, but I think there's a good chance that we've seen the end of consoles meaningfully. I think it's going to be the PlayStation subscription versus the Microsoft subscription versus Netflix, and games are going to be on all of them. And Nintendo might be the last real hardware play. Which means it's the end of AAAs, except for Nintendo and occasional games. The same way that like blockbuster movies aren't a thing, except for the occasional one Netflix or Amazon put out. Like those are over. Like Mission Impossible is the last of those. It's done. So I think there's something else, and I don't know what it means. I just know that if I was a CEO of a games company right now, I'd be actually more scared than I am not having a job right now. I mean, the next GTA that it's landing this year, isn't it this year? Was it next year? I can never remember if they announced 6 months ahead or is it 6 months ahead or yeah, they announced a year ahead. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be more GTA Online than Grand Theft Auto. It's going to be wild in the direction it goes, but it's going to be the most live service thing that's ever existed. But it's going to just pull money everywhere else. That's just going to pull money out of everything. It's just going to pull money out of everything. It's just going to pull money out of everything because it'll just be a black hole. With that, I'm going to take my leave of all of you. Depressing tone at the end of the stream on. Not as depressing as all of the terrible videos we watched. You know it's something when the Zizek videos where I spent most of my time agreeing. How depressing otherwise. But it'll be decent content for me to cut up and put up, which is the goal. I might stream again tomorrow. Be watching for at least a stream this weekend. We're going to do a gaming stream. I want to talk about some game theory. Not game theory, but game theory. And with that, let's see if no one's online. No one. There's no chance anyone's online. Where do I send you? I'm going to send you somewhere embarrassingly awful. So that way you have to have something in your playlist history that just depresses you. Let's see. What do we got? Indian news on America's terrafaction. No. Nope, there's nothing. It's too early. I can raid into Peppa Pig official. I can raid into Peppa Pig. I'm going to do that. We're going to raid into Peppa Pig, everyone. You have a lovely Peppa Pig day, and as always, I'll see you